Chapter 141. Former fiancé regrets breaking off the engagement. Jiang City. The entire city of Jiang was now transformed into a sea of red. Red was the favorite color of the Dragon Nation people. Tomorrow was the wedding ceremony of Xiao Rufeng, the new emperor of the Dragon Nation. Although the preparations were rushed, the people of Jiang City had managed to decorate the entire city in the shortest possible time. Jiang City, at the city lord's mansion. Enlei had been sent here by Xiao Rufeng, because this place was considered Enlei's maternal home. When the wedding took place tomorrow, Xiao Rufeng would come back here to pick up the bride. At this moment, the city lord's mansion was extremely lively. Enlei's friends and colleagues from Jiang City had been invited. Jiang Li and Bai Bing were also there. They were Enlei's bridesmaids. However, Enlei looked rather troubled. "Enlei, what's wrong?" Jiang Li asked. "It's just that my foster parents..." Enlei bit her lip, not continuing. Her feelings toward her foster parents were complicated, especially her foster mother. Back then, her foster mother had taken Enlei from the orphanage and had poured a lot of effort into her. But it was not out of love for a child, but because her foster mother treated Enlei as a tool to show off. Her foster mother was forceful and vain. From a young age, Enlei was forced by her foster mother to learn things she didn't like, such as piano, dancing, and programming. After the age of 16, Enlei wanted to escape her foster mother's control over her life, but her foster mother directly cut off Enlei's living expenses, trying to force her to give in. However, Enlei ultimately did not give in. She was only 16 years old and started working part-time to pay for school and become self-sufficient. Her foster father was a good man. After Enlei's foster mother cut off her living expenses, he would often secretly give his savings to Enlei. However, her foster father didn't have much of a say at home and didn't control the finances, so he couldn't give Enlei much more help. But even that small amount of help made Enlei very grateful. In fact, Enlei was a very kind and grateful person. Although her foster mother was strict, she had ultimately raised her. She later became a dance teacher, which was also thanks to the fact that her foster mother had forced her to learn dancing back then. So, at such a time, she also wanted to invite her parents to come and witness her happiness. But she didn't know if her biological father, Luo Yang, would agree, and she also didn't know if her foster parents were willing to come. While she was pondering this, her biological father, Luo Yang, arrived. "Enlei, someone has come to see you." Enlei looked up and then looked at two familiar figures, immediately bursting into tears. Standing in front of her were her foster parents, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. Ever since her foster mother had tried to force Enlei to remarry He Shuai, which had ultimately resulted in an unpleasant breakup, Enlei hadn't seen them in a long time. At this time, Enlei's foster mother also looked very awkward. Back then, she had tried to make Enlei remarry He Shuai, but Enlei had directly brought Xiao Rufeng there instead. She had looked down on Xiao Rufeng back then, calling him a playboy and a spendthrift, and saying that he didn't have as bright a future as He Shuai. She had never imagined that the playboy she looked down on would become the new emperor of the Dragon Nation. And the daughter that she had broken off ties with had now become the emperor's woman. What a slap to the face. When she had learned from the news that Xiao Rufeng was the new emperor of the Dragon Nation and that he was going to officially marry Enlei, En's mother had been completely stunned. She had even feared that Xiao Rufeng and Enlei would cause trouble for her. But they hadn't. In fact, someone had brought her and her husband to the city lord's mansion. "What are you crying about? It's such a happy day." At that moment, Enlei's father reached out and wiped away her tears. "Dad, how did you guys come?" Enlei said, regaining her composure. Luo Yang stood awkwardly to the side, but he couldn't say anything. Back then, no matter what the reason, it was he who had abandoned Enlei and her mother. He also hadn't fulfilled his responsibility of raising her. Therefore, he had no right to stop Enlei from calling En's father Dad. "Someone brought us here," En's father said. "It must have been Xiao Rufeng," Jiang Li interjected. "Xiao Lei, if you don't want to see us, we can leave now," En's father said again. "No." Enlei quickly wiped away her tears. She paused, and then a smile appeared on her face. "I want you to stay and watch me get married." This scene made Jiang Li's eyes water a bit. Her parents had passed away early, and she didn't have such a deep connection to her parents. But this scene reminded her of her grandmother who had passed away a few years ago. After a short while, Jiang Li quietly left Enlei's room. Bai Bing followed her. "Sister Jiang Li, what's wrong?" Bai Bing asked. "Nothing. It's just that I remembered my grandmother." Zhongli looked up at the sky, then said softly, "After my parents died, my grandmother was the only one who loved me. But now you have more people who love you." Xia Rufeng, Bai Bing said. Zhongli didn't deny it. She actually understood in her heart that no one in the world doted on her more than Xia Rufeng. If only that guy was a monogamous man, Zhongli sighed. If he was monogamous, you wouldn't have gotten this much attention. Before he met you, he fell in love with Sister Ganya and my sister first, Bai Bing said. Zhongli laughed awkwardly. You're right. She paused, then sighed. After you said that, it seems like I'm not that special to Xia Rufeng. Bai Bing didn't speak. In her opinion, Zhongli was definitely the most special person in Xia Rufeng's heart. I better not tell Sister Zhongli. Women are prone to becoming arrogant when they are loved. If she thinks she's special, it will be even more difficult for her to accept sharing a husband with other women. Ice Girl, was this a small act of kindness or a dark act of cunning? At this moment, Zhongli turned her head to look at Bai Bing, then asked, Ice Girl, I heard that your sister is gone? Yes. Where did she go? She isn't even attending Xia Rufeng's wedding. Bai Bing shook her head. I don't know. Okay. Zhongli paused, and then said, I felt that your sister was acting weird recently. Could it be that she was triggered by the news of Xia Rufeng and Enlei's marriage? I don't know, Bai Bing replied with her usual blank expression. Even as her younger sister, I sometimes can't understand her. Okay. Zhongli took a deep breath and then smiled again. Shall we go back and keep Enlei company? Yeah. When they returned to Enlei's room, Anne's father and Anne's mother had already left. There was a man inside Enlei's room. Enlei's ex-husband, He Shuai. Seeing He Shuai in the room, Zhongli rushed forward, standing in front of Enlei and shouting angrily, He Shuai, what are you trying to do? At this moment, Enlei smiled and said, I invited him here. Ah, Zhongli blinked. Are you trying to cuckold Xia Rufeng? Why would I? Enlei paused and then chuckled. My ex-husband could be considered my family, right? Without his blessing, how would I have this much luck today? He Shuai looked very awkward. Oh, you put it that way, it does make a lot of sense. Zhongli paused, and then gave He Shuai a thumbs up. Major He, thank you for gifting us such a beautiful woman. Enlei's eyes lit up. Our family? That sounds nice. Zhongli was a bit embarrassed. I didn't mean anything by that. It's just interpret it however you want. Enlei hugged Zhongli, chuckled, and said, Zhongli, stop being so awkward. Why don't we take this opportunity and marry Rufeng together? I refuse, Zhongli said immediately. Don't be so quick to refuse. Once you've experienced Rufeng's prowess and might, you'll change your mind. Enlei said, excitedly. Speaking as someone who has been there, I can guarantee that Rufeng will absolutely make you feel like you're in heaven. Anyway, I felt incredible. Zhongli's cheeks turned bright red. Enlei, your ex-husband is still here. Can you please stop saying these suggestive words? Give him some face. Enlei glanced at He Shuai, then grinned. No, you don't understand him. The more I say this, the more excited he gets. Ah, Zhongli blinked. What kind of psychology is that? I want to know too. Enlei said, looking at He Shuai. Hey, ex-husband, why do you get so excited when you hear about me sleeping with Xia Rufeng? He Shuai looked quite embarrassed and turned his head to the side, not saying a word. He also knew that his psychology was abnormal. But being called out like this in public by Enlei still made him embarrassed. I still have things to do. Goodbye. After saying that, He Shuai left in a hurry. Zhongli clicked her tongue. Wow, there really are all kinds of people in the world, right? Compared to a man like He Shuai, Xia Rufeng is actually super normal. 9 out of 10 men dream of having a harem. It's just that most of them don't have that ability, Enlei said. Zhongli rolled her eyes. Stop brainwashing me, I won't fall for it. Enlei shrugged her shoulders. You're really stubborn. Zhongli didn't say anything else. Her gaze fell in the direction of the Xia family home. She was silent, not knowing what she was thinking. Compared to the city lord's mansion, the Xia family home was even more lively. The big shots of the various legions had all arrived in Jiang City in advance. Qin Fen had brought Qin Yu. Xia Rufeng's former fiancé looked unwilling. She had clearly been brought here by Qin Fen against her will. Miss Qin Yu, why do you look so unhappy? Is it because you are regretting missing your marriage with me? Xia Rufeng teased. Qin Yu's face turned dark. Who's regretting anything? Don't be so narcissistic. I've said that I won't forgive a traitor to the country. Qinfen glared at his daughter, then said, "Don't talk nonsense. What do you mean by traitor to the country? His Majesty is a descendant of the royal ancestor, Emperor Li Tianmin. It's true that he is a descendant of the emperor, but Xia Rufeng has maternal lineage. The Dragon Nation's traditional inheritance is based on paternal lineage." "Qin Yu, I heard that you're a feminist?" Xia Rufeng asked suddenly. "What do you mean? You're emphasizing the paternal lineage so much. Does that fit your feminist views?" Xia Rufeng said. Qin Yu was speechless. In fact, in modern society, other countries had already had queens. For example, the distant country of Eagle had already allowed royal women to inherit the throne centuries ago. At that moment, Xia Rufeng patted Qin Yu's shoulder and said, "Whether you hate me or not, it doesn't matter. But you must remember the country may fall, but its mountains and rivers remain, and in the city at spring, plants and trees grow deep. The rise and fall of a nation is closely related to all of us. Therefore, once you've figured it out, go back to the army. The soldiers of the Eastern Legion need you. The Dragon Nation needs you." After saying this, Xia Rufeng left. Qin Yu stood there silently. At that moment, Qinfen said softly, "Qin Yu, His Majesty has only been in office for a few days, but he has already resolved the crisis of the three-nation alliance. Isn't that enough to prove his ability?" Qin Yu clenched her fists. It wasn't that she didn't know, it was just that, after a short pause, Qin Yu revealed a self-deprecating smile. "Perhaps Xia Rufeng is right. I'm just feeling regret." She looked at the festively decorated city, her expression absent. "If I hadn't broken off the engagement, would all of this red celebration be prepared for me tonight?" On the other side, Xia Rufeng didn't think too much. After bidding farewell to Qin Yu, he busied himself with greeting his guests. On the way, he encountered Sikong Xinglu, who was happily devouring the food that was set out in the courtyard. "Hey Xinglu, what are you doing?" Xia Rufeng asked. "I'm eating." "Wow, as expected of a royal chef, the snacks are really delicious," Sikong Xinglu said, looking like a food fanatic. "Smack!" Xia Rufeng smacked her head, looking annoyed. "Even he knows to greet the guests, but you're over here stealing food?" After saying that, Xia Rufeng sighed. They're clearly both daughters, but why is there such a big difference? Sikong Xinglu was frustrated. She felt like she was being insulted. Xia Rufeng was actually comparing her to a 4-year-old child, and she was even worse than the child. But after thinking about it, it seemed like what Xia Rufeng said wasn't wrong. "Hey, cheap dad," Sikong Xinglu said at that moment. "What is it? You still have the nerve to say me. I'm asking you, when do you plan to formally marry my mom? And Lei and my mom are clearly both your women, but why is there such a big difference in treatment?" Sikong Xinglu asked. Before Xia Rufeng could say anything, Su Ji walked over. Smack! She smacked Sikong Xinglu's head and said, annoyed, "Hurry up and go entertain the guests." "All right." Although Sikong Xinglu was unwilling, she went anyway. Su Ji then looked at Xia Rufeng and said with a smile, "Don't listen to that child's nonsense. To be honest, if you were to use this kind of spectacle to marry me, I'm afraid I would pack my bags and run away overnight." "Then what kind of spectacle would you like?" Xia Rufeng asked. Su Ji shook her head. "I don't need any kind of spectacle. Just being quietly by your side is enough. I'm old. I don't want to show off." Xia Rufeng was a little embarrassed. 40 years old isn't a big deal for a cultivator. He really didn't mind. After all, in his first life, his wife had been a reclusive, immortal empress. She had been hundreds of thousands of years old when they got married, and Xia Rufeng had only been a few thousand years old back then. Of course, although the other party was hundreds of thousands of years old, she didn't look old. She was still extremely beautiful. Su Ji also didn't look old. She looked to be about 30 years old. While they were chatting, a man walked over. It was Sikong Chi, the old ancestor of the Sikong family. Xia Rufeng had a bad impression of this person. He had forcibly abducted Su Ji and had also forced Sikong Xingya to become his concubine. Behind Sikong Chi was another man. It was Su Ji's ex-husband and the biological father of the Sikong sisters, Sikong Ming. Seeing Sikong Chi and Sikong Ming approach, Su Ji immediately took Xia Rufeng's arm, acting very intimate. Sikong Ming took a look and didn't say anything. Sikong Chi was indifferent to Su Ji and Xia Rufeng's ambiguous relationship. After all, he had already used Su Ji to exchange for something that was more valuable to him. It was the sword technique that Xia Rufeng had once used. He was ecstatic about this sword technique. However, he didn't know that the sword technique he valued so much was actually very ordinary in Xia Rufeng's hands. Congratulations to His Majesty on finding a beautiful wife, Sikong Chi said as he walked towards Xiao Rufeng. Shimin Xian, who was in charge of guarding nearby, kept a close eye on Sikong Chi. He could sense that Sikong Chi had probably reached the foundation building realm. However, Xiao Rufeng looked composed. With the defensive power of his Dantian black hole, Sikong Chi couldn't kill him in one shot. And as long as he couldn't kill him in one shot, then the next moment would be Xiao Rufeng's time to shine. Old Ancestor Sikong is being very generous. I didn't expect that you would personally come to my wedding, Xiao Rufeng said with a smile. As the new emperor's wedding, I must personally attend. Also, Sikong Chi paused, then said, I heard that the border has been unstable recently, and I would also like to share your majesty's burdens. Oh, you want to guard the border? If your majesty agrees to one thing, tonight I will lead the disciples of the Sikong family and set off for the border to defend your majesty against external enemies, Sikong Chi said. That's really great. Xiao Rufeng paused, then added, What is it you want? Sikong Chi raised his head to look at Xiao Rufeng and then said, I want to marry. Sikong Xingya. Chapter 142, Using her body as a bargaining chip. Sikong Xingya had just come out of the house carrying a fruit platter. Upon hearing those words, her hands shook, and the fruit platter fell directly to the ground. Crash! The fruit platter shattered, and the fruit rolled everywhere. I'm sorry, I'll clean it up right away. Sikong Xingya panicked, quickly gathering the pieces of the shattered platter. Suji, help Xingya clean up the broken pieces, Xiao Rufeng said. Yes. Suji didn't say anything, and left to do so. Xiao Rufeng then looked at Sikong Chi, his expression indifferent. Sikong Xingya is now my daughter. You want to make my daughter your concubine? Are you trying to slap me in the face? Am I, the new emperor of the Dragon Nation, so insignificant? No, I want to marry Sikong Xingya as my wife, Sikong Chi replied. Get lost, Xiao Rufeng said softly. Sikong Chi was a little surprised. He hadn't expected Xiao Rufeng to refuse. After all, with Xiao Rufeng's current power, what woman couldn't he get? Furthermore, according to traditional Dragon Nation customs, it was normal for men to have multiple wives. But taking both a mother and daughter was a taboo. Even the emperor was no exception. Since Xiao Rufeng had taken Suji, he definitely wouldn't marry her daughter. Then why would Xiao Rufeng refuse me? In Sikong Chi's opinion, this was a very good deal. Xiao Rufeng only needed to give him Sikong Xingya, who he didn't need, and in return, he would receive his loyalty and that of the entire Sikong clan. What a worthwhile trade. But he hadn't expected to be directly rejected by Xiao Rufeng. Your Majesty, would you like to reconsider? Sikong Chi said again. I think this is a very good Shimin Xian? Xiao Rufeng suddenly shouted loudly. Shimin Xian immediately arrived. He was emitting the aura of the foundation building realm. Sikong Chi also frowned slightly. Since your Majesty is unwilling to make this deal, then forget it. Sikong Ming, let's go. After saying that, Sikong Chi prepared to leave. At that moment, Xiao Rufeng suddenly grinned. Do you think I'd let a demon who's eyeing my daughter just leave? What do you mean? Xiao Rufeng clapped his hands. In an instant, the villa's automatic defense system was activated, and a large number of weapons were aimed at Sikong Chi. Sikong Chi's heart skipped a beat. He could sense a murderous aura coming from Xiao Rufeng. This guy is serious. Sikong Chi began to panic. Xiao Rufeng, are you crazy? If you kill me, the Sikong family will definitely avenge me. Then I'll kill them all, Xiao Rufeng said softly. Sikong Chi was speechless. Xiao Rufeng, do you want to kill someone on the eve of your wedding? Sikong Chi said, panicking. To protect my daughter, I would kill someone even on the day of my wedding. Xiao Rufeng paused and took another step forward. Shimin Xian immediately said, Your Majesty, you can't take another step forward. It's very dangerous. Back down, Xiao Rufeng replied. Shimin Xian's expression changed slightly. Your Majesty, this guy's cultivation aura is stronger than mine. He's estimated to have reached the mid-foundation building realm. You're not his match. Shimin Xian was thinking about it in conventional terms. Xiao Rufeng was at the 9th level of Qi gathering, not even at the peak. How could he possibly beat a strong cultivator in the mid-foundation building realm? The difference in realms was too vast. In fact, Shimin Xian felt that when he had fought with Xiao Rufeng that day, he might not have lost to Xiao Rufeng if he hadn't been too careless. In Shimin Xian's opinion, if Xiao Rufeng fought Sikong Chi one-on-one, he would definitely be killed. Back down, Xiao Rufeng said again. His voice became louder, and a powerful aura emanated from him. Xian actually felt suppressed by Xiao Rufeng's aura. He was shocked inside. He knew that Xiao Rufeng was only at the 9th level of Qi gathering, and he was already in the foundation-building realm. Clearly, his realm was higher, but he was actually being suppressed by Xiao Rufeng's aura. Yes, under Xiao Rufeng's aura, Xian had no choice but to clear the way. Xiao Rufeng continued to walk towards Sikong Qi. Sikong Qi's eyes flickered. At the moment Xiao Rufeng was near, he suddenly moved. His body left an afterimage on the spot, and his actual body had already circled behind Xiao Rufeng. He wanted to kidnap Xiao Rufeng and escape. But Sikong Qi missed, and he had only managed to grab Xiao Rufeng's afterimage. He was shocked inside. How fast? Isn't he only in the Qi gathering realm? Why is he so fast? Sikong Qi was very shocked. But Sikong Qi was quick to react and didn't dwell too much on this. He stretched out both hands, chanting a sword technique incantation, and dozens of long swords formed of spiritual energy appeared above Sikong Qi's head. Let's see how you dodge that. With Sikong Qi's finger pointed forward, the dozens of light swords in the void instantly stabbed at Xiao Rufeng. It was actually the sword technique that he had learned from Xiao Rufeng. The dozens of light swords locked onto Xiao Rufeng from all sides, making it seem as if there was nowhere to escape. Sikong Qi also began to shout madly, "Xiao Rufeng, you think you can kill me? Oh, Hodi!" Xiao Rufeng didn't say anything. Suddenly, a light burst forth from his body. Then, after the light dissipated, a worn and ancient sword appeared in Xiao Rufeng's hand. Everyone was stunned. What was that just now? Did Xiao Rufeng pull a sword out of his body? That's impossible. It's said that only spiritual swords of grade 3 or higher can be infused with blood and stored inside the body. But even grade 3 spiritual swords are a sect's most prized treasure on Earth. How could there possibly be such a thing on Blue Star? Of course, they didn't know the origin of this sword. Xiao Rufeng didn't either. He pulled it out of his Dantian black hole. Recently, as he had researched his Dantian black hole, he had discovered another advantage of it besides absorbing damage. That was that it could be used to retrieve treasures. If he was lucky, he might find a good spiritual artifact. But if he was unlucky, he might find a corpse. Whether it was a spiritual artifact or a corpse, they were probably things that had been swallowed by the black hole. Retrieving things from the Dantian black hole consumed spiritual energy. With Xiao Rufeng's current level of spiritual energy, he could retrieve things for only a few minutes each day. It was very difficult to find something good in such a short time. What Xiao Rufeng most wanted to retrieve was the remains of himself and his wife from his first life. And then there was the sword that he had used in his past life, a top-quality spiritual artifact called Ling Xiao. That sword was used by his creator godfather before he achieved the Great Tao. He had given the sword to Xiao Rufeng from his first life as a birthday gift. Unfortunately, when the super black hole in the Alpha Star system had swallowed the entire star system, that sword had been swallowed by the black hole as well. Xiao Rufeng also knew that it would be too difficult to retrieve that sword. Even if it could be found in the Dantian black hole, it was like trying to find a needle in a haystack. He knew that the black hole had swallowed trillions upon trillions of planets that year, not to mention just a single spiritual sword. Xiao Rufeng glanced at the spiritual sword in his hand. I'll just use this for now. Then, Xiao Rufeng took a deep breath. Then, with the spiritual sword in his hand, he swung it towards the sky. Instantly, a violent energy was released from Xiao Rufeng's spiritual sword, forming a dazzling ray of light in the sky, powerful and brilliant. Because the light was so dazzling, even the surrounding sky dimmed. It was as if that sword light was the only thing in the whole world. Then Xiao Rufeng lightly swung it. Instantly, a curved sword light swept across the void. Crack! Crack! Xiao Rufeng's one sword directly sliced through all of Sikong Qi's light swords. Sikong Qi was stunned. Why? Why can a Qi gathering realm cultivator's sword cut through my foundation building realm sword? Of course, he didn't know that the sword in Xiao Rufeng's hand was a third-grade spiritual artifact. With this sword, even cultivators in the late foundation building realm might not be Xiao Rufeng's match. Of course, that was if they didn't have a third-grade spiritual artifact or something more powerful. At this time, Sikong Qi finally regained his senses. When his attacks were easily broken by Xiao Rufeng, he knew that he was no match for Xiao Rufeng. Although he also felt very aggrieved. A strong cultivator in the mid-foundation building realm, was actually unable to defeat a weakling at the 9th level of Qi gathering. It was very embarrassing, but now is not the time to be concerned about that. Escape. I must escape. If I don't escape, I will die. Thus, Sikong Qi suddenly rushed towards Sikong Xingya, who was nearby. He wanted to break through using Sikong Xingya as a gap. But at this moment, clang! With a clear sound of a sword ringing out, the spiritual sword in Xia Rufeng's hand transformed into a ray of light, its speed astonishing. It gave Sikong Qi no opportunity to escape and pierced through Sikong Qi's body from behind. Sikong Qi died on the spot. The entire place fell silent. Gulp! Shimin Xian swallowed and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. He had thought that Xia Rufeng was weaker than him and that fighting Sikong Qi was tantamount to suicide. But the reality was that Xia Rufeng had easily defeated and killed Sikong Qi. If His Majesty had struck me with full force that day, I would probably be dead now. Thinking of this, Shimin Xian felt both fearful and a little lucky. It's a good thing I surrendered quickly. He was actually feeling a bit proud. At that moment, Xia Rufeng put away the Lingxiao sword, turned to look at Sikong Ming, and said softly, "Do you want to avenge your family's old ancestor?" Sikong Ming finally came to his senses. He immediately knelt down. "Our Sikong family swears our loyalty to your majesty." Sikong Ming was the type of person who was most adept at seeing which way the wind was blowing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have just stood by and watched as his wife was abducted by the old ancestor. Because he was clear that he was no match for the old ancestor. The result of resistance was death. And the situation now was similar. He also knew that the result of resisting Xia Rufeng was death. So, he chose loyalty. Xia Rufeng didn't say anything else, then turned to go to Sikong Xingya. "With me here, you don't have to be afraid," Xia Rufeng said with a smile. Sikong Xingya wiped away her tears, and then nodded. Xia Rufeng didn't say anything more, and turned to leave with Su Ji, holding her hand. Sikong Xingya watched this scene silently, not saying a word. Sikong Xinglu, who had just arrived, sighed. Sigh, poor sister. Fate sure likes to play tricks on people. This scene that had occurred at the Xia family home quickly spread throughout the world. In the information technology age, news spread very quickly. Furthermore, Xia Rufeng didn't stop the media from spreading the news. In fact, he even seemed to intentionally display his strength to the media. Xia Rufeng's solo kill of Sikong Qi had caused a huge shock throughout the world. Feng Kai, the princess of the Wolf Kingdom who had just arrived in Jiang City, also received information on this and was also quite shocked. She had heard that Xia Rufeng had once defeated an opponent with the equivalent strength of the early foundation building realm while only being in the 5th level of the Qi gathering realm in the Ocean Cup. However, that opponent had only been temporarily boosted by taking a forbidden drug and could not be considered a true cultivator in the foundation building realm. Furthermore, there was a big difference in fighting ability between the mid and early foundation building realms. But it was said that Xia Rufeng had easily killed his opponent in seconds. Just what kind of monster is that guy? Feng Kai's expression was solemn. In fact, she also had the ability to fight across realms. Although she was in the early foundation building realm, she could defeat a cultivator in the mid-foundation building realm, but she could not do so easily. She had originally planned to challenge Xia Rufeng to a duel during his wedding, and then defeat him in front of everyone. In this way, Xia Rufeng's authority would be swept away, and she could incite internal unrest within the Dragon Nation. But after learning that Xia Rufeng had killed Sikong Qi, Feng Kai had to abandon her plan. Damn it! At that moment, someone came over. Princess, an invitation. Who sent it? Empress Dowager Yuan Ling of the Crane Kingdom. Feng Kai's pupils shrank slightly. Her eyes flickered, and then she accepted the invitation. About half an hour later, Feng Kai arrived at a rather remote beach in Jiang City. Yuan Ling was already there. "Oh my, so you really came, Sister Feng Kai. Are you not afraid that I have set a trap?" Yuan Ling said with a smile. "If you really wanted to ambush me, you wouldn't have sent me an invitation." Feng Kai paused, looked at Yuan Ling, and then asked, "Why did you ally with Xia Rufeng?" Yuan Ling said, walking barefoot on the beach. "Feng Kai, how old are you this year?" 26 years old. "Why?" "To reach the foundation building realm at 26 years old, in a world as devoid of spiritual energy as Blue Star, you're definitely a top tier. Genius. But even the most powerful genius can't break through to the Golden Core realm on Blue Star. I feel very sorry for you," Yuan Ling said. "What exactly are you trying to say? If there is a way to leave Blue Star and go to Earth, would you go?" Yuan Ling asked. Feng Kai's eyes lit up, but then, remembering something, she became suspicious. Yuan Ling, you weren't tricked by Xia Rufeng, were you? Thousands of years ago, humans from Earth came to Blue Star completely by accident. They were caught in spatial turbulence. It was random and impossible to replicate. I want to take a gamble, Yuan Ling said. Feng Kai paused, looking at Yuan Ling, and then added, I'm not as naive as you, to be tricked by a promise with no proof. Yuan Ling smiled slightly. She stopped walking, then faced the sea and slowly extended her hand. Then, something astonishing happened before Feng Kai's eyes. The originally calm sea surface suddenly began to churn violently. Then the seawater parted in two. The magnificent scene left Feng Kai dumbfounded. What kind of spell is this? Based on her knowledge of water-based spells, she had never seen a spell like this before. Moreover, the power of this spell clearly exceeded the scope of Grade B. Could this be a Grade A spell? Feng Kai said. That's right. Yuan Ling paused, then continued, Xia Rufeng taught it to me. Feng Kai was speechless. Speaking of which, according to the information, Xia Rufeng seemed to use a spiritual sword today when he killed Sikong Chi. How could he have such a thing? You should know that the Earth cultivators who came to Blue Star thousands of years ago were only disciples with ordinary talent, not qualified to possess spiritual artifacts. Feng Kai's pupils contracted slightly. Just what kind of person is that guy? At that moment, Yuan Ling turned to look at Feng Kai and grinned. So, do you want to try and take a gamble too? Feng Kai's eyes flickered. She was a bit hesitant. After a short time, Feng Kai then looked at Xia Rufeng. What did he get from you? Yuan Ling smiled. What do you think? Your body. Yuan Ling was speechless. She didn't deny it, but looked at Feng Kai and chuckled. A woman's body has always been a good bargaining chip. Is it worth it to use my body in exchange for a high-grade spell and the possibility of going to Earth? Before Feng Kai could say anything, Yuan Ling then added, However, you are not suitable for using your body as a bargaining chip. After all, that guy is a sports fan. He likes women with big chests. Feng Kai was speechless. Her face darkened. Although she had a hot body, with a slender waist and a curvy bottom, her chest was flat. She was about on par with Xia Ruyan. Hey, don't look down on people. Truly powerful people don't try to cater to the other party's preferences, but change the other party's preferences. Feng Kai said with a dark face. It's just the two of us here. Let's stop deceiving ourselves. You also don't need to use your body as a bargaining chip. You have other bargaining chips. Yuan Ling paused, her tone becoming gentle. The Demon Beast Army. Feng Kai's face changed slightly. I don't know what you're talking about. Yuan Ling smiled. There are no walls that don't have cracks. 2,000 years ago, the emperor of the Heavenly Qin Empire, Ing, swept across the world with the help of a Demon Beast Legion. But after that, the Demon Beast Legion suddenly disappeared, and no concrete written records were left behind. All books recording the Demon Beast Legion were modified. The Demon Beast Legion had become a myth. She paused, looking at Feng Kai. I know that you, the people of the Wolf Kingdom, worship the Phoenix, but I didn't expect that you would actually revive the Demon Beast Legion. No wonder you're so confident that you can unify the world. Feng Kai didn't say anything. After a moment, she said softly, That's right, our Wolf Kingdom does have a Demon Beast Legion. To be boastful but honest, no one is our match. If Xia Rufeng is sensible, he will submit to our Wolf Kingdom. Otherwise, once our Demon Beast Legion is deployed, the Dragon Nation will instantly become a living hell. When she said this, Feng Kai stood up straight. She radiated immense confidence. 2,000 years ago, the first emperor, Ing, had relied on his Demon Beast Legion to sweep across the world and unify it. And 2,000 years later, it was her turn to command the Demon Beast Legion, sweep across the world, and build a unified empire. Recreating the great deeds of the first emperor had always been her greatest dream. However, Feng Kai would never dream that Xia Rufeng's second life was as a Peng Demon Clan member, and that he was extremely adept at controlling demon beasts. Chapter 143. Before the wedding? So, the negotiation failed? Yuan Ling asked. Yes. Feng Kai paused, looked at Yuan Ling, and then said, So, are you going to kill me here? She knew that Yuan Ling was a powerful cultivator in the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm. If Yuan Ling really decided to kill her here, Feng Kai would have no chance of escaping. Yuan Ling smiled faintly. Why would I do that? You trusted me enough to come here for this meeting. I, and Xiao Ruffeng for that matter, are both forthright people and wouldn't resort to such despicable tricks. She paused, then added, since we can't cooperate, then let us meet on the battlefield. With that, Yuan Ling left. Feng Kai stood there for a long time before returning to her hotel. We're leaving, Feng Kai said immediately after returning to the hotel. Her attendants were confused. Where to? Back to Xiling, Feng Kai said. Xiling was a major military stronghold on the border of the Wolf Kingdom. The main force of the Wolf Kingdom's invasion of the Dragon Kingdom was stationed there. But tomorrow is His Majesty Xia Rufeng's wedding. We're not attending. War is about to begin, Feng Kai said calmly. Meanwhile, on the other side, is that so? She refused, Xia Rufeng said. Yes. I'm sorry, Yuan Ling said. Xia Rufeng smiled. You didn't do anything wrong. But not being able to prevent the war is my fault. The Wolf Kingdom is a major military power, and they have a beast army. Even if our two kingdoms form an alliance, we might not win, and war will inevitably lead to widespread devastation, Yuan Ling said. Xia Rufeng reached out and patted Yuan Ling's head, smiling. It's okay, I'll handle it. Yuan Ling was internally having a small meltdown. This Xia Rufeng, I'm older than you, and you're patting me on the head like I'm a kid. However, before she could explode, Xia Rufeng stretched and then smiled. Off to work. What to do? To conquer the Wolf Kingdom before the wedding tomorrow, Xia Rufeng said. Yuan Ling. Just now, Yuan Ling was only annoyed that Xia Rufeng was being disrespectful. But now, she was starting to think there was something wrong with Xia Rufeng's brain. Among the 7 existing countries on Blue Star, the one with the strongest overall military strength was undoubtedly the Lion Kingdom, which occupied a continent by itself. Overall military strength consisted of 2 parts, military technology and martial arts strength. In terms of military technology, the Lion Kingdom was far ahead. The Dragon Kingdom ranked second in overall strength, with a more balanced development of technology and martial arts. The Wolf Kingdom's military strength ranked third. The Wolf Kingdom's military technology was actually quite average, but the nation's martial arts were extremely flourishing. Because it was a theocratic nation, it had been influenced by the church for a long time. The soldiers' fighting spirit was also quite strong. But that wasn't the most terrifying thing about the Wolf Kingdom. The most terrifying thing about the Wolf Kingdom was that they seemed to be secretly breeding a beast army. Legend has it that 2,000 years ago, the first emperor unified Blue Star for the first time, thanks to the help of a large beast army. But after unifying the world and the establishment of the Tianqin Empire, these beast armies that once dominated the seas suddenly disappeared overnight. Another millennium passed. Due to a lack of historical data, most people on Blue Star thought the beast army was just a legend. But the Wolf Kingdom was different. It was founded relatively late, about 1,000 years ago. It was a new religious nation. Unlike the people of other countries on Blue Star, they worshipped the demon race and firmly believed in the rumors about the existence of demons and beasts. In recent years, intelligence personnel from various countries had indeed discovered that the Wolf Kingdom might be secretly breeding a large number of beasts. If this news was true, then the military strength of the Wolf Kingdom would likely surpass the Dragon Kingdom, even surpassing the Lion Kingdom, and become the strongest military force on Blue Star. Xia Rufeng said he was going to conquer such a nation in one night. Yuan Ling couldn't find any reason to convince herself to believe him. Just then, Xia Rufeng added, well then, see you later. Then, Xia Rufeng left. It was 7 p.m. in Dragon Kingdom time. Then, Xia Rufeng flew directly from the Jiangqing military base in a 5th-generation supersonic stealth fighter towards the west. The speed of ordinary civil aviation is generally 800 to 1,000 kilometers per hour, while the speed of 5th-generation supersonic fighters can reach 3,000 kilometers. Xia Rufeng only needed 2 hours to reach Yicheng, which was nearly 6,000 kilometers from Jiangqing on the western border. Yicheng was located on the border of the Dragon Kingdom, and like Xiling in the Wolf Kingdom, it was a major military stronghold. Xia Rufeng did not linger there for long. After refueling, he took off again and directly crossed the border with the Wolf Kingdom into Wolf territory. Xia Rufeng's actions were extremely bold. He was confident that the Wolf Kingdom's modern military technology was average and that they had no means of detecting stealth fighters, which allowed him to enter the Wolf Kingdom's airspace blatantly. 9 Peaks Mountain in the Wolf Kingdom. This was a vast mountain range located within the Wolf Kingdom. Among this vast mountain range, towering peaks surrounded the sky, and the verdant trees and lush grass among the mountains were like a dense forest. Looking down from the air, the wildflowers and herbs covering the mountains were like colorful ribbons, bright and colorful. In the mountains, a huge waterfall hung from a cliff, like a belt descending from the sky, falling almost vertically, with water splashing and echoing throughout the valley. It was magnificent and spectacular. This was the holy land of the Wolf Kingdom, and also a forbidden area. Not only foreigners, but even the residents of the Wolf Kingdom were forbidden from approaching it. On the surface, it was because the founding pope of the Wolf Kingdom was buried there, making it a holy land. But in fact, this was just a way to cover up the Wolf Kingdom's biggest secret. That was behind the waterfall in the mountain, there was a hidden realm. A secret realm was an independent space divided into many types. There were secret realms formed naturally, and there were also secret realms created by humans using great spatial abilities. However, secret realms were just a legend on Blue Star. However, in this Nine Peaks mountain behind this waterfall, there was indeed a secret realm. And that secret realm was where the beast army, secretly bred by the Wolf Kingdom, was located. At this moment, within the secret realm, a beast emitting flames was roaring toward the sky. Its body was like a burning fire, but it strangely did not emit a trace of heat, instead seeming to contain a calm power. Its eyes in the flames were as fiery as the sun, and its fiery mane stretched like golden threads on its back, every hair emitting a captivating light. This type of beast was a fire-type fire Kirin. Although fire Kirins were actually very low-ranking existences among the Kirin family, in this lower plane, they were definitely considered powerful among the demon race. When the fire Kirin stood up, it was like a majestic fiery tower, making it difficult to look at directly. At the fire Kirin's feet, several humans were shivering. They actually all had the level of a 9th-tier martial artist, but under the pressure of this fire demon's aura, they were unable to even stand up. At this moment, the fire Kirin lowered its head, its eyes falling on the humans in front of it. It let out a low growl again. The humans were so scared they wet their pants on the spot. Just then, another man walked over. "Senior Kirin, please calm your anger," he said, looking at the fire Kirin. "Since His Majesty the Pope has promised you all to break the seal and let you regain your freedom, he will definitely do it." At this time, another beast flew over. Its body was like a bird-shaped elf, petite and exquisite. Its snow-white fur was crystal clear, like white jade, and long feathers extended from the top of its head, like soft silk stroking the air. This small bird had a mysterious light in its eyes, its wings flicking gently, rising up like a little fairy. "Greetings, Senior Tianqin," the man said respectfully. There were about 100,000 beasts living in this secret realm. Among them, more than 100 had opened their intelligence and advanced to become demons. And among these, the 5 demon kings were the most powerful. The fire Kirin just now, and the small figure in front of him, resembling a bird elf, were all among them. Among the 5 demon kings, the demon called Tianqin had the highest intelligence. Only it had given itself a name. Not only could it understand human language, it could even speak it. Most terrifyingly, it could also sing. Its singing had a strong hypnotic effect and could put its enemies to sleep. Our demon race was betrayed by humans 2,000 years ago. Our ancestors helped that human unify the world, but he tricked our ancestors into coming here and sealed them up. So, we don't trust humans, Tianqin said. "I know this story, but we are not the first emperor. We will absolutely not betray you," the man said. "That's good." Tianqin paused, then added, "So, when do you plan to let us out?" "The conditions we discussed before. To help you conquer the world?" "Yes." "No problem." Tianqin paused, then added, "Don't worry. We demons are not like you humans. We are trustworthy." "That's good." So, Tianqin's eyes suddenly turned cold. "When exactly will the war begin?" The man's scalp tingled. "I'll call and ask." Then the man left the secret realm and made a call. A little while later, the call was connected. "Hello," Feng Kai's voice rang out. "Princess, when are we going to start the war? The beasts are almost at their limit. If we don't let them out soon, I'm afraid they'll riot. Although the secret realm has a seal, it has been 2,000 years. After all, and the seal's effectiveness definitely isn't as strong as it was back then. If these beasts break free of the seal on their own, then our Wolf Kingdom will be the first to suffer," the man said. Feng Kai pondered slightly, then a resolute look flashed in her eyes. "Tomorrow, when the Dragon Kingdom's new emperor, Xiao Rufeng, gets married, we will prepare to launch an attack. You have the demon race get ready to fight, Feng Kai said. Yes. Then, the man returned to the secret realm and told them what was going on. The demons who understood human language immediately became agitated, and a terrifying aura spread throughout the secret realm. The man felt like his heart was about to explode from the aura. He was extremely shocked. He was already at the peak of the 9th level of chi condensation. But under the aura of these beasts, he was even having difficulty breathing. If these 100,000 monsters are released, the man's heart skipped a beat. Can we really control them? Those beasts that haven't awakened their intelligence are easier to deal with. We can even use food to make them work for us. But the problem is those who have awakened their intelligence and evolved from beasts into demons. On Blue Star, no humans can control demons. Just then, Chapter 144, the Beast Army submits. Boom! A violent explosion sounded outside. What happened? Tianqin said. I don't know. I'll go take a look. With that, the man quickly left the secret realm. As soon as he left the secret realm, the man was immediately captured. It was Xiao Rufeng. The Wolf Kingdom was extremely strict in defending Nine Peaks Mountain. Not only did they set up heavy guard posts on the ground, they also deployed a barrier against air threats. But Xiao Rufeng directly used his fighter jet to accelerate and crash into the barrier, causing a massive explosion and successfully breaking it. Of course, before the impact, Xiao Rufeng had already ejected from the fighter jet. After the barrier was broken, Xiao Rufeng came in. He happened to see someone coming out from behind the waterfall, and he easily captured them. After an interrogation, Xiao Rufeng was surprised to learn that the secret realm sealing the beasts was behind the waterfall. Before this, Xiao Rufeng had already learned from Aiko that the Wolf Kingdom's beast army was likely hidden in Nine Peaks Mountain. It had to be said, this woman Aiko's intelligence skills were truly strong. She was sent to the Wolf Kingdom by Lin Sheng to investigate a few days ago. In a short period of time, she discovered the location of the beast army. Originally, Xiao Rufeng had some doubts, but now it seemed that Aiko's information was correct. A little while later, under Xiao Rufeng's threats, the man named Mo Shang was forced to enter the secret realm with Xiao Rufeng. It couldn't be said to be forced. He did it on purpose. He knew that he couldn't defeat Xiao Rufeng outside, so he wanted to lead Xiao Rufeng into the secret realm to have the beast kill him. After Xiao Rufeng entered the secret realm, the unfamiliar aura immediately alerted many of the beasts. A frost serpent slithered over. Its body was as soft as silk, covered with ice crystal-like scales, each one emitting a pale, cold light. The frost serpent's eyes contained a clear coldness, and its tail was like a cold, sharp blade. As it slashed through the air, it brought a blast of cold wind. Its agile figure was hidden in the ice, like the ruler of a frozen world. It was also one of the 5 demon kings in the secret realm. It didn't seem to like the aura on Xiao Rufeng and let out a horrifying screech with its huge, gaping maw. At this time, Mo Shang suddenly shouted, "This man is an enemy. Kill him quickly." As soon as the frost serpent heard this, it instantly opened its bloody maw and bit at Xiao Rufeng. Its snake body was huge, but its movements were very fast. But it missed. The frost serpent seemed a little embarrassed and angry. First, it spat out a breath of cold air, freezing Xiao Rufeng, and then pounced on Xiao Rufeng again. But this time Xiao Rufeng did not dodge. He stood there, watching the frost serpent bite towards him. Seeing this scene, Mo Shang grinned. Overestimating yourself. Although the frost serpent's combat power is not outstanding among the 5 demon kings, it is still equivalent to the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm of humans. How could a guy in the chi condensation realm be its opponent? Then, in the next moment, a scene that baffled Mo Shang took place. The frost serpent's speed slowed down as it pounced towards Xiao Rufeng. It was as if it was the one who had been frozen, not Xiao Rufeng. If Mo Shang could see the frost serpent's eyes at this moment, he would probably be even more surprised, because the frost serpent's eyes were clearly filled with fear. It was afraid of Xiao Rufeng. Why? He's just a human in the chi condensation realm. I've already frozen him. I just need to pounce over and devour him. Humans are still quite delicious. But why is my soul trembling? Why don't I even dare to look him in the eyes? Since awakening its intelligence, it was the first time the frost serpent had encountered a human who made it feel afraid. The frost serpent had already stopped moving when it was still more than 10 meters away from Xiao Rufeng. Hey, frost serpent, what are you doing? At this time, a beast that exuded lightning came over. It was a thunder beast, and its body was huge like a mountain peak. Lightning flashed in its deep eyes, and its teeth were like sharp blades. The Thunder Beast's mane was as hard as iron, and arcs of electricity surrounded the hair, occasionally emitting low rumbles. When the Thunder Beast stepped on the ground, it was as if thunder was exploding on the ground, inspiring awe. Thunder Beast, be careful, this guy is a bit strange. Another beast came over at this moment. This was a ghost wolf, shrouded in deep black mist with a mysterious aura that always followed it. The ghost wolf's fur was as black as night, and its eyes had a strange glow. It moved with extreme agility, as if it could shuttle through the darkness, approaching its target silently. When it howled, the whole world seemed to be swallowed by darkness. The Thunder Beast and Ghost Wolf were also among the 5 demon kings of the secret realm. "Let's attack together," the Ghost Wolf said. "No need a little human in the chi condensation realm. I can just stomp him to death with 1 foot." The Thunder Beast didn't take it seriously and was the first to pounce on Xia Rufeng. But like the Frost Serpent, as soon as it entered the range of 100 meters of Xia Rufeng, its soul began to tremble, and its movements began to slow down. In the end, like the Frost Serpent, it stopped 10 meters away from Xia Rufeng, not daring to get closer. This scene completely shocked Mo Shang. It also made Tianqin, who had the highest intelligence, feel curious. Interesting. It then tried to fly closer to Xia Rufeng. But like the Frost Serpent and the Thunder Beast, the closer it got to Xia Rufeng, the more afraid its soul became. What exactly is... Among the 5 demon kings, the one with the most explosive temper was definitely the Fire Kirin. But the Fire Kirin, which originally had the most explosive temper, was very quiet at this moment. It looked at Xia Rufeng, its eyes filled with doubt and confusion. At this time, Xia Rufeng easily dissolved the Frost Serpent's freezing effect and came to the Fire Kirin. Seeing this, Mo Shang immediately shouted, "Senior Fire Kirin, kill him quickly." But the Fire Kirin didn't move. Xia Rufeng looked at the Fire Kirin in front of him, his expression also somewhat emotional. Now, there were beasts everywhere on Earth, and there were even many beast-taming sects. But before this, there were no beasts on Earth. The beasts on Earth were created by himself. In his second life, as a member of the heavenly Peng Demon clan, even on the Demon Island where divine beasts were as common as dogs, he was among the top races. Among the 4 sky-level divine beasts, the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Xuanwu, and Sizu, the number 1 beast race was the heavenly Peng divine beast. Not only that, he also possessed the creation ability that other Peng races did not have. He could turn ordinary animals into beasts. At the time, he didn't understand why he had such heaven-defying power. Now that he thought about it, it was probably because he was the son of the creator god. In short, the demon race of Earth was created by him. And the first beast he created was the Fire Kirin. He used the bodies of several Earth animals, such as cows, tigers, and sheep, to restructure the body, and then endowed it with demonic power and helped it awaken its intelligence. Of course, this Fire Kirin in front of him was not the one Xia Rufeng had created back then, but it should be its descendant. After he self-destructed, he left behind a large beast army. This beast army either died in battle, fled, or was domesticated by humans. Although he didn't know how they came to Blue Star, his soul and these beasts had a connection. So, he was sure that these beasts must have come from Earth. Humans were very attached to the first thing they owned. Xia Rufeng was no exception. Under the stunned gazes of Mo Shang and a group of beasts, Xia Rufeng directly jumped onto the Fire Kirin's back, then reached out and stroked the Fire Kirin's forehead. The action was like petting his pet dog. This was something that no beast with awakened intelligence could tolerate or accept. Not to mention the Fire Kirin, which was a demon king and also had an explosive temper. But surprisingly, the Fire Kirin was not angry, and even closed its eyes, looking like it was enjoying it. "Hey, Fire Kirin, what are you doing?" Even Tianqin couldn't stand it anymore. The Fire Kirin slowly opened its eyes, looked at Tianqin, and said in beast language, "You can't hurt this person." "Why?" "I don't know, but my soul is willing to submit to him," the Fire Kirin said. Everyone, "Fire Kirin, are you crazy? You want to submit to a human?" And a weak little guy in the chi condensation realm. The Thunder Beast also felt incredible. At this moment, Xia Rufeng looked at the Thunder Beast and smiled. "Do you want to submit?" "Umph, don't even think about it. I, the Thunder Beast, am a proud demon race and would never submit to a human," the Thunder Beast said. "Is that so?" Then, Xia Rufeng's eyes suddenly turned blood red. He reached out with a detached expression and said calmly, "Since you won't submit willingly, then I will force you to submit." The Thunder Beast roared and charged towards Xiao Rufeng directly. "Kneel!" Xiao Rufeng shouted angrily. Then a scene that stunned everyone happened. The Thunder Beast that was just roaring was now kneeling down. Tianqin's face changed drastically. "This is spirit language?" She looked extremely shocked. "How is it possible? There is only one person who can use spirit language on demons. That is the Prung demon who created us. And the Prung demon self-destructed 10,000 years ago." Huh. At this time, Tianqin thought of something again, her expression startled. Could it be that this person is the reincarnation of the Prung demon? At this time, the other demon kings also realized this. They all knelt down in unison. Seeing that the demon kings were all kneeling, the ordinary beasts were confused, but they also followed suit and knelt down. More than 100,000 beasts kneeling neatly in unison. This scene directly scared Mo Shang silly. Why? What's going on? A little while later, Xiao Rufeng learned from Tianqin about the Wolf Kingdom Princess plan to release the Beast Army. At this time, someone else came in from outside. "Sir Mo Shang, Princess Feng Kai is here, inquiring about the attack on Nine Peaks Mountain." As he spoke, the man started to feel that something was not right. But before he could run out, he was thrown out by the frost serpent's tail and fainted on the spot. Xiao Rufeng, sitting on the fire Kirin's back, also stretched and grinned. "Well then, let's go out and welcome Her Highness the Princess together." Chapter 145. It must be a miracle. Just then, ripples appeared at the sealed exit, and Feng Kai, dressed in military attire and with a heroic aura, led her personal guards into the secret realm. Feng Kai had often visited the secret realm before. She had even grown up there as a child. It was also Feng Kai who negotiated with the 5 demon kings to exchange their freedom for aid in the war. Therefore, she didn't think that the beasts in the secret realm would attack her. The beasts in the secret realm indeed didn't attack her, but Feng Kai looked at Xiao Rufeng, who was sitting on the fire Kirin, a little confused for a moment, not reacting. "Oh my, isn't this Princess Feng Kai of the Wolf Kingdom? Are you here to visit me?" Xiao Rufeng said with a chuckle. At this moment, Feng Kai finally came back to her senses. How are you here?" Feng Kai said in shock. "Oh, I heard you have a beast army. I came over to take a look and help you inspect the goods," Xiao Rufeng said with a light smile. Only then did Feng Kai notice that Xiao Rufeng was currently riding on the back of the fire Kirin. This shocked her greatly. She was very clear about the fire Kirin's temper. Among the 5 demon kings, the Thunder Beast had a bad enough temper, but compared to the fire Kirin, it was far behind. When the fire Kirin lost its temper, it would recognize no one. Whether human or beast, it would just start killing. Over the years, countless humans and beasts had died at the hands of the fire Kirin. But, looking at Xiao Rufeng sitting on the fire Kirin's back, Feng Kai's mind buzzed, and she was a bit overwhelmed. At this moment, Feng Kai's personal guard captain was the first to react. She grabbed Feng Kai and instantly retreated, leaving the secret realm. "Princess, princess." The guard captain called out to Feng Kai. After calling for a long time, Feng Kai finally came back to her senses. The guard captain also breathed a sigh of relief. She paused, her expression grave, and said, "Princess, it seems that Xiao Rufeng has already subdued the beasts in the secret realm." Impossible. Feng Kai's emotions were a little out of control. "When I was very young, I was sent to the secret realm. I lived there with those beasts for many years, and many of my skills were taught by them. I understand them. They are unruly and difficult to control. How could they pledge allegiance to a stranger overnight?" Impossible. I don't want to believe it either. But you've noticed it too, right? Whether it's the fire Kirin or the other demon kings, they're all standing very respectfully behind Xiao Rufeng. Shut up. Feng Kai's mentality was collapsing. In fact, she could also see that these beasts were very respectful to Xiao Rufeng. And she had lived with the beasts for so many years, even proactively offering to let the beasts gain their freedom under certain conditions. But despite this, she had never felt any respect from these beasts. Why? Why is this happening? At this time, the guard captain persuaded, "Princess, actually this is a good thing. Now, Xiao Rufeng and those beasts are all trapped in the secret realm. The Dragon Kingdom is currently leaderless, which is a good time for us to send out our troops." Feng Kai's emotions slowly calmed down. She looked at the secret realm and used her voice transmission to say, "Xiao Rufeng, since you've walked right into our trap, Then you and the beasts can be sealed in here together. Your country, I'll take it. Princess, I advise you not to have such thoughts, because you will regret it. Xiao Rufing's voice came from inside the secret realm. What? You can still get out of there. Inside the secret realm. Xiao Rufing grinned. That's hard to say. Then, Xiao Rufing bit his finger and placed the injured finger on the barrier and seal at the exit of the secret realm. Then an astonishing scene occurred. The sealing energy madly entered Xiao Rufing's body through his injured finger, and then was absorbed by the black hole in his dantian. Now, Xiao Rufing's use of the black hole in his dantian was becoming increasingly refined. The black hole in his dantian could absorb the energy entering Xiao Rufing's body. Whether it was spiritual energy or sealing energy, it could all be devoured. This was the nature of a black hole. The essence of cultivation was all about nourishing the dantian. Ordinary people absorbed spiritual energy to nourish their dantian and then improve their realm. Upon reaching the golden core realm, a golden core would appear in the dantian. Upon reaching the nascent soul realm, the golden core in the dantian would transform into a nascent soul. And Xiao Rufing was the same. Most of the spiritual energy was absorbed by the dantian, except his dantian was a black hole. Others did not dare to absorb toxic energy or destructive energy, but Xiao Rufing's black hole in his dantian didn't discriminate. It would eat anything. A moment later, with a loud boom, before Feng Kai's stunned eyes, the seal at the secret realm's exit shattered. Then, accompanied by deafening sounds, the 5 demon kings were the first to emerge from the secret realm, and behind them were more than 100,000 massive and terrifying beast troops. Just that aura alone seemed like it could shake the earth, and Xiao Rufing was still sitting on the back of the fire Kirin. Feng Kai, I'll ask you one last time, will you submit to me? Xiao Rufing said calmly. At this moment, he was powerful, like a king looking down upon the world. It made people seem to vaguely see the first Emperor Ing, who once unified the world. After a long while, Feng Kai finally came back to her senses from the shock. She knelt on one knee before Xiao Rufing, her head lowered. My wolf kingdom is willing to submit to His Majesty Xiao Rufing. Between dignity and reason, Feng Kai chose reason. Although the military force of the wolf kingdom could annihilate this beast army, it would require an extremely great price. Moreover, as a theocratic nation, the demon race was originally the country's symbolic totem of faith. Now starting a war with the demon race, many civilians would probably not be willing. And even if they won, the wolf kingdom would inevitably be greatly weakened. And a weakened wolf kingdom would still be swallowed up in this era. Xiao Rufing grinned. A wise choice. Now, inside the wolf kingdom, although the Pope remained, the power was already in the hands of Feng Kai. Including the wolf kingdom's most elite force, the First Army Group, was also under Feng Kai's control. It could be said that Feng Kai's surrender was equivalent to the wolf kingdom's surrender. And this was the case. A few hours after Feng Kai surrendered, the wolf kingdom's government issued a declaration of surrender late at night. The wolf kingdom surrendered to the dragon kingdom, and the wolf kingdom's army and territory would all be merged into the dragon kingdom. Even though the declaration was issued late at night, it quickly shocked the entire world. The high-ranking officials of the Elephant Kingdom were completely dumbfounded. They also didn't understand how the Wolf Kingdom, which was still organizing a 3-nation alliance to divide the Dragon Kingdom not long ago, had suddenly fallen overnight. Clearly, satellite intelligence hadn't shown any large-scale military action by the Dragon Kingdom. This declaration was so outrageous that most people thought the Wolf Kingdom government's official media account had been hacked. But soon after, the Wolf Kingdom's royal family, the Pope, First Princess Feng Kai, and the new Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom, Xiao Rufing, all appeared on the scene. Under the witness of the media, the two sides formally signed a territorial merger agreement. The agreement clearly stated that all of the Wolf Kingdom's army would be incorporated into the Dragon Kingdom. The former First Princess Feng Kai of the Wolf Kingdom would continue to serve as the commander-in-chief of the Wolf Kingdom's most elite First Army Group, directly under the command of Xiao Rufing. The Wolf Kingdom's royal family no longer existed. Only the sacred demon church was retained. At the same time, the Dragon Kingdom side promised to treat the residents of the Wolf Kingdom well and consider them as equal citizens of the new empire. After the merger agreement was signed, the scene of a beast army surging out of Nine Peaks Mountain shocked the world. Accompanied by the howls of beasts from Nine Peaks Mountain, countless beasts of different shapes and sizes rushed out from the hidden places in the mountains. Some flapping their wings and some galloping, chasing after each other in all directions. And the resonance caused by their steps directly made the entire mountain vibrate. The overlapping howls were mixed with deafening roars, and the entire scene looked extremely magnificent. This was the first time in 2,000 years that the media of various countries had witnessed beasts, and even a whole group of beasts. The impact that this type of species, which was originally living in myths, had on the world when it first appeared on camera was unimaginable. After the news spread, except for the Dragon Kingdom, the Wolf Kingdom, and the Sparrow Kingdom, the other 4 countries fell into panic. In this atmosphere, Jiangcheng welcomed the sunrise. Jiangcheng, a hotel. Yuan Ling stood on the hotel balcony. She was not in the mood to enjoy the sunrise, but looked to the west instead. Her expression still looked shocked. He did it. He actually conquered a country all by himself. Although Yuan Ling was smart, her brain cells were unable to process so many things. Jiangcheng, the city lord's mansion. Zhang Li only found out after waking up that Xiao Rufeng had single-handedly taken down the Wolf Kingdom last night, and she also didn't know what to say for a while. At this time, Zhang Yi ran over, looking very excited. Mom, did you see the news? Dad conquered a country all by himself. Dad is so amazing. The little girl's eyes were shining, filled with admiration. At this time, Zhang Yi also said, Mom is also amazing for finding such an amazing husband. He's not my husband. Zhang Li paused, her expression a little emotional. To be fair, she gave Xiao Rufeng Zhang Yi, but this had little to do with her foresight. 5 years ago, she was just jogging at night when suddenly someone dragged her into a small woods and raped her, and then she got pregnant. The only thing she did was not abort the child and insisted on giving birth to her. But these things couldn't be told to her child. At this time, Bai Bing came over. Sister Zhang Li, the people coming to pick up the bride will be here soon. Let's put on our bridesmaid dresses, Bai Bing said. Zhang Li hesitated a little. Bridesmaids are all required to be unmarried. Although I'm not married, I've given birth to a child. Is it appropriate? Zhang Li said. Whether it's appropriate or not, it's not up to others to decide. It's up to Sister and Lei. She wants you to be a bridesmaid. She said if you don't want to wear a bridesmaid's dress, then wear a wedding dress. I'll wear it. I'll wear the bridesmaid dress, Zhang Li quickly said. About half an hour later, in the sky, hundreds of fighter jets roared past over the city lord's mansion and scattered confetti. On the ground, a procession of over 100 tanks and armored vehicles slowly drove from the city lord's mansion. The streets along the way were filled with people offering congratulations and watching the spectacle. Damn, this is the most hardcore bride pickup I've ever seen. As expected of our emperor, compared to his majesty conquering a country alone overnight. All of this is just small fry. Long live your majesty. After the armored vehicle procession arrived at the city lord's mansion, Zhang Li and Lei were also shocked. She didn't know that Xiao Rufeng would use tanks to pick up his bride before. My husband is really exaggerated. Although she said this, she felt very sweet in her heart. A little while later, amidst the cheers of the crowd, Xiao Rufeng walked over wearing a groom's suit. He came in front of Lei, looked at her, and smiled. You, wearing a wedding dress, look like a fairy who has descended to the mortal world. And Lei didn't speak. She looked at Xiao Rufeng, and tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. Xiao Rufeng was immediately at a loss. Why are you crying? It's a happy day. I'm just happy. I never thought I would have such a day. And Lei said through tears. These were her heartfelt words. She really never imagined that she would become the woman of the empire's emperor. A few months ago, she was still thinking about how to survive as a divorced woman with a child. And now, the new emperor of the empire was coming to marry her in a war vehicle. The whole world was watching her. This was such an honor. This was the thing that many women dreamed of. This was something that Lei never dared to dream of, even after thinking it through. But it had happened. This must be a miracle. Chapter 146. If anyone dares to sleep with you, I will kill him. Zhang Li, dressed in a bridesmaid's gown, stood nearby, her expression somewhat complicated. In fact, she also understood in her heart. If she let go of her inner reservations and was willing to share Xiao Rufeng with other women, she could also receive such a grand arrangement, maybe even more extravagant. But this was not something that could be accepted just like that. If she could not accept this fact from the bottom of her heart and only agreed reluctantly, she would only make herself even more miserable. At this moment, Xiao Rufeng turned to look at Zhang Li again. Why are you looking at me? Zhangli glared at Xiao Rufeng. I was just thinking, you would also look very beautiful in a wedding dress, Xiao Rufeng said with a smile. Forget it. Wearing a wedding dress is the same as losing freedom. I won't be able to casually date men anymore, Zhangli said. Hey! Xiao Rufeng looked bitter and said, Are you going to make me wear a green hat? Zhangli rolled her eyes at Xiao Rufeng. I'm not your woman. I don't care. Anyway, if anyone dares to sleep with you, I will kill him, Xiao Rufeng said. Unreasonable. Whatever you say. With that, Xiao Rufeng took in Lei's hand and left. Zhangli stood in place. Although she had an unhappy expression on her face, her heart was a little sweet. At this time, Bai Bing came over and said, Sister Zhangli, do you have someone you like? How could I? That guy is watching me so closely. I'd have to have a chance to find a man, too. Zhangli paused, then complained, I'm not even his woman, yet I have to follow his every whim. That's so unreasonable. Although it was a complaint, her tone didn't seem to really dislike it. At this moment, someone came over. Both of you bridesmaids, hurry up and follow the bride. Okay. The Xia family residence. At this moment, the Xia family was very quiet. In the Xia family's courtyard, Yuan Ling and Feng Kai were standing together. The heads of the other 4 nations hadn't come. Instead, their ambassadors to the Dragon Kingdom had arrived. The 4 ambassadors to the Dragon Kingdom sat together, all with grave expressions. They had to be grave. The Wolf Kingdom's sudden surrender was like dropping a depth charge on Blue Star's political landscape. Originally, the Dragon Kingdom's overall military strength ranked second. Now, it had absorbed all of the military strength of the Wolf Kingdom, which ranked third, plus their ally, the Sparrow Kingdom, and the Beast Army that had appeared in the Wolf Kingdom. Even if the other 4 countries formed an alliance, their strength could only barely match the current Dragon Kingdom. Among those present, the ambassador of the Bear Kingdom was under the greatest pressure. After all, the Bear Kingdom had previously taken advantage of the Dragon Kingdom's new emperor's ascension and the unstable political situation, intending to invade the Dragon Kingdom. Unexpectedly, in a short period of time, the Dragon Kingdom had completely reversed its fate and become the strongest country on Blue Star. Now, although the Dragon Kingdom had not mentioned revenge, it was like a Damocles sword hanging over their heads, and they didn't know when it would fall. This was even more tormenting. Everyone, let's not keep up the pretenses. Let's talk about our own ideas. At this time, the ambassador of the Lion Kingdom simply set up a soundproof barrier, and then took the initiative to speak. I suggest that our 4 countries form an alliance. As long as our 4 countries work together, even if Xiao Rufeng merges the Wolf Kingdom and forms an alliance with the Sparrow Kingdom, there is nothing to fear, the Bear Kingdom's ambassador said. He was currently under the greatest pressure. The Bear Kingdom had a vast land area, bordering the Dragon Kingdom on the east and the Wolf Kingdom on the west. Now that the Wolf Kingdom had surrendered to the Dragon Kingdom, it meant that the Bear Kingdom's 2 major neighbors had instantly become enemies. In addition, the rebellion launched by the domestic Republican Party had not yet subsided. There were both internal and external problems. Now, the pressure on the Bear Kingdom was greater than even on the Elephant Kingdom. But how do we deal with that beast army? According to the intelligence revealed by relevant personnel in the Wolf Kingdom, the total number of that beast army is over 100,000 more. Then 100 have awakened their intelligence, and there are about 20 that have reached the Foundation Establishment realm. Among them, the 5 Demon Kings have all reached the late stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. The combat power of the beasts is naturally stronger than that of humans, and the combat power of beasts in the late stage of the Foundation Establishment realm is equivalent to the peak of the Human Foundation Establishment realm. This is truly a terrifying combat force. At this time, the Elephant Kingdom's ambassador said, Oh, that beast army doesn't need too much attention. Beasts, even if they awaken their intelligence, are still animals. Just give them some benefits, and they'll betray you. They can betray the Wolf Kingdom. They can betray the Dragon Kingdom too. At this time, the Lion Kingdom's ambassador said. He was thinking the same as the Bear Kingdom's ambassador, to build an alliance as soon as possible. But his thinking was different. The Bear Kingdom was forming an alliance for joint defense to protect the Bear Kingdom. But in the view of the Lion Kingdom, only by building an alliance could the Lion Kingdom, which was far across the sea, avoid war on their own land and control the war as much as possible in other countries, including allied countries. As for the suffering of the people of the allied countries, they didn't care. This was the idea of letting one's friend die instead of oneself. That's right. That group of beasts is untrustworthy. I heard that they agreed to help the Wolf Kingdom in battle, but Xiao Ruffing must have promised them something, so they turned around and betrayed the Wolf Kingdom. These barbarians with low intelligence have no loyalty. As long as you give them what they like, they can even be used for our own purposes. These animals are not to be feared. At this time, the Bear Kingdom's ambassador said again, "That's right. According to the intelligence from our Lion Kingdom, the beasts in Nine Peaks Mountain of the Wolf Kingdom have scattered after breaking through the seal. After being imprisoned for so many years, once they gained freedom, who would still endure being dispatched by humans? The Wolf Kingdom has studied beasts for many years, yet they don't have the ability to control a beast. Army, let alone Xiao Rufeng. You all are taking the threat of beasts too seriously," the Lion Kingdom's ambassador said again. Upon hearing this, everyone felt that it made sense. After some discussion, the four countries finally reached an alliance agreement. Afterwards, the four ambassadors' moods relaxed. After eliminating the threat of the beast army, the four ambassadors all felt that even if the dragon, wolf, and sparrow kingdoms formed an alliance, they would not be a match for the alliance of the elephant, bear, lion, and eagle kingdoms. They even formulated a military plan, deciding to destroy the sparrow kingdom, which was sandwiched between the elephant kingdom and the eagle kingdom first. After destroying the sparrow kingdom, not only could they cut off Xiao Rufeng's right-hand man, but they could also connect the territory of the eagle kingdom and the elephant kingdom, making mutual support more convenient. Several hours later, while Xiao Rufeng's wedding was still underway, with the support of the Lion Kingdom's powerful air force, the Elephant Kingdom's border troops and the Eagle Kingdom's border troops attacked the Sparrow Kingdom from the east and west without a declaration of war. Jiangcheng, the Xia family residence, the four ambassadors were still there. They wore smiles on their faces. They weren't worried about their safety. After all, they were ambassadors, and even if the two countries were at war, ambassadors had diplomatic immunity. This was modern etiquette. They were waiting for the good news to come. After all, the Sparrow Kingdom's military strength was limited. Facing the attacks of the three-nation allied forces of the Eagle, Lion, and Elephant Kingdoms, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. When the wedding was nearing its end, Elephant Kingdom ambassador Du Hong put down his teacup and checked the time. Well, the first good news should be arriving soon. At this moment, one of Du Hong's subordinates hurried over. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Du Hong's mouth. As expected, it's here. It's progressing even more smoothly than expected, Du Hong thought to himself. At this time, the subordinate came to his side and whispered something to him. Then, Du Hong's face became more and more ugly, with an unbelievable expression. "Ambassador Du, what's wrong?" The ambassador of the Bear Kingdom couldn't help but ask. Chapter 147. Jiang Lu is pregnant. We were ambushed. Our nation's vanguard force, which had invaded Sparrow Country, was completely annihilated, Du Hong stated gravely. Ambushed? In Sparrow Country? Our intelligence hadn't detected any unusual troop movements on their side. The Eagle Nation ambassador questioned, bewildered. Du Hong shook his head. No, it wasn't them. It was a beast legion. Huh? Didn't those beasts scatter after fleeing from Wolf Country's Nine Peaks Mountain? If only a small group made it to Sparrow Country, they shouldn't pose much of a threat, right? The Bear Nation ambassador inquired. No, we're talking about at least 50,000 beasts, Du Hong said, his expression grim. Leading them are two of the 5 great beast kings, Frost Serpent and the Phantom Wolf. A collective gasp swept through the room. 50,000 beasts? That's almost half the beasts from Nine Peaks Mountain. Weren't they all supposed to be scattered? How did they manage to regroup in such large numbers on the border between Sparrow and Elephant Country? The Eagle Nation ambassador was visibly shaken. Now it seems clear that their dispersal was a ruse, a trick to deceive us. This was all planned. How can that be? The Eagle Nation ambassador exclaimed in disbelief. If that's the case, wouldn't that mean the beasts have submitted to Xiao Rufeng? How could beasts ever submit to a human? Wait! Then, a sudden realization dawned on the ambassador. You said the Beast Legion that ambushed Elephant Country's troops numbered 50,000. So where are the other 50,000 beasts? Wait, could it be? Panic washed over him as the pieces clicked into place. He quickly grabbed his phone and frantically dialed a number. No one answered. He dialed again. The call connected. General Panrun, it's an ambush, the Eagle Nation ambassador shouted into the phone. You're a bit late with that call. Your General Pan is already in the underworld visiting his great-grandfather. A man's voice answered on the other end. Due to the influence of the first emperor's unification of written language and spoken dialects 2,000 years ago, the 7 nations of Blue Star all shared very similar language, though each had a slightly different accent. The man on the phone definitely had a Sparrow Country accent. Then, roars of beasts echoed through the phone line. The chilling, almost tangible sound was definitely not from ordinary animals. It was a distinct beast roar. The Eagle Nation ambassador slumped to the floor in shock. So, the remaining 50,000 beasts are indeed on the border between Eagle and Sparrow Country. That must mean that the most intelligent of the 5 great beast kings, the Harp, the strongest, the Fire Kirin, and the Thunder Beast, which can release lightning, are all there. Those 3 all have late-stage foundation building realm strength, with combat power on par with a peak foundation building level human cultivator. Faced with such a large, powerful beast legion, even the Eagle Nation's elite forces would struggle to escape, let alone their border guards. Just then, Xiao Rufeng, dressed in his wedding attire, walked in. "Ambassadors, why aren't you eating? Are the dishes not to your liking?" Xiao Rufeng said, smiling slightly. Du Hong shot to his feet, staring directly at Xiao Rufeng. "Xiao Rufeng, how did you manage to subdue those beasts? Have you never heard of a sect called Beast Taming Sect?" Xiao Rufeng replied with a chuckle. The truth was his control over the beasts from Nine Peaks Mountain had nothing to do with such a sect. He was their creator, after all. Both the beasts he'd personally created and their descendants were bound to him with a master-servant pact through their souls. However, he couldn't reveal this. After all, the only being capable of controlling all of Blue Star's beasts, and those on Earth, was the extraterrestrial devil from the past. That extraterrestrial devil was the enemy of all humans on Earth, and Xiao Rufeng certainly didn't want to become a target. He was still weak. If people found out he was the extraterrestrial devil who had nearly destroyed Earth, his fate would be bleak. Neither Du Hong nor the others could have ever imagined this possibility. Beast taming, huh? The Earth descendants say beast taming sects are quite popular there. I just never expected someone on Blue Star to also master this skill. The 4 ambassadors felt somewhat embarrassed. Not long ago, they had confidently asserted that beasts on Blue Star could never be controlled by humans. The Elephant Country ambassador took a deep breath and asked, "Your Majesty Xiao Rufeng, what is it exactly that you want?" "Shouldn't I be the one asking you that question?" "Ambassador Du Hong, I'm here celebrating my wedding and you're attacking Sparrow Country. What were you trying to do?" Xiao Rufeng countered calmly. "Well, Du Hong stammered." Then, Du Hong's phone rang again. He answered the call, and his face fell even more. "Your Majesty Xiao Rufeng, I've just received intelligence that your Dragon Country's southern army, led by Marshal Li Qianli, is gathering on the Dragon and Elephant Country border. Are you planning on invading us?" Du Hong exclaimed. Li Qianli had originally been a general, but was promoted to marshal after Xiao Rufeng ascended to the throne. "Hey, Ambassador Du Hong, you're mistaken, aren't you? Your Elephant Country attacked our ally, Sparrow Country, first. According to our treaty with Sparrow Country, an attack on Sparrow Country is an attack on Dragon Country. In other words, your Elephant Country started this war," Xiao Rufeng explained, smiling faintly. After saying that, Xiao Rufeng left. Du Hong's face was grim. Then another thought occurred to him. Come to think of it, Xiao Rufeng never mentioned anything about Eagle Country's invasion. Du Hong's expression changed dramatically. "He's trying to divide us." Turning to the other 3 ambassadors, he quickly declared, "Gentlemen, the 4 of us stand united. If one of us falls, we all do. You can't just watch Elephant Country be destroyed. We'd like to save you too, but look at the map. Elephant Country is already surrounded by Dragon, Sparrow, and Wolf Country. We want to help, but our strength is lacking," the Bear Country ambassador admitted. The Eagle Country ambassador said, "Elephant Country, you try your best to resist while the 3 of us gather our armies." Du Hong was enraged. He stood up abruptly and stormed off. On the evening of October 10th, according to the Blue Star calendar, at midnight in the capital city, while Xiao Rufeng and his new bride, Enlei, were celebrating their wedding night, the Dragon Country's southern army, under the command of Marshal Li Qianli, launched an attack into the eastern part of Elephant Country. At the same time, the Wolf Country's army, led by Feng Kai, attacked the central region of Elephant Country. Meanwhile, the Sparrow Country forces, under the personal command of Yuan Ling, invaded the western part of Elephant Country. All 3 human armies were supported by large beast legions of nearly 30,000. Elephant Country was a parliamentary nation with many political parties and widely differing political ideologies, creating division amongst its people. Such a nation was most prone to internal collapse. Dragon Country, through its intelligence operatives, instigated rebellions among the Elephant Country's opposition, further dividing the nation and making it more fragile. When dawn broke, Xiao Rufeng woke up. He found Enlei's soft, fragrant body next to him, her naked skin instantly causing his blood to boil again. The woman who was once known as the most seductive in River City had certainly lived up to her reputation. Few men could resist such temptation. Just then, Enlei, who had been sleeping soundly, felt something entering her body. She opened her eyes, and upon seeing Xiao Rufeng on top of her, her face instantly flushed red. Like a shy lotus blossom, she was truly a sight to behold. After a bout of intense passion, the room became quiet once again. Enlei hugged Xiao Rufeng's arm, playfully complaining, "You're too energetic. I can't handle you alone. You should also go find Jiang Li." She had always wanted to match Xiao Rufeng and Jiang Li. "I'd like to, but that woman won't let me sleep with her," Xiao Rufeng said, slightly annoyed. Ever since he found out that Jiang Li was the woman he had dragged into the small woods back then, she had become even more special in Xiao Rufeng's heart. She was his first woman in this life, and she had given birth to his first child. In the memories Xiao Rufeng had recovered thus far, he had never had children in his past 2 lives. In his first life, he had married, but had no children. The higher one's cultivation, the harder it was to conceive. His first wife was already an immortal emperor when she had married him. Jiang Yi was Xiao Rufeng's first child in these 3 lifetimes. No wonder I felt a connection to Jiang Yi the first time I saw her. But what frustrated Xiao Rufeng was that even after telling Jiang Li about Yi's parentage, the woman still refused him. Does she really have a man she likes? The thought made him even more frustrated. Just then, Xiao Rufeng's phone rang. He picked it up and answered. "Yes, I understand. You guys take care of the rest." Xiao Rufeng hung up the phone. "What's wrong?" Enlei asked. "Elephant Country surrendered," Xiao Rufeng said casually. Enlei was speechless. "Really? Just in one night?" Enlei was astonished. Elephant Country was not a small nation. 10 billion people, over 1.5 million square kilometers of land, and over 2 million regular troops, all lost in one night? Wolf Country's swift surrender was because they were a religious nation. Xiao Rufeng controlled their beast legion, and thus the faith of the people. Their royal family had no means to resist. But Elephant Country, as if reading her mind, Xiao Rufeng chuckled. Elephant Country was full of internal strife. Their constant border disputes with us were just attempts to divert attention from their own internal problems. Foreign wars can boost national unity, but only if you win. Elephant Country's attack on Sparrow Country was already morally indefensible. They also lost the war. The opposition within Elephant Country immediately used that to their advantage, causing political unrest. Our 3 armies took advantage of the chaos and launched an attack at night. Elephant Country was already too divided to form a proper resistance line. Their army quickly collapsed, plus they had traitors on our side assisting us. Therefore, it wasn't surprising that they surrendered overnight. Xiao Rufeng paused, his eyes turning cold. However, things are going to get difficult now. Eagle Country shares a border with Elephant Country, and the 2 will surely unite against us. The Lion Country across the ocean will surely help Eagle and Bear Countries defend themselves. However, this wasn't Xiao Rufeng's greatest concern. What worried him most was that he would eventually have to go to Earth. Whether it was for avenging Yuan Ling, or searching for his home, or simply improving his cultivation, he would have to go to Earth. But what would he do about Blue Star? He needed an heir. But he had only one child, Jiang Yi, and her personality wasn't suitable for becoming a queen. Also, Xiao Rufeng didn't want Yi to stay here. Xiao Rufeng looked at Enlei. "What's wrong?" "If only you could have a child for me," Xiao Rufeng said. Enlei's face instantly turned red. "This kind of thing isn't something I can control." Xiao Rufeng chuckled. "No rush." Even though he said that, he was actually quite anxious. He could do in vitro fertilization. But children born through in vitro fertilization had low cultivation talent. Xiao Rufeng had experienced this firsthand. His first life had begun with being an in vitro baby, and his talent was severely lacking, not inheriting any of his father's cultivation abilities. If it wasn't for the fact his father, who had become the creator god, had taken special care of him, he probably wouldn't have been able to ascend to immortality. Therefore, Xiao Rufeng didn't want to create his descendants using in vitro fertilization. But how long would it take for Enlei to have a baby? The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. Just then, Enlei suddenly said, "Speaking of which, husband, yesterday was our wedding and Jiang Lu didn't seem to be there." "Ah, that's right," Xiao Rufeng said, his eyes flickering. He had once spent a wild night with Jiang Lu by the stream on MT Li. "Husband?" Enlei said again. Maybe she had some business." Xiao Rufeng paused and smiled again. "To be honest, I can't figure out Jiang Lu." "I can't either." Then, Xiao Rufeng patted Enlei on her but chuckled and said, "It's time to get up if the bride stays in bed on her wedding day. That's not a good look." Enlei blushed and replied, "Okay." Moments later, Xiao Rufeng and Enlei left the bedroom. A group of people were waiting for them at the bottom of the stairs. His parents, Zhang Li, Bai Bing, Zhang Yi, and Enqi were all there. Xiao Rufeng was slightly embarrassed. "What are you all doing here?" "Nothing." Zhang Li hesitated and then said, "Right, Xiao Rufeng, I should get going if you don't need anything." "Do you have something to do?" Xiao Rufeng asked. "Today is my grandfather's 100th day memorial," Zhang Li said. "Oh, it's already been 100 days. Time really flies." Xiao Rufeng paused and added, "I'll come with you." "There's no need. I accompanied you to your grandfather's memorial service. Now, it's his 100th day, and you'll be there alone. What will others think of me? They'll think that I'm an ungrateful man who, after becoming emperor, thought he was above everyone else, and that I've forgotten my old lover after getting a new bride. They'll say, 'Stop, stop, stop. Don't say any more. I'll let you go,'" Jiang Li quickly interrupted. Xiao Rufeng then smiled slightly. About 10 minutes later, Xiao Rufeng, Jiang Li, and Jiang Yi left together. "I heard you conquered another nation?" Jiang Li said. "That's right. Why does it sound so easy?" Jiang Li couldn't help but complain. "Indeed, it isn't as difficult as conquering a woman," Xiao Rufeng said casually. Jiang Li was immediately speechless. She knew that Xiao Rufeng was referring to her. Jiang Li didn't say anything and instead turned her head to look out the window. Xiao Rufeng didn't say anything further either. A moment later, the car stopped in front of a cemetery. Xiao Rufeng and the two Jiangs got out of the car and walked towards the cemetery. The 100th Day Memorial was not a traditional mourning day in River City. The anniversary was a more formal event. Many people didn't remember their loved one's 100th Day Memorial. The 100th Day Memorial was something people did voluntarily. Whoever remembered would go and visit the grave. When Xiao Rufeng and his party arrived at Grandpa Zhang's grave, someone was already there making offerings. Sister Lu. Zhang Li was a little surprised to see the woman at the grave. She hadn't seen Zhang Lu in a long time. Her previous arguments with Zhang Lu had only been online. After confirming that it was indeed Zhang Lu, Zhang Li immediately ran over and hugged her. "Sister Lu, it's been a long TI." At that moment, Zhang Li's eyes noticed something. Looking at Zhang Lu's slightly protruding belly, she was momentarily stunned. "Sister Lu, you're pregnant?" Chapter 148. "Should we go inside? Didn't I tell you about it before?" Zhang Lu said with a light laugh. "I thought you were joking." "Wait, what?" Then, Zhang Li suddenly reacted, her face darkening. "You said earlier that you were pregnant with Xiao Rufeng's child. That's actually true?" "Whether it's true or not, you can ask your man about it," Zhang Lu said with a chuckle. Zhang Li didn't react to the term "your man." She was already somewhat used to it. She turned her head to look at Xiao Rufeng. "Hey, Xiao Rufeng." Xiao Rufeng's scalp tingled. He really couldn't deny it. After all, he and Zhang Lu had slept together without any protection. It was indeed possible she was pregnant. Seeing Xiao Rufeng hesitate, Zhang Li's face darkened even further. "Xiao Rufeng, you bastard, Zhang Lu is my cousin. How could you sleep with her?" Just then, Zhang Lu walked over and patted Zhang Li's shoulder, laughing lightly. "Zhang Li, are you misunderstanding something? First of all, we didn't sleep together. You can get pregnant without sleeping together? We did it by the stream, not in a bed." Zhang Li was speechless. Zhang Li was about to lose it. Then, Zhang Lu continued, "Even if Xiao Rufeng and I did sleep together, it's none of your business, right?" She paused, looked at Zhang Li, and added, "What is your relationship with Xiao Rufeng anyway?" This question immediately left Zhang Li speechless. Indeed, although she and Xiao Rufeng were very close, and she even had a child with him, but outwardly, she and Xiao Rufeng didn't have any established relationship. "You're right, I really don't have any relationship with Xiao Rufeng, so you guys can do whatever you want." With that, Zhang Li stormed off in a huff. "Hey, cousin, Aren't you going to pay your respects to Grandpa? Zhang Lu called after her. Zhang Li didn't answer and just left. She seemed to be really angry. After Zhang Li left, Zhang Lu looked at Xiao Rufeng and said, "Should I hide this for a bit?" Xiao Rufeng replied calmly, "No, you have the right to make it public." He paused, walked up to Zhang Lu, looked at her slightly swollen belly, and asked, "You're really pregnant?" "It's okay if you don't acknowledge it," Zhang Lu said with a smile. "No, I didn't say I wouldn't acknowledge it. It's just," Xiao Rufeng paused and continued, "it's a bit unexpected. Honestly, I was worrying about not having an heir to the empire." "An heir to the empire?" "Actually," Xiao Rufeng paused and explained about his plan to go to Earth. He stopped and looked at Zhang Lu, adding, "If you also want to go to Earth, I won't force you and the child to stay on Blue Star." Zhang Lu grinned. "No, I want to stay here. Although I'm skilled in assassination, my cultivation talent is quite ordinary. Even if I go to Earth, I won't have much of a future. There, I'm the kind of person who'd rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. I don't want to be a punching bag on Earth. I'd rather enjoy myself on Blue Star." She paused and said, "However, are you that certain that the child in my belly is yours?" Xiao Rufeng smiled. "I think that although you're very bold, you wouldn't lie about something like this. After all, I'm the emperor now. Faking a prince is a capital crime. You wouldn't joke with your own child's life." He paused, looked at Zhang Lu, and suddenly became serious. "Sister Lu, if I wasn't the emperor and was just an ordinary martial artist, would you have this child?" Xiao Rufeng asked. "Yes," Zhang Lu replied calmly. She paused and grinned. Scheming women usually love kids. "Okay." Xiao Rufeng pondered for a moment, and then said, "I'll make you empress." Zhang Lu didn't seem surprised. However, she also knew that Xiao Rufeng making her empress wasn't because he loved her the most. On the contrary, those left behind on Blue Star were usually the least favored. Xiao Rufeng would definitely be taking Enlei and Zhang Li with him to Earth. The cultivation civilization there was prosperous, and if they wanted to improve their cultivation, going to Earth was necessary. A few days later, the Dragon Country government announced a shocking piece of news. Xiao Rufeng had appointed an empress. But surprisingly, the new empress wasn't Enlei, whom he had married previously, nor was it the popular Zhang Li, but Zhang Li's cousin, Zhang Lu. Unlike his grand wedding with Enlei, Xiao Rufeng and Zhang Lu's marriage had no public ceremony at all. They simply followed the traditional wedding ceremony in front of the Xia family ancestral hall. The Dragon Country royal family did not hide the reason for their sudden marriage. It was a shotgun wedding. Since Zhang Yi's identity was still not public, the public was quite happy about this development because the emperor finally had an heir. For the future of an empire, having an heir with blood ties was very important. Although many people didn't know who this Zhang Lu was, since she was pregnant with the emperor's child, she was qualified to sit in the empress position. Therefore, the Dragon Country citizens weren't unhappy about this matter. Of course, some people were dissatisfied, like Zhang Lu's younger sister, Zhang Hui. Zhang Hui was a bossy and unreasonable woman who had humiliated Zhang Li and even her own older sister, Zhang Lu. In her eyes, her sister was timid, cowardly, and completely useless, an embarrassment to the family. But she never expected her sister, whom she had always looked down on, to actually become the empress of the empire. When she saw the news, Zhang Hui's mind went completely blank. When did my sister get together with Xiao Rufeng? Why can that woman be the empress? I'm much better than her. Zhang Hui's mentality had completely broken down. The Xia family residence. Although he had been on the throne for some time now, Xiao Rufeng rarely stayed in the imperial residence, the Red Garden, in the capital. He spent most of his time at the Xia family residence in River City. At the Xia family residence, Zhang Lu said, "Zhang Li, quickly make some tea for this empress." Zhang Li rolled her eyes. "Dream on? Oh my, you have quite a lot of guts. Aren't you afraid I'll have you arrested? I'm the empress of the empire now, and this belly is carrying the future heir of the empire," Zhang Lu deliberately said. "TCH, who cares?" Zhang Li scoffed. She paused, crossed her legs, looked at the newspaper, and added, "Even though you're the empress, you can't command me. Want to know why?" Zhang Li took out a token from her pocket and put it on the coffee table. "Because of this." Just then, Enlei walked over and looked at the token on the coffee table. It was the Imperial Guard's golden token. Whoever possessed this token could mobilize the Imperial Guard. Enlei chuckled. As expected of the man's most beloved woman, he even gave you the Imperial Guard. Jiang Li looked smug. She was now the commander of the Dragon Country Imperial Guard. Originally, the Imperial Guard reported directly to the Emperor, but Xiao Rufeng had given this elite force to Jiang Li. Jiang Li put away the token and said, "Cousin Jiang Lu, I advise you not to provoke me. Otherwise, I'll send the Imperial Guard to arrest you." Jiang Lu shrugged, sighed, and looked at Enlei. "Enlei, the husband is showing his favoritism, and you don't have any opinions? I'm fine with it, since it's a rule that those who climb up the ranks with children never get favored. But you're the only wife he has formally married. You have the absolute right to speak up. You should protest." Enlei smiled. "It would be great if Jiang Li also married in here." "Don't even think about it." Jiang Li sternly refused. "If you want me to share a husband with Jiang Lu, I'd rather become a nun." "This child, you used to like me so much. What made you change like this?" Jiang Lu said with a regretful expression. Jiang Li was exasperated. "That was because I didn't know what you were really like. If I had known you were even worse than Jiang Hui, I would have never gotten close to you." Jiang Li exclaimed. "Oh, so you'd rather be sisters with Jiang Hui?" Jiang Lu asked. Jiang Li became silent. To be honest, if she had to choose between Jiang Lu and Jiang Hui as a sister, she would still choose Jiang Lu. "I'm going to work." With that, Jiang Li left. Only Enlei and Jiang Lu were left in the living room. "Enlei, where is our husband?" Jiang Lu asked. "Oh, he went out with Bai Bing," Enlei replied. "It's Bai Bing again. It feels like our husband spends most of his time with Bai Bing," Jiang Lu said with a resentful look. "He's been married to me for days now, and he hasn't even touched me once. Does he want me to live a life of celibacy?" Enlei blushed slightly. "Aren't you pregnant?" "It's still early days. I can still move. If I wait longer, when the fetus grows, we won't be able to do it." Jiang Lu paused, lay down on the sofa, and continued, "Tonight, if Xiao Rufeng comes back, I'm definitely going to make him pay up on his public duties. He has to pay the dues he's owed from the last few days. Enlei, don't try to compete with me." "He okay." Though she agreed on the surface, Enlei secretly sent Xiao Rufeng a text message. "Honey, Jiang Lu is getting horny. You should avoid going home tonight. It's not that I don't want you to sleep with her. I'm just worried about the fetus's development." Soon, Xiao Rufeng replied with a quick okay emoji. On the other side, at this time, Xiao Rufeng and Bai Bing were inspecting the elephant country that they had annexed a few days ago. Unlike the annexation of Wolf Country was a religious nation. Xiao Rufeng controlled the beasts, and thus the Wolf Country. Xiao Rufeng also served as the Pope of Wolf Country, and his control over Wolf Country was possibly even stronger than that of Dragon Country. But Elephant Country was different. Elephant Country was a secular nation with a parliamentary system and many domestic political factions. Although Xiao Rufeng had won over some factions, there was still a lot of resistance. The citizens of Elephant Country were also very resistant to being annexed by Dragon Country. Therefore, after completing the wedding ceremony with Jiang Lu at the Xia family residence, he flew to Elephant Country overnight to appease its people. Xiao Rufeng's strategy in Elephant Country was still a combination of a stick and a carrot, using both kindness and power. This trick had always worked well in any country and in any era. Also, Xiao Rufeng personally coming to Elephant Country gave the Elephant Country citizens face. After a few days, the tide of protests gradually subsided. Xiao Rufeng was also preparing to go back. But at that moment, he received a reminder from Enlei. "Looks like I can't go back." Xiao Rufeng still had lingering fear from his wild night with Jiang Lu by the stream. Now, Xiao Rufeng had also experienced intimate relationships with a few women. When he was with other women, Xiao Rufeng could control the situation. But during that one night with Jiang Lu, he was completely controlled by her. He had been tortured by Jiang Lu all night, and his body was almost drained. Just thinking about it made Xiao Rufeng shiver. That was terrifying. At that moment, Bai Bing looked at Xiao Rufeng and asked, "Are you cold?" "No, I just thought of something scary." Xiao Rufeng paused and said, "Ice girl, it's getting late. Let's not go back today. We've been so busy handling official matters since we came to Elephant Country, we haven't had time to relax properly. Do you want to take me out to relax?" "Yeah." "Are you planning on finding a few girls?" Bai Bing asked, her face still blank. Xiao Rufeng was slightly embarrassed. "With you around, how would I dare to mess around? Really? Then what about Jiang Lu's belly?" Bai Bing added. Xiao Rufeng was speechless. "Well," he stammered. Then Bai Bing continued, "Don't worry, I'm your assistant. I'm only in charge of official matters, and I won't interfere in your personal matters. Even if you throw an orgy in Elephant Country, I won't report it. I wouldn't do something like that. Xiao Ruffing took a deep breath and said with a faint smile, "Let's take a walk, okay? As long as we don't go to a hotel," Bai Bing replied. Xiao Rufing's lips twitched. Then, after disguising themselves, they started walking slowly along a street in Elephant Country's capital city, Champagne City. After the brief chaos, the order of Elephant Country's capital had basically stabilized. Stores were reopening, and the streets were once again filled with bustling crowds. At that time, a little girl approached them. "Big brother, buy a bouquet of roses for your girlfriend?" Unlike other children selling flowers, this little girl was very timid. Her eyes were filled with fear and unease. Xiao Ruffing hesitated. After all, he and Bai Bing weren't a couple. This girl also seemed to hate being called Xiao Rufing's woman. Seeing that Xiao Ruffing didn't intend to buy flowers, the girl bowed and said, "I'm sorry, I bothered you." Then she was about to run away. "Wait a minute," Bai Bing said. Then she went to the little girl's side and said, "How much are the roses?" "5, $2 apiece," the girl replied. Bai Bing looked at the roses and then asked, "How many flowers have you sold today?" Three, the girl replied. "Then you won't be able to sell them all by midnight," Bai Bing said and added, "I'll help you sell them, okay? I guarantee you'll sell out quickly." "Really?" Hope shone in the girl's eyes. Bai Bing took the flower basket, looked at Xiao Ruffing and said, her expression still blank, "Sir, please buy flowers." "All right. How much are they?" Xiao Ruffing asked. 200 each, Bai Bing replied. The little girl was shocked. "Sister, they're not that expensive." "It's fine as long as someone's willing to buy them," Bai Bing said. Xiao Ruffing shrugged and had no choice but to pay up. There were about 50 roses left in the girl's basket. Xiao Ruffing took out $10,000 and bought them all. Bai Bing gave the $10,000 to the little girl. "Here you go. This is the money for the flowers." The girl knew that Bai Bing was helping her, and she was moved to tears. She bowed deeply and said, "Thank you, big sister." Then she left with the money. Xiao Ruffing threw away the flower basket, bundled the roses into a bouquet, and handed them to Bai Bing. "What's this for?" "It's for you," Xiao Ruffing replied. "There's no need to be so polite. If you want to sleep with me, just bring a condom," Bai Bing stated. "Ha!" Xiao Ruffing tapped Bai Bing's head and said annoyed, "Stop thinking about how you want to take advantage of me. I just wanted to do something good and leave a trail of fragrance by giving away roses." Bai Bing didn't say anything. She took the large bouquet of roses from Xiao Ruffing. She took a sniff. It did smell fragrant. "I didn't expect that the first time I received roses was from my soon-to-be brother-in-law. Are brother-in-laws always so eager to get a piece of their wife's younger sister?" Bai Bing asked after a while. Xiao Rufing's head hurt. However, Xiao Rufing's eyes glanced at Bai Bing. It would be self-deception to say that he had no feelings for Bai Bing. Out of all the women around Xiao Ruffing, none spent more time with him than Bai Bing. In the past, Bai Bing was still young, and Xiao Ruffing kept telling himself that Bai Bing was just a younger sister. Later, the girl grew up more and more, especially her chest, visibly expanding, until it had reached the point that Xiao Ruffing couldn't ignore it anymore. Then Xiao Ruffing started another self-hypnosis. "Bai Bing is Bai Shue's younger sister, my future sister-in-law. I can't mess around." And now, Bai Shue had left. His relationship with Bai Shue seemed to have come to an end. Without Bai Shue, what reasons can I use to persuade myself anymore? Just then, Bai Bing suddenly stopped walking. "Hey, Xiao Ruffing, should we go inside?" Bai Bing asked. Xiao Ruffing followed Bai Bing's gaze, and his mouth twitched slightly. A couple's hotel. More accurately, it was a hotel themed around couples' intimacy. "Sigh, this girl is teasing me again. Don't want to go inside?" "I said before, you can do it as long as you have a condom," Bai Bing added. Xiao Ruffing was stunned. Bai Bing's eyes, they seemed serious. Chapter 149, A Restless Night. But Xiao Ruffing couldn't figure out why Bai Bing had suddenly changed her mind. This had been truly unexpected. Otherwise, Xiao Ruffing wouldn't have been so surprised. Then Bai Bing added casually, "I'll go in first." With that, Bai Bing entered the hotel, booked a room, and took 2 room cards. Then, Bai Bing gave 1 card to Xiao Ruffing and went upstairs to her room. Although Xiao Ruffing accepted the room card, he didn't go into the hotel. He sat on a bench outside the hotel, thinking for a long time, but he still couldn't find a reason for Bai Bing's actions. Could it be that Bai Bing had always liked me, but had been hiding her feelings because of her sister? Now that her sister's gone, her feelings have been released. This reasoning seemed reasonable, but on closer inspection, it was a bit off. Bai Bing had never shown any signs of liking Xiao Rufeng. Even when she invited Xiao Rufeng to book a room with her, there was no emotional fluctuation. She wasn't shy, excited, nothing like a woman head over heels in love. What on earth is going on? Xiao Rufeng scratched his head. Ugh, whatever, let's go upstairs first. After a while, Xiao Rufeng arrived at the door of the room. He held the room card in his hand, somewhat conflicted, but he ultimately swiped the card to open the door. Bai Bing was just about to take a shower. Want to shower together? Bai Bing said. I'll shower later, Xiao Rufeng replied. Bai Bing didn't say anything else and went into the bathroom. She closed the bathroom door but didn't lock it. Bai Bing adjusted the water temperature, stood under the shower head, letting the warm water wash over her body. Then, she picked up the body wash, poured it into her palm, and spread it evenly over her body. The lather of the body wash was smooth and rich, with a refreshing fragrance. It was very comfortable. She massaged her body gently with her hands and fingers, allowing the body wash to fully penetrate her skin. Then, she turned off the shower and suddenly said, "No need to spy from outside. I'll let you get a good look today. Come in." Ahem. The sound of Xiao Rufeng coughing dryly came from outside the bathroom. I was just passing by, Xiao Rufeng said, forcing a calm tone. "Come in and scrub my back," Bai Bing said. Xiao Rufeng was conflicted, but he still went in. Bai Bing had already washed off the lather, revealing a perfect, flawless body. Her skin was pale, delicate, and smooth. Her figure had curves that would make women jealous and men unable to resist. Gulp! Xiao Rufeng swallowed. To be honest, Xiao Rufeng had lived with Bai Bing for years and had many opportunities to see her naked. But to see her so openly, so thoroughly, this was the first time. Who was the better body? Me or my sister? Bai Bing added. She said this with her usual expressionless face. Xiao Rufeng was a little embarrassed. "I haven't seen your sister's body." Useless, she stated. Xiao Rufeng was speechless. Although he was annoyed, he couldn't argue with that. "Scrub my back," Bai Bing added. Oh. Then, Xiao Rufeng started scrubbing Bai Bing's back. His hands wandered over Bai Bing's smooth back, and the hormones in Xiao Rufeng's body became restless. He tried hard to control his hormones and keep a level head. Then, Bai Bing suddenly grabbed Xiao Rufeng's hand and placed it on her chest. Xiao Rufeng's hormones went completely out of control. His mind went blank, and he hugged Bai Bing, placing her in the bathtub. The bathtub was large and had no water, making it perfectly suitable as a bed. Xiao Rufeng then quickly took off his own clothes and climbed into the bathtub. He leaned down, looking at Bai Bing, but his little wind suddenly and quickly lowered his head. "What's wrong? Did you give up so quickly?" Bai Bing said without any change in her expression. "Your body is resisting," Xiao Rufeng replied calmly. "Is that so?" "Yes," Xiao Rufeng stated. Bai Bing's current state of body reminded Xiao Rufeng of the time he had dragged Zhang Li into the small woods to force himself on her. At that time, Zhang Li's body had also clearly shown resistance. But when he was with Lei, it was completely different. These two situations were quite easy to distinguish. "Resisting, huh?" Bai Bing turned slightly, and then went silent. Then, Xiao Rufeng said, "Bai Bing, if you don't want to do it with me, why did you?" Bai Bing remained silent. Xiao Rufeng didn't say anything else, and he got up, preparing to leave. When he was at the bathroom door, Bai Bing suddenly said, "I have someone I like, or rather, a man I deeply love." Xiao Rufeng was speechless. He turned around to look at Bai Bing, his expression stunned. Huh. After regaining his senses, Xiao Rufeng rushed to the side of the bathtub. "Who is he? How come I've never heard of him?" Bai Bing turned over again, turning her back towards Xiao Rufeng. "You don't know him," Bai Bing replied calmly. "Tell me, maybe I do know him," Xiao Rufeng said. "It's impossible for you to know him because—" Bai Bing didn't continue. "Because the person she liked was on Earth and had died in a self-explosion 10,000 years ago. Recently, the memories of the Bai family sisters' past lives had been accelerating their resurfacing. Bai Shui had been strongly influenced by the memories of her past life. Bai Bing had also been affected by her past life's memories. However, this life's Bai Bing had a very strong will. The memories of her past life hadn't changed her personality in this life, but she was indeed influenced by her past life's emotions. She had actually developed affection for the extraterrestrial devil from the past. This made Bai Bing very uncomfortable. She had never met him in this life, yet he could affect her emotions. Bai Bing was very unhappy about this. Also, she had loved so humbly in her past life, yet she was never in his eyes until the very end. This also made Bai Bing very angry. Therefore, Bai Bing wanted to break her body's dependence on that man by sleeping with another man. Her choices were very limited. Basically, Xiao Rufeng was the only candidate. That was why she had been so proactive. But what made Bai Bing frustrated was that even though she had made up her mind, when Xiao Rufeng was actually about to enter her body, she instinctively resisted. It wasn't Bai Bing who was resisting, but her past life's soul resisting Xiao Rufeng's body. After all, although Xiao Rufeng was indeed that extraterrestrial devil, his current body was newly born with a completely unfamiliar aura. Of course, neither Xiao Rufeng nor Bai Bing were aware of each other's identity. For Xiao Rufeng, Bai Bing's physical resistance was already a blow to his ego. Now, to hear Bai Bing say that she had someone she liked, and so she didn't want another man to enter her body, was even more disheartening. "I'll go first." With that, Xiao Rufeng put on his clothes and left the hotel. Alone, he walked through the streets of the city, not knowing how far he walked before stopping on a hill. He looked at the starry sky, and a bitter smile appeared on his lips. "We humans are just greedy. I already have Lei and Jiang Lu. Both of them are beautiful women, but it's still not enough. And that's Bai Bing, the high mountain flower. It's difficult for other men to even get close to her, and I was able to witness her beautiful body with my own eyes. That should be more than enough, shouldn't it?" His emotions gradually calmed down. "But where should I go tonight? I should find another hotel." But then, Xiao Rufeng realized that the fake passport he had prepared wasn't on him. It was most likely still with Bai Bing. Xiao Rufeng's head throbbed. Without an identity document, he wouldn't be able to register at a hotel. "Forget it. I'll just have to make do for the night in the park." Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. "Xiao Rufeng?" Xiao Rufeng turned around, also surprised. Behind him stood a gorgeous and stunning woman, a familiar face. Dugu Shuexian. After they parted at the Xiao residence, Dugu Shuexian had left, saying that she was going to travel around the world. He hadn't seen her since. He never thought he would meet her here. As for why Dugu Shuexian was able to see through his disguise, it wasn't that strange. After all, this woman had an incredibly frightening sense of smell. She must have smelled his body's scent. People usually had two kinds of scents. One was a soul scent. This scent was extremely subtle. Without an incredibly strong soul sense, it would be very difficult to detect. The other was a body scent. This scent was relatively easy to sense, and also to hide. One could conceal it by gathering their aura. But that was useless in front of Dugu Shuexian. This woman's sense of smell was too keen. Previously, when he had slept with Jiang Lu by the stream, it had been 7 days ago, and he had showered multiple times, but Dugu Shuexian was still able to smell the scent that Jiang Lu had left on his body. "What are you doing here? Wandering all alone?" Dugu Shuexian asked. "Why, Annie, I was kicked out by Ice Girl. I have nowhere to stay," Xiao Rufeng replied. "You got this coming. It's so satisfying," Dugu Shuexian said with a hint of schadenfreude. Before, she had finally mustered up the courage to seduce Xiao Rufeng, but he had rejected her. Dugu Shuexian had thought that Xiao Rufeng had principles, but she never expected that, the next moment, Xiao Rufeng would sleep with Gongyu in the bathroom. This had been a serious blow to Dugu Shuexian, making her heartbroken and choosing to leave. She never expected to meet Xiao Rufeng here. Then, Xiao Rufeng said, "Annie, please take me in." "I refuse," Dugu Shuexian said. "Why, Annie, how can you be like this?" "Rejection is really hurtful," Xiao Rufeng said. "Oh, so you do know how that feels," Dugu Shuexian replied. Xiao Rufeng then realized that he had rejected Dugu Shuexian's advances before. He felt a bit embarrassed. Then, Dugu Shuexian sighed and said, "All right, come with me." Then, with Dugu Shuexian leading the way, Xiao Rufeng returned to the couple's hotel he had just left. "This?" Dugu Shuexian turned her head and looked at Xiao Rufeng, and then said, "What is it? Let's go." "Well, Annie, isn't this a couple's hotel?" "You." Xiao Rufeng trailed off. Dugu Shuexian grinned. "What? Can't I book a room with someone?" "Oh no." His feelings were complicated. After a moment, Xiao Rufeng followed Dugu Shuexian to a room. Xiao Rufeng's face was blank, because next door was a room Bai Bing had booked. "Hey, what kind of plot is this?" At that moment, Dugu Shuexian turned her head to look at Xiao Rufeng, and then said, "What is it? Come in." Xiao Rufeng didn't say anything and entered Dugu Shuexian's room. The room was very clean. The air was pure, and he couldn't smell any male scent. Then, Dugu Shuexian added, "No need to look around, there's no man here. The reason I booked a room here is to avoid disturbances. If I book a room at a couple's hotel, people will generally assume that I have a partner, so they won't bother me." "I see. By the way, Aunt." Before he could finish, Dugu Shuexian had already started taking off her clothes. "Annie, what? What are you doing?" Xiao Rufeng said, his face red. "Changing clothes. Do you have a problem with that?" Dugu Shuexian said. Xiao Rufeng forced himself to say, "I'm still in the room. I'm still a man." "Nephew, we are family." Annie doesn't mind. "We're not related," Xiao Rufeng added. Dugu Shuexian blinked, came in front of Xiao Rufeng, and grinned. "Oh my, the script has been flipped. Before, I was always reminding you that we were not related by blood." Now that you mention it, it does seem that way," Xiao Rufeng said. Dugu Shuexian moved closer to Xiao Rufeng, ran her hand across his chest, and added, "You've been emphasizing today that we're not related by blood. What do you want?" Xiao Rufeng was tearful. He really hadn't been thinking too much. After all, Bai Bing was just next door. He was even afraid of making too much noise, so Bai Bing would find out. "Annie, you should take a shower. You smell sweaty," Xiao Rufeng said quickly. "All right." Then, Dugu Shuexian went to the bathroom. Xiao Rufeng sat on the side of the bed. He picked up a teacup, poured some tea, and then choked after taking a sip. Because he had only just noticed that the bathroom in Dugu Shuexian's room was made of transparent glass. When the bathroom light was turned on, it was completely visible from the outside. This was standard in many couples' hotels. It was said that these transparent bathrooms helped couples to flirt with each other. He hadn't noticed it in Bai Bing's room because Bai Bing hadn't turned on the light when she was showering. It was only after he went into the bathroom that Bai Bing had turned on the light. At that moment, Dugu Shuexian looked at Xiao Rufeng from the bathroom and chuckled. "If you want to see, come closer." "No thanks," Xiao Rufeng replied, forcing a calm tone. He still had some psychological barriers with Dugu Shuexian. But a more important reason today was that Bai Bing was just next door. Dugu Shuexian smiled and didn't continue to tease Xiao Rufeng. After a short while, the bathroom door opened slowly. A refreshing scent wafted out, and Dugu Shuexian came out of the shower. Her hair was wet, draped over her shoulders, and the water droplets rolled down the strands, shimmering. Her cheeks were flushed, either from the heat of the shower or from her thinking about something inappropriate. This touch of feminine blush added to her cuteness and shyness. Her skin was fair and delicate. After cleansing with soap and water, it looked even more flawless and inviting. She was wearing a simple and elegant white bathrobe that showed off her perfect figure. The belt of the bathrobe was tied lightly around her waist, exuding both elegance and a sense of ease. Xiao Rufeng was restless. The heat in his body made him uncomfortable. Then, Dugu Shuexian went to the side of the bed, bent down slightly, and started to arrange the bedsheets. But in that one movement, the neckline of her bathrobe gaped open, showing the exposed scenery inside. Xiao Rufeng's blood pressure skyrocketed, and his nose immediately started bleeding. "Oh my," Dugu Shuexian then covered her neckline with her hand, laughing lightly. "I didn't do it on purpose. It's just that I'm lacking control," Xiao Rufeng said awkwardly. "Speaking of which," then Dugu Shuexian sat next to Xiao Rufeng, leaned against him, and said softly, "You weren't that sensitive to me before. What's going on today?" Xiao Rufeng was tearful. Not long ago, he had been aroused by Bai Bing, although he was later cooled down. But his hormones hadn't completely subsided. And now, facing the temptation of Dugu Shuexian, how could his hormones take such stimulation? Xiao Rufeng was now unable to calm down his hormones. Then, Dugu Shuexian reached for her bathrobe neckline and said, Rufeng, want to see?" As she said that, she deliberately pulled at the bathrobe's neckline, exposing a patch of fair skin. The nosebleed that Xiao Rufeng had just stopped began to flow again. "I've lost all face." Xiao Rufeng was tearful. He turned his head to the side and said, "Miss Dugu, please stop. I really might lose control." Dugu Shuexian's eyes sparkled. "Really?" She seemed very excited. Xiao Rufeng's head throbbed. But then, someone knocked on Dugu Shuexian's door. Dugu Shuexian wasn't in a hurry to open the door. Instead, she put on a bra and underwear inside her bathrobe as if it were nothing. Xiao Rufeng was blown away. He knew that Dugu Shuexian hadn't been wearing a bra when she had come out of the bathroom. But he hadn't expected that Dugu Shuexian hadn't even been wearing underwear under her bathrobe. After she had finished putting on her undergarments, Dugu Shuexian finally went to the door. First, she looked through the peephole, her expression slightly strange. She stood at the door, hesitant and conflicted. But in the end, she still opened the door. Standing outside the door was a man holding a large bouquet of roses. Chapter 150, Come In. Seeing Dugu Shuexian appear in a bathrobe, the man was instinctively excited. But soon his gaze became sharp. The man's eyes went over Dugu Shuexian and looked into the room. "There's a man inside?" the man asked. "Yes," Dugu Shuexian paused and then added. "I didn't lie to you. I really do have a boyfriend." "I understand." After saying that, the man turned and left. Dugu Shuexian returned to the room, also letting out a sigh of relief. "Annie, who was that just now?" Xiao Ruffing asked. "I met him in Eagle Country while traveling recently. He saved me, I treated him to a meal, and then he inexplicably fell for me and followed me all the way to Elephant Country," Dugu Shuexian explained. "You said before that you stayed in a couple's hotel to prevent others from harassing you. Were you referring to that man?" Xiao Ruffing said. "Yes. While persistence is a good quality in a man, he's already a stalker. It's a completely different matter now. I'll teach him a lesson for you," Xiao Ruffing said. But Dugu Shuexian immediately stopped Xiao Ruffing. "Don't go." Dugu Shuexian paused and then added, "That man is very powerful." Xiao Ruffing chuckled. "Not to brag, but within Blue Star, even if I'm not invincible, no one can kill me. Even if I can't win, I can escape." Dugu Shuexian shook her head again, and then said, "I suspect he's not native to Blue Star." "Huh?" Xiao Ruffing's pupils contracted. "You mean he might be from Earth?" "Yes." "Why do you say that?" Xiao Ruffing quickly asked. He had been investigating the Earth cultivators who had recently infiltrated Blue Star, but he had yet to make any progress. Because he once mentioned to me, unintentionally, that while Blue Star really isn't suitable for cultivation, even disappointing, the women here are still great. Dugu Shuexian paused and then added, "If he were a Blue Star native, he wouldn't talk like that, right?" Indeed." Xiao Ruffing's eyes flickered. Then, Dugu Shuexian looked at Xiao Ruffing and asked, "Do you want to find out more about him?" "Yes, but there are no channels to do so. I can help you. I can use my body to trade for information with him," Dugu Shuexian offered. "No," Xiao Ruffing said firmly. He paused, then said calmly, "I'm a scumbag, but I wouldn't use you as a tool. Even though we're not related by blood, an aunt is still an aunt or relative. If I let you sacrifice your body for information, would I even be human?" Dugu Shuexian rolled her eyes. "When you should have principles, you don't. And when you don't need them, you're suddenly strict about them." "In any case, no," Xiao Ruffing repeated. Dugu Shuexian shrugged. "Fine then. How do you plan to get information out of him?" "It's not important. Once I take Eagle Country and control the space passage, those Earth cultivators will come to me automatically," Xiao Ruffing replied. Dugu Shuexian was a bit emotional. "I never would have imagined that my nephew would be the one closest to becoming the next Emperor Qin." Although she hadn't contacted Xiao Ruffing these past few days, she was always keeping an eye on world events. In just a short time, Wolf and Elephant countries had been annexed by Dragon Country, and Sparrow Country had basically become a vassal state of Dragon Country. Out of the 7 nations of Blue Star, Dragon Country had already taken 4. Then, Dugu Shuexian remembered something and became frustrated again. "Hey, nephew," Dugu Shuexian said. "What is it? You're willing to take someone like Jiang Lu as your wife. Why not me? I'm still a virgin," Dugu Shuexian said. Xiao Ruffing's scalp tingled. "This? Is it because my sister doesn't want us to be together?" Dugu Shuexian added. No. Actually, after you left, Annie Liwa told me that if I really liked you, although she wouldn't feel great about it, she wouldn't stop us." Before he could finish speaking, Dugu Shuexian's eyes lit up and she immediately pounced on him, pushing Xiao Ruffing onto the bed. "Then what are you hesitating for? Are you looking down on me for my lack of experience in bed? Don't worry. During these days, I have thoroughly understood the skills of bed through watching tons of videos and reading countless novels. For example, right now, when I sit on you, this is called the lotus position." Xiao Ruffling was speechless. For a moment, he didn't know where to start criticizing her. While he was still thinking, Dugu Shuexian's hands had already reached inside Xiao Ruffing's clothes. Xiao Ruffing started sweating profusely. His aunt, who wasn't related by blood, was still as enthusiastic and bold as before. Honestly, if Bai Bing wasn't next door, Xiao Ruffing might have already surrendered. However, Dugu Shuexian didn't seem to intend on letting Xiao Ruffing go. Her salty hands had already begun to explore lower down Xiao Ruffing's abdomen. This? Just then, someone knocked on the door again. Who is it now? They always ruin things at the crucial moment, Dugu Shuexian complained. But she still got up and went to the door. She looked through the peephole, her expression a little strange. But she still opened the door. Standing outside the door was Bai Bing. Ice girl, what a coincidence, Dugu Shuexian said in surprise. Is Xiao Ruffing here with you? Bai Bing asked calmly. Yes. Dugu Shuexian paused and then added, come in. However, when Bai Bing followed Dugu Shuexian into the room, Xiao Ruffing was gone. Where did that guy hide? Dugu Shuexian searched the room for a long time, but couldn't find Xiao Ruffing. That guy was here just now. How did he run away? There's no sign that the window has been moved. Since he's not here, then I'll take my leave. Bai Bing then left. She didn't return to the room next door, but left the hotel directly. After watching Bai Bing leave from the window, Dugu Shuexian said, Hey, Xiao Ruffing, Bai Bing's gone. You can come out now. Then, a figure suddenly emerged from the darkness under the bed. It was Xiao Ruffing. He crawled out from under the bed. Few people knew that Xiao Ruffing could use shadow techniques. Su Ji knew. When she had disguised herself and gone to the underground prison to save Xiao Ruffing, he had used shadow techniques to hide in her arms and successfully escape. There was one other person who knew, and that was Dugu Shuexian. Previously, when he had been at the Lishan guest house, Xiao Ruffing had asked Dugu Shuexian to check his spiritual roots. At that time, Xiao Ruffing had confessed to Dugu Shuexian that he had dark spiritual roots. And dark spiritual roots were the foundation for casting shadow techniques. You actually know how to use shadow techniques. You know, although there are very few people with dark spiritual roots in the billions of people on Blue Star, they're not completely absent. Based on the ratio of one dark spiritual root for every 10 million people, there should be a few hundred. But everyone doesn't have shadow magic, so they can't use shadow techniques even with dark spiritual roots. Dugu Shuexian paused, her face full of curiosity, then added, Xiao Ruffing, where did you learn these techniques from? It's a secret, Xiao Ruffing said with a chuckle. Tisich, stingy. But never mind. Everyone has secrets they don't want others to know. If you don't want to talk, I won't ask. But there's something I really want to know. Dugu Shuexian's eyes sparkled with gossip. Then she asked, what happened between you and Ice Girl? It seems like you don't want to see Ice Girl. Aren't you two always inseparable? Xiao Ruffing remained silent. He was indeed avoiding Bai Bing. What had happened with Bai Bing in the bathroom before was too awkward. Also, after learning that Bai Bing had someone she deeply loved, he seemed unsure how to face her now. Sigh. They say women are meticulous, but I'm a pretty meticulous man too. Seeing Xiao Ruffing's reaction, Dugu Shuexian became even more curious. Hey nephew, are you going to tell me or not? If not, I'm going to take off my clothes and take a picture to send to my sister, saying you raped me, Dugu Shuexian said. Xiao Ruffing was speechless. Hey, Dugu Shuexian, you're an elder. Can't you have any shame? Xiao Ruffing said, his face darkening. Dugu Shuexian didn't say anything, and she immediately started a video call with Dugu Lihua. Xiao Ruffing got so scared that he quickly said, I'll talk. This was no joke. If this video call connected, regardless of whether there was a rape attempt or not, the fact that he was in Dugu Shuexian's room late at night, and that Dugu Shuexian was dressed so seductively, I'd definitely be misunderstood. Dugu Shuexian then hung up the call before it could connect. Phew. Xiao Ruffing took a deep breath and explained everything that had happened with Bai Bing. Oh my, I never expected that the cold, aloof ice flower had someone she deeply loves. Dugu Shuexian said with emotion. I had long suspected that Ice Girl wasn't a natural face. She could smile. It's just that she's cold and doesn't like to smile. But she must smile beautifully in front of the man she loves. She paused, looked at Xiao Ruffing, and said with a hint of schadenfreude, looks like you're not Ice Girl's loved one. Dugu Shuexian covered her chest. Don't say any more, it hurts my heart. Oh, I heard that Bai Shui had also rejected you. That means you've been rejected by both sisters, Dugu Shuexian said. Puffed. Xiao Ruffing was about to spit blood. Then he immediately turned into a shadow and hid under the bed again. Then Dugu Shuexian suddenly said, Sai Xiao Ruffing, do you want to know who Bai Bing loves? Xiao Ruffing poked his head out from under the bed and nodded. Dugu Shuexian grinned. I know you want to ask, but you can't. I'll ask for you. But I have a condition. What condition? Don't be so wary. What bad intentions could I have? Dugu Shuexian paused and then added, if I help you find out who Bai Bing loves, we'll kiss. Ah, are you that heartless? I even gave up on sex. Can't we even kiss? Dugu Shuexian asked pitifully. Xiao Rufing's scalp tingled. Who would believe that she was in her 40s looking at her pitiful face? But from her appearance, you really couldn't tell. She looked to be about 26 or 27. Okay, I agree. Then, Xiao Rufing gritted his teeth. Okay, leave it to me. After saying that, Dugu Shuexian took off her bathrobe and put on her casual clothes. Then, Dugu Shuexian pulled at her collar and said, come in. Huh, come in as a shadow. Don't you want to hear what Bai Bing says personally? Dugu Shuexian added. I do, but this position, Xiao Rufing was a bit awkward. But in the end, he still turned into a shadow and hid in Dugu Shuexian's chest area. Chapter 151, Bai Bing's Suicide Attempt. Finding Bai Bing wasn't too difficult for Dugu Shuexian. It was thanks to her preternatural sense of smell. After about 10 minutes, following Bai Bing's scent, Dugu Shuexian found her on the rooftop of a high-rise building. Bingmei, don't do anything rash. There are plenty of men out there. How about Xia Rufeng? Dugu Shuexian said quickly. Bai Bing's pupils narrowed slightly. Did Xia Rufeng tell you about me? Well, Dugu Shuexian felt a little awkward. She had been too anxious and had accidentally betrayed Xia Rufeng. At this, Bai Bing sighed and then said calmly, it doesn't matter anyway. Since I've said it myself, I'm not afraid of anyone knowing. That's the right attitude. Dugu Shuexian sat down next to Bai Bing, then chuckled lightly. But I'm actually quite curious. What kind of man could make someone like you fall for him? He doesn't have many good points. If I had to pick one, it would probably be his loyalty, Bai Bing said softly. With the memories of her previous life that had awakened, the extraterrestrial demon she had loved in her past life was a truly heinous being. But he was also undeniably devoted to one person. He had always loved her sister. No matter what she or any other woman did for him, it never touched him. His eyes were only for her sister in her previous life. Even his final death was due to his despairing self-destruction because he could not win her heart. That's certainly very different from Xia Rufeng. Thinking of Xia Rufeng, she fell silent again. She felt a little irritated. She had never believed that there was any man in this world who could make her heart flutter. And in fact, there hadn't been. But Xia Rufeng was making her feel flustered and confused. In the bathtub, my body's rejection of Xia Rufeng was a little excessive. I was the one who initiated it, and yet I resisted him. I really did the worst possible thing. The more she thought about it, the more agitated she became. Then, Bai Bing stood at the edge of the high-rise. Hey, Bingmei, that's dangerous. Though, Dugu Shuexian suddenly remembered something. Ah, that's right, I almost forgot. Bingmei is incredibly strong. At the All-God Cup, cultivators in the Qi condensation realm were no match for you. This high floor isn't really a danger to you, Dugu Shuexian said. Bai Bing said nothing, and then suddenly leaned forward. Just at that moment, Xia Rufeng crawled out of Dugu Shuexian's chest. The moon was bright tonight. Once he left Dugu Shuexian's chest, Xia Rufeng was exposed to the moonlight, instantly revealing his form. Then, using the power of the wind element to accelerate, he instantly raced towards the falling Bai Bing. He managed to catch her just before she hit the ground. Bai Bing looked at Xia Rufeng, her expression calm. I knew you'd save me. Are you stupid? What if I wasn't around? Bai Bing's expression remained placid. Then I'd die, I guess. At this point, Dugu Shuexian flew down from the building. What's going on? Dugu Shuexian frowned. Why does it seem like Bingmei can't use any techniques? She hasn't even reached the Qi condensation realm. How could she possibly use any techniques? Xia Rufeng said. Dugu Shuexian was stunned. No way. At the All-God Cup, Bai Bing had effortlessly swept through her opponents. No matter if it was a 9th-rank martial artist or a cultivator in the Qi condensation realm, they couldn't last 10 seconds against her. Her strength had made her the favorite to win the entire All-God Cup with the lowest odds. However, after Xia Rufeng retired, she had also quit. But no one could deny her strength. Dugu Shuexian had always thought that Bai Bing was already in the Qi condensation realm, but had just hidden it with some special method. But today, hey Bingmei, are you really not in the Qi condensation realm? Dugu Shuexian asked. Yes, Bai Bing said calmly. Hearing this, Dugu Shuexian instantly became agitated. Are you out of your mind? Without being in the Qi condensation realm, without being able to use techniques, How could you dare jump off a 60-story building? Even with your resilient body, you can't withstand that kind of impact. She paused, calming down. Are you really trying to die? Bai Bing didn't deny it. Is that man so important? Without him, you can't live? Xiao Rufeng asked. He felt a bit sad. From the moment he first saw Bai Bing, Xiao Rufeng knew that this girl was hiding something in her heart. He had thought that, after all this time together, even if he couldn't pry open her heart, he could at least make her feel warmth. Looks like I was overthinking things. I'm a bit narcissistic, or maybe I overestimated myself. A self-mocking smile appeared on Xiao Rufeng's lips. At this point, Du Gu Shui Xian also said, Are you really that fond of that man? Bai Bing didn't say anything. It wasn't that she was fond of him, but that her previous life had been. If you insisted that it was her fondness, that wasn't completely wrong. After all, the previous life and this life shared the same soul. In the world of cultivation, appearance and even the body can change, but the soul is unique and unchangeable. As long as the soul is the same, regardless of how the body changes, they can be considered the same person. And what Bai Bing hated was precisely that point. Her memories of this life were being strongly impacted by the memories of her previous life. Memories change a person's character. If all the memories of my past life fully awaken in the future, will I still be me? Will I become someone who only has that extraterrestrial demon in my heart and is willing to die for him? Thinking about this, Bai Bing felt a strong sense of disgust. She would rather kill herself now than fall into that miserable and pathetic state that she had experienced in her previous life. Then, Bai Bing got up and said, I want to be alone for a while. Don't worry about me. I won't do anything stupid again. After speaking, Bai Bing left. About 2 hours later, in a suburban forest outside of Kai City, Bai Bing was walking alone. Come out. You've been following me for quite a while. Bai Bing suddenly stopped and said calmly. At this point, 4 masked people emerged from the dark forest. They surrounded Bai Bing from the north, south, east, and west. 4-peak chi condensation realm cultivators. You really think highly of me, Bai Bing said calmly. They were all taken aback. You can see through our cultivation levels? One of the masked men asked in shock. It was common knowledge in the cultivation world that cultivators of higher levels could see through the cultivation levels of lower-level cultivators. However, they couldn't feel any spiritual energy from Bai Bing. Because Bai Bing had demonstrated astonishing combat power during the All-God Cup, they had been cautious and deployed 4-peak chi condensation realm cultivators. But how could someone who is not even in the chi condensation realm see through our cultivation? Just at that moment, Bai Bing moved. Her speed was lightning fast. She instantly closed the distance to the masked man standing in the south. Before he had time to react, she pulled out a short blade with a blue glow and directly stabbed it into his heart. This wasn't an ordinary short blade, but a spiritual weapon that Xiao Rufeng had found in his black hole and had given to Bai Bing. Bai Bing's killing action was fast and accurate, and the peak chi condensation realm cultivator died on the spot. The other 3 masked men were aghast, and they instantly joined forces to cast the Myriad Thunder Prison technique. After the Thunder technique was cast, the lightning crackled in the air with a piercing sound, as fierce as thunder, like a raging tiger roaring. The 3 men's bodies were covered in petals of flashing electricity that changed endlessly, looking both nimble and breathtakingly powerful. From the sheer momentum, you could tell how terrifying the Myriad Thunder Prison technique was when cast together. But Bai Bing wasn't intimidated. She even walked towards the thunder field. Under the stunned gazes of the 3 masked men, Bai Bing's hand reached into the thunder field. And then, the thunder field vanished. The 3 of them were bewildered. Before they could react, 2 more of their companions were killed by Bai Bing. The last masked man finally snapped out of it. Cold sweat covered her forehead. This woman is terrifying. But how exactly did she eliminate our Myriad Thunder Prison? She didn't have time to think too much. She had only one thought now. Escape. But Bai Bing's speed was too fast. She couldn't escape at all. Damn it. I'll fight you. The masked woman turned around and faced Bai Bing. Watch my thunder arc. After speaking, the masked woman stretched out her hand, and a thunderbolt as thick as a bowl directly struck at Bai Bing. But again, it was eliminated by Bai Bing with a single hand. What the hell is going on? The masked woman was terrified. Watching Bai Bing walk towards her, under the threat of imminent death, the masked woman's limits were pushed even further. She was like a wild horse that had turned into a stallion, like a heavenly deity that had turned into a beast. A single spark traveled through countless cycles of reincarnation in a hundredth of a second, where time and space merged, creating endlessly changing shapes. Finally, an arc of lightning, like a hawk's eye, shot from the masked woman's eyes, rushing towards Bai Bing like a runaway superhorse. This terrifying power was the first time that Bai Bing had needed to use both of her hands. Boom! The massive electrical pulse slammed into Bai Bing's hands. Did it work? The masked woman thought, panting. After a moment, once the blinding light subsided, the masked woman saw Bai Bing, safe and sound, and was completely devastated. Why? What kind of monster is this woman? Just then, Bai Bing came in front of her. The masked woman no longer tried to escape. She didn't have the strength anymore. But Bai Bing didn't kill her either. Who exactly are you people? Why did you try to assassinate me? Bai Bing said calmly. She didn't kill the masked woman. One reason was because she needed to ask questions. Another was that at the desperate moment, the masked woman's combat power had reached the late Foundation establishment realm. This was very rare. If she hadn't encountered Bai Bing, she would have been blasted to ashes by her lightning. Bai Bing's body could eliminate all techniques. Both she and her sister, Bai Shui, could eliminate techniques. The difference was that Bai Shui eliminated them from within, while Bai Bing eliminated them from the outside. Kill me if you want, but I will never betray my master, the masked woman said. Master? The masked woman's body trembled, clearly fearful of her master. Seeing this, Bai Bing said expressionlessly, your mission failed. 3 of your companions died tragically, and you are the only survivor. Even if I let you go back, do you dare to return? The masked woman trembled again. Bai Bing said nothing more. She reached out and removed the mask from her face. During this process, the masked woman didn't resist. Seeing the masked woman's appearance, Bai Bing's pupils slightly narrowed. It's actually you. Chapter 152. Bai Bing is jealous? We don't know each other, right? The masked woman asked, putting on a brave face. Yun Yin, your appearance and physique can change, but the aura of your body is hard to change, Bai Bing said calmly. If Xiao Rufeng were here, he would be very surprised. Because this masked woman was the same big sister who had tried to seduce him at Yun Yan's villa before. She was Yun Yin in her adult form. Then, Bai Bing added, if you don't believe me, I can have Du Gu Shui Xian identify you. You've known her since childhood, so you should be very aware that her nose is much more sensitive than mine. Don't. The masked woman paused, shrugged her shoulders, and then said helplessly, all right, I admit it, I am Yun Yin. Your physique has returned? Bai Bing said. Yun Yin had always appeared in front of everyone in her lowly form. Although she could use birth control pills to return to her adult form, it was only for a short time, at most half an hour. No, it's just that it lasts for longer now. Now 1 pill can maintain my adult form for a week, Yun Yin said. Pills? Yun Yin took out a blue pill from her pocket. It's this thing, my master gave it to me. Who is your master? I only met her recently. She had me become her disciple, and then she gave me the pills and taught me lightning techniques, Yun Yin said. To my shame, I've never actually met her. I communicate through our senior brother, Yun Yin said. Who is your senior brother? His name is Chu Liang. I don't know anything else about his identity. But, Yun Yin paused, then added, his common language isn't very fluent. I don't know where he's from. Thanks to the unification of the first emperor 2,000 years ago, all countries on Blue Star use the same language and script, known as the common language. Hearing this, Bai Bing's pupils narrowed. Her first thought was the Earth cultivators who had recently come to Blue Star. Bai Bing. Yun Yin blinked. Do you know my senior brother? No, I have a good idea where they are from. Bai Bing paused, looked at Yun Yin, and then said, what will you do now? Yun Yin smiled bitterly. What can I do? Like you said, my mission failed, 3 of my companions died, and even if I go back, I will probably be severely punished. But if I don't go back, there are only a few pills left. Bai Bing thought for a moment, and then suddenly said calmly, why don't you try asking Xiao Rufeng? Try what? He can heal. I know, but Yun Yin smiled bitterly. Mine is not an ordinary condition. I have sought treatment from countless famous doctors over the years, but they were all useless. Then I found that birth control pills could help me restore my adult form for half an hour. It was Du Gu Shui Xian who gave me the inspiration. No, Xiao Rufeng is very good at treating difficult and complex diseases. Bai Bing paused. I'll take you to see him. Yun Yin nodded. On the way back to the hotel, Yun Yin couldn't resist asking, Bai Bing, why? Why what? I almost killed you. Don't you hate me? For my own selfish reasons, I tried to kill someone I know. That's something that deserves divine punishment, Yunyan said. Bai Bing didn't say anything. In her past life, for the sake of that extraterrestrial demon, she had betrayed humanity and countless humans had died by her hand. If there's a divine punishment, then shouldn't I deserve it even more? After a moment, Bai Bing composed herself and said calmly, "Don't think too much about it." Okay. Yunyan then looked at Bai Bing, although she was tempted to ask Bai Bing how she had eliminated her techniques. But Bai Bing definitely won't tell me. It's her trump card. In the end, Yunyan didn't ask. After a while, the two of them returned to their hotel. When they opened the door to their room, Xiao Rufeng and Dugu Shui Xian were inside. Bing Mei! Seeing Bai Bing arrive, Dugu Shui Xian rushed over, very enthusiastic. She was very perceptive. Through tonight's events, Dugu Shui Xian could tell that, in Xiao Rufeng's heart, Bai Bing's position was very special. If she could please Bai Bing, perhaps she could persuade Xiao Rufeng to take her in. However, Bai Bing directly dodged Dugu Shui Xian's enthusiastic embrace. Bing Mei's so cold. Bai Bing ignored Dugu Shui Xian and instead looked at Xiao Rufeng. I was attacked earlier. Xiao Rufeng was startled and immediately said angrily, "Who attacked you?" "That woman." Xiao Rufeng pointed at Yunyan at the door. Xiao Rufeng's expression became subtle. He recognized this mature and sexy big sister with G cups. She looks like Yunyan's older sister. I was almost forced by her earlier. At this point, Dugu Shui Xian came to Yunyan and said with a suspicious expression, "Yunyan, have you lost your mind? Why did you attack Bing Mei?" Huh? Xiao Rufeng was stunned. Isn't she Yunyan's older sister? Xiao Rufeng said. Dugu Shui Xian rolled her eyes. Older sister, my foot. That's Yunyan in her adult form. See it, Zufeng? He didn't know what to say for a moment. How should he put it? A good ball twin story? After a while, Xiao Rufeng came back to his senses. He looked at Yunyan, his eyes gradually turning cold. For him, he would never forgive anyone who harmed Bai Bing, no matter how beautiful she was. Yunyan also felt the killing intent radiating from Xiao Rufeng and smiled bitterly. I did it myself. If you want to attack, then just do it. She knew that she couldn't beat Xiao Rufeng even at her peak, let alone now. At this moment, Bai Bing held back Xiao Rufeng and explained what had happened in the forest. It's those earth cultivators who have recently come to Blue Star again. I get the feeling that more and more people are coming from Earth. Xiao Rufeng felt a lot of pressure. He knew very well that if he couldn't quickly control the spatial connection point to Earth, once a large number of people came to Blue Star, with the current strength of Blue Star civilization, it would probably collapse very quickly. Although Blue Star had hot weapons like airplanes and cannons, Earth had them too. He had heard that Earth's technological civilization had been stagnated for a long time, but it was still comparable to the current technological civilization of Blue Star. But the cultivation civilization of the two was on entirely different levels. If a strong cultivator in the Great Ascension realm came from Earth one day, they would be able to sweep through the entire Blue Star. The process of unification has to be sped up. But recently, AI, who had been collecting intelligence in Eagle Country, had sent information that Eagle Country was very likely to be controlled by people from Earth. This was very troublesome. At this moment, Bai Bing added, Xiao Rufeng, help her to heal, and see if you can cure her dwarfism. I don't have dwarfism, Yunyan protested. Bai Bing ignored her and then looked at Xiao Rufeng again. If you can cure her, you will have a G-cup concubine. Yunyan spat out blood. I didn't say I was going to be Xiao Rufeng's concubine. Xiao Rufeng also started to sweat. Bai Bing's face was so expressionless, he couldn't tell if she was serious or teasing him. After a while, Xiao Rufeng composed himself and came to Yunyan. He placed his hand on Yunyan's wrist, and the white energy inside his body flowed into Yunyan's body under his control. I can cure it, Xiao Rufeng said. Yunyan was overjoyed, but Xiao Rufeng withdrew his hand and smiled. Why do you want to be bigger? Being small is pretty good too. It's not good at all. Although being small is cute, it leads to a loss of my sexual rights. Yunyan said. See it, Zufeng? What kind of lewd and outrageous things was she saying? After a while, Xiao Rufeng looked at Yunyan again and said, Yunyan, I won't heal you. The lowly body is a good disguise, and it will be more useful to me. What do you want me to do? Yunyan asked directly. Go back to your master and collect information for me, Xiao Rufeng said calmly. If I go back, I will be punished. You should have been killed in the forest, right? Xia Rufeng added. Yun Yin was speechless. After a moment, she raised her head and looked at Xia Rufeng. I understand. I'll go now. Then, Yun Yin left. Du Gu Shui Xian blinked. My dear nephew, you have changed. Even G-Cups can't make you show mercy. Xia Rufeng rolled his eyes. What kind of person do you think I am? If I were so lustful, I would have slept with you long ago. He then turned around and looked at Bai Bing. His eyes instantly softened. Were you injured? No. Bai Bing shook her head. Speaking of which, Du Gu Shui Xian came to Bai Bing and said curiously, Bing Mei, what on earth are you? Why can you eliminate techniques? That's too buggy. Bai Bing's expression was calm. What's the point? If I can't break through to the chi condensation realm, my lifespan won't increase. In a few decades, I'll just be buried in the ground. Xia Rufeng's hands clenched tightly. This was something that he had been very concerned about. Neither Bai Bing nor Bai Shui had spiritual roots in their bodies, so they couldn't cultivate. This was also why Xia Rufeng wanted to go to Earth as soon as possible. The cultivation civilization on Earth was prosperous, so perhaps they had some way. Du Gu Shui Xian didn't know what to say. It's late, I'm going back. You guys should sleep early too. Good night. After speaking, Du Gu Shui Xian left the room and returned to the room next door. Bai Bing looked at Xia Rufeng and then said, Aren't you leaving? No, I want to sleep with you. But I don't want to. Xia Rufeng smiled awkwardly and then lay down on the sofa. I'll sleep on the sofa. Bai Bing didn't say anything else. After changing into her pajamas, she lay down in bed. Neither of them spoke. After a few minutes, Bai Bing suddenly said, Come sleep in bed. Before she could finish her sentence, Xia Rufeng had already nimbly climbed into bed and snuggled up under the covers with her. Bai Bing's lips twitched slightly, but she didn't say anything. She didn't hate Xia Rufeng, and she didn't mind sharing the bed with him. She didn't even mind having sex with him. But the only problem was that when Xia Rufeng tried to enter her body, she would instinctively resist. Bai Bing mocked herself, slutty behavior. Although they were sleeping in the same bed, and she could clearly smell the fragrance emanating from Bai Bing, Xia Rufeng didn't try to hug her. Perhaps because of Bai Bing's body's rejection of him earlier, he had developed a psychological trauma. But he still wanted to embrace her. He could feel the confusion and desperation inside Bai Bing. After agonizing over it for a long time, Xia Rufeng finally reached out to Bai Bing and embraced her from behind. Bai Bing didn't resist. Although her body felt slightly uncomfortable, she didn't say anything. If I get used to Xia Rufeng's embrace, will it be able to counteract my longing for that person? The two of them remained in that position. After a while, Xia Rufeng fell asleep. Bai Bing quietly turned around to face Xia Rufeng. This guy is really different from that Li Sheng from my previous life. That Li Sheng from my past life faced both of us sisters, but his eyes were only on my older sister. But this guy definitely wants to have both of us sisters. Bai Bing then remembered her tragic ending in her previous life and sighed in her heart. For me, Xia Rufeng is better. However, it doesn't seem like my sister in this life has any intention of dating Xia Rufeng. What a tragic guy. This is very similar to the Li Sheng of my previous life. Although that Li Sheng always deeply loved my sister from my previous life, she never opened her heart to him. Li Sheng deserved it, but Xia Rufeng. Bai Bing fell silent, unsure what she was thinking. The next day, when Xia Rufeng woke up, his hand was on Bai Bing's chest, and Bai Bing was looking at him. Xia Rufeng quickly withdrew his hand and said awkwardly, Sorry, I fell asleep. I didn't mean to take advantage of you. I know, Bai Bing said. Do you really believe me? Xia Rufeng asked again. Yes, Bai Bing said calmly. Of course she believed him. After all, she was the one who put Xia Rufeng's hand on her chest. Bai Bing wanted to do what she could to make up for her actions towards Xia Rufeng. Xia Rufeng didn't know that the culprit was actually Bai Bing. Seeing that Bai Bing was not angry, he also felt relieved. I feel like, after the bathroom incident, Bing Mei seems much gentler towards me. After a while, Xia Rufeng shook his head and stopped thinking too much. He put on his clothes and said, I'm going to Eagle Country. The tracker we installed on Yun Yin shows that she's already in Eagle Country. Are you going to save Yun Yin? That's one of the reasons. I also plan to investigate the current situation in Eagle Country. Xia Rufeng paused. I haven't been able to find a breakthrough recently. I'm thinking of seeing if I can find an opportunity to take over Eagle Country from the inside. My sister is also in Eagle Country, right? Bai Bing suddenly asked. Ah. Xiao Rufeng scratched his head and said with a brave face, I'm not going to look for your sister. She might have already gone to Earth. I'm going to Eagle Country with you, Bai Bing said. Huh? Will that interfere with your plans? Bai Bing asked. Her sharp eyes made Xiao Rufeng dare not look her in the eye. I understand. Xiao Rufeng had no choice but to say. Bai Bing withdrew her gaze, not saying anything else. Actually, she understood that Xiao Rufeng was going to Eagle Country to save Yun Yin and look for a breakthrough to take over Eagle Country. These were all his objectives. But finding her sister, Bai Shui, was definitely also on his list. Thinking of this, Bai Bing felt a strange emotion, a mixture of confusion, unwillingness, and discomfort. She had never felt this emotion before. What is wrong with me? Chapter 153. I'd rather give myself to Xiao Rufeng. Bing Mai. Xiao Rufeng asked. It's nothing. Bai Bing composed herself and said calmly. Then she also began to change her clothes. She didn't avoid Xiao Rufeng. After all, last night her body had been completely exposed to Xiao Rufeng. There was no need to be coy and act like a pure virgin. Bai Bing was very frank, but it was Xiao Rufeng who felt a little embarrassed. But he didn't deliberately look away either. Although he didn't stare at Bai Bing, he would occasionally steal glances at her. Then, he would secretly gulp. Truth be told, Bing Mei's figure is really good, curves in all the right places. It's just, Xiao Rufeng's eyes flickered. Bing Mei is 20 years old now, the peak of her figure and appearance. But for someone who can't cultivate, the best beauty will eventually fade. If only there was a beauty-preserving pill. Before finding a way for the Bai sisters to cultivate, I could preserve her beauty. The passage of time and the fading of youth were universal laws. And the beauty-preserving pill, which forcibly preserved one's beauty, was a heaven-defying act that required extremely high alchemy skills to refine. Moreover, because it was a heaven-defying act, the pill would be accompanied by a pill tribulation when it was completed. Ordinary alchemists not only didn't have the ability to refine it, but even if they could, they wouldn't dare to try. What if they were struck dead by the pill tribulation? Therefore, beauty-preserving pills could generally only be made by pill emperors. Even for a pill emperor, whether they would succeed or not was still up to luck. In short, beauty-preserving pills were extremely rare. Not only in the lower planes, but even in the immortal realm, beauty-preserving pills were extremely precious elixirs. Sigh. Xiao Rufeng sighed again. I can only hope to find one from my Dantian black hole. But that's like looking for a needle in a haystack. While he was pondering, Bai Bing had already changed her clothes. When she opened the door, ready to leave, Du Gu Shui Xian was just about to knock. She was yawning. Didn't sleep well last night? Xiao Rufeng asked. It's all because of you too, Du Gu Shui Xian said. Huh? Xiao Rufeng was confused. How did it get to be our fault? I kept smelling the hormones wafting from your room. I thought I'd smell a lot of male hormones, but surprisingly, what I smelled was... Before she finished, Bai Bing suddenly looked over, her eyes threatening to kill. Du Gu Shui Xian's scalp went numb. Truth be told, this girl, Bai Bing, was a natural enemy of cultivators. She was no match for her. What did you smell? Xiao Rufeng asked curiously. Oh, I actually smelled farts. Which of you two farted? Du Gu Shui Xian said. Xiao Rufeng rolled his eyes. Annie, can you not be so perverted? Aunt Pear Flower is such a proper person. Aren't twin sisters supposed to have similar personalities? How do you know my sister isn't perverted? Du Gu Shui Xian retorted. Xiao Rufeng was speechless. He couldn't refute that point. After all, he hadn't had much contact with Du Gu Lihua. At this point, Du Gu Shui Xian giggled and then said, Are you guys going out? Oh yeah, we're going to Eagle Country, Xiao Rufeng said. Du Gu Shui Xian immediately said, I'll go too. I just came back from Eagle Country a few days ago. I can be your tour guide. We're not going for fun. It's good to have someone who knows the way. Besides, when Bing Mei has her period, I can help warm your bed too, Du Gu Shui Xian said. See you, Du Feng. His head hurt. I'm telling you, Du Gu Shui Xian, you're a beautiful seductress. You have countless admirers. Why are you so determined to hang yourself from this tree? I once read a novel called Chronicles of Mountains and Rivers, written by a descendant of Earth. I really liked a character called Wu Guo, Du Gu Shui Xian suddenly said. Bai Bing was startled, because the Wu Guo that Du Gu Shui Xian was talking about was her name in her previous life. This female character was very tragic. She betrayed the whole world for the man she loved. But sadly, The man she loved didn't love her. Before she was beheaded, the high priest who interrogated her asked her if she regretted it. Guess what she said? Dugu Shui Xian said. She said if there was a next life, she would still betray the whole world for that man, Xiao Rufeng said. Huh? You've read that novel too? I read it in the library of the Sky Cohen Martial Academy before, Xiao Rufeng said. The first time I saw that book, I really liked Wu Guo. Her love was passionate and intense. Even though it ended with her death, she didn't regret it at all. And I'm the same. Even if I can't be your woman in the end, I will never regret it, Dugu Shui Xian said. Xiao Rufeng scratched his head. His head hurt. Bai Bing was indifferent. The last words of her previous life might have been Wu Guo's true feelings, but the current Bai Bing didn't want that. But, unfortunately, no matter how hard she tried to break free, she was powerless. Because Wu Guo and Bai Bing were essentially the same person. And it wasn't even like having a multiple personality disorder. People with multiple personalities didn't interfere with each other. But the memories of the previous life could affect Bai Bing's personality. This was extremely annoying. No matter what, I won't give everything for a man like Li Sheng again. I'd rather give my virginity to Xiao Rufeng. Let's go. At this point, Dugu Shui Xian linked arms with Xiao Rufeng and said. She paused, turned her head to look at Bai Bing, and added, Bing Mei, what are you staring at? Let's go. Bai Bing came back to her senses. She didn't say anything. She then followed Xiao Rufeng and Dugu Shui Xian out of the hotel. In the evening, the three of them crossed the borders of Elephant Country and Sparrow Country and entered the territory of Sparrow Country. Although Sparrow Country had not yet been merged into Dragon Country, even the people of Sparrow Country knew that Sparrow Country would eventually be swallowed up by Dragon Country. The people of Sparrow Country didn't object to this. After all, Sparrow Country was a small country. Now that they had the chance to become citizens of a big country, why wouldn't they be happy? Moreover, they also knew that they had no power to refuse. Even powerful countries like Wolf Country and Elephant Country had fallen one after the other within a week. How long could the weakest of the 7 hegemonic powers of Blue Star, Sparrow Country, last? The merger of countries didn't have a big impact on the common people, but it would have a huge impact on the nobles of Sparrow Country. Sparrow Country's capital city, Jinghua City, Royal Palace. The political systems of the 7 hegemonic countries on Blue Star were different. For example, Eagle Country was a constitutional monarchy. Dragon Country was a constitutional monarchy as well. Wolf Country was a theocracy. Elephant Country was a parliamentary republic. Bear Country was currently in a civil war between the Republicans and the Royalists. Lion Country, on the other side of the ocean, was a federal republic. And Sparrow Country was the only one with a stable traditional feudal imperial system. The head of state was the emperor, and below him were the cabinet ministers and nobles. At this time, a fierce debate was taking place in the royal palace. I am against merging into Dragon Country. A man wearing noble attire said, his emotions agitated. Earl Ji Hui, are you saying you want us to start a war with Dragon Country? Another minister said. I know we can't defeat Dragon Country, but we can become a vassal state of Dragon Country. We don't need to merge with them, right? Earl Ji Hui said. Do you think the Dragon Country Emperor Xiao Rufeng would agree? His goal is clearly to unify the world. We have the Empress Dowager. As long as the Empress Dowager marries Xiao Rufeng, perhaps we can preserve our country's independence, Earl Ji Hui said. As soon as he said this, the conference hall immediately fell silent. Yuan Ling sat at the head of the round table. She crossed her legs and smiled slightly. Earl Ji Hui, do you think that Emperor Xiao Rufeng will want a widowed woman like me? Ji Hui put on a brave face and said, I have heard that the imperial concubine in Lei, who had a public wedding, was also a married woman. And the newly appointed empress is also a married woman. Maybe he likes that. Then why don't you offer your wife to Xiao Rufeng? Someone stood up and roared angrily. Ji Hui was also annoyed and retorted, Imai, I know you want to marry Empress Dowager Yuan Ling, but please put national interests first. The man called Imai was instantly embarrassed. He glanced at Yuan Ling, seeing that Yuan Ling wasn't angry and was even smiling at him. He was suddenly filled with courage. Ji Hui, the reason you are so resistant to merging with Dragon Country is simply because you don't want to lose your title, isn't it? Stop talking about national righteousness. You're embarrassing yourself. Say that again. Ji Hui roared angrily. Imai didn't back down at all. What? Are you tough just because you have a loud voice? If you have the guts, let's have a duel. Imai said. Under the push of the atmosphere, Ji Hui was also on edge. A duel it is. Yuan Ling picked up her teacup and elegantly drank her tea. The bickering in front of her seemed completely unrelated to her. At this point, Yuan Ling's cell phone's notification light flashed. She picked up her phone, looked at it, and looked a little surprised. Then, Yuan Ling stood up and smiled. I can't stand the sight of blood. You can fight slowly, I have to go. After speaking, Yuan Ling left. About 2 hours later, Yuan Ling arrived at the border town of Yi City on a private plane. Then, she met Xiao Rufeng and his group at a villa on the outskirts of the city. Your Majesty Rufeng, is this where you have your intelligence point in our sparrow country? Yuan Ling said with a smile. Du Gu Shui Xian looked at Yuan Ling with vigilance. She accepted Zhang Li, the Bai sisters, and even in Lei as being ahead of her. After all, Xiao Rufeng had known them for a long time, but she was highly wary of Yuan Ling. Honey, who's this woman with the lewd smile? Du Gu Shui Xian deliberately said. Everyone. Yuan Ling also had a black line on her face. Although she knew that there were many people slandering her behind her back, saying she was promiscuous. But it was the first time she had been said that to her face. Xiao Rufeng's head hurt. Annie, this is Empress Dowager Yuan Ling's territory. Can you please not be so arrogant? Xiao Rufeng said helplessly. Yuan Ling had already returned to her normal expression. She smiled. It's okay, I won't be bothered with children. Du Gu Shui Xian. Du Gu Shui Xian was about to lose it. Xiao Rufeng started sweating and quickly grabbed Du Gu Shui Xian. You guys stop it, Xiao Rufeng said again. Yuan Ling and Du Gu Shui Xian didn't say another word. Although his voice was small in front of the Bai sisters and Zhang Li, he still had some authority in front of others. At this point, Xiao Rufeng looked at Yuan Ling and said, Yuan Ling, we plan to go to Eagle Country. I know that you have a lot of intelligence networks in Eagle Country, and I need those networks. Dragon Country also had intelligence networks in Eagle Country, but because the two countries were so far apart, they didn't have many. But Sparrow Country and Eagle Country had been neighbors for 1,000 years, and they had both placed a lot of intelligence personnel in each other's territory. I've already brought you the information. Then, Yuan Ling gave Xiao Rufeng a USB drive. Inside was Sparrow Country's intelligence network in Eagle Country, which could be said to be one of Sparrow Country's core secrets. Yuan Ling gave it to Xiao Rufeng without hesitation. This showed her choice. She had decided to fully surrender to Xiao Rufeng. However, Yuan Ling hadn't figured out how to deeply bind herself with Xiao Rufeng. She knew in her heart that the best way to bind herself was to marry Xiao Rufeng and become his woman. With Xiao Rufeng's personality, once she became his woman, she would definitely be protected by him. Although she couldn't guarantee independence, she might be able to get more autonomy for Sparrow Country. But Yuan Ling glanced at Xiao Rufeng, her expression subtle. Will he agree? After all, he doesn't lack women. And compared to the women around him, I don't have any obvious advantages. No, I do have an advantage. Although, I don't have many advantages in terms of body and appearance, my strength is still considered among the top of the women around Xiao Rufeng. That is my capital. Yuan Ling's eyes flickered. Find an opportunity to probe Xiao Rufeng's thoughts. While she was thinking, Xiao Rufeng suddenly reached out his hand to Yuan Ling. Yuan Ling blinked. This is? A handshake, Xiao Rufeng paused and added. My goal is to unite the world and eliminate the threat of war. Therefore, I cannot grant Sparrow Country independence, because that would sow the seeds of future division. But I am willing to give Sparrow Country more autonomy. Yuan Ling was confused. She had just been thinking about marrying Xiao Rufeng to get more autonomy for Sparrow Country. But now Xiao Rufeng had suddenly agreed to give Sparrow Country more autonomy, so she couldn't bring up marriage anymore, which left Yuan Ling a little at a loss. Empress Dowager Yuan Ling? Xiao Rufeng asked again. Oh, that's great. Yuan Ling snapped out of it and smiled. But there was a slight sense of disappointment in her heart. However, she was, after all, the regent of Sparrow Country, and was good at controlling her emotions. By the way, I remember there is a royal hot spring pool nearby. Let's go soak in the hot springs. Yuan Ling paused and added. This is not an ordinary hot spring pool. It's rich in trace elements and has beauty-preserving effects. Du Gu Shui Xian's eyes darted around. Then she was the first to raise her hand. Okay, let's go soak in the hot springs. We still need to travel, Xiao Rufeng said. Traveling also requires rest. Soaking in hot springs can relieve physical fatigue and regulate menstrual irregularities. I've been having menstrual irregularities lately. I need to continue the hot spring treatment, Du Gu Shuexian said. See you, Feng. Okay, then you three go. Aren't you afraid that Yuan Ling and I will fight? Du Gu Shuexian said. Xia Ru Feng started sweating. These two were likely to fight, and Bing Mei was usually aloof and didn't get involved, so she might not stop them. There was no way around it. Okay, then we'll go together. An hour later, the four of them arrived at the hot spring pool Yuan Ling mentioned. It was a hot spring located in a volcanic crater. The hot spring pool wasn't large, it was circular, with a diameter of about 4 or 5 meters. It could only accommodate 5 or 6 people at the same time. However, the surrounding mineral elements were very rich and did have a nourishing effect on the body. It's just that, such a small hot spring pool. At this moment, Yuan Ling added, Your Majesty Ru Feng, you go into the hot spring first, we'll go change our clothes. Then, the three women left. There was no choice. Xia Ru Feng had to go to the hot spring first. Hot springs. Xia Ru Feng looked wistful. He actually rarely soaked in hot springs, or rather, only once. That was the time he was with Bai Shui when they were saving Ning Tao, and they had soaked in a hot spring along the way. He had accidentally run into the women's bath and bumped into Bai Shui, who was bathing. People generally bathe nude, not wearing any clothes. At most, they used a towel to cover their private parts. But now it's a mixed bath, they wouldn't be so open, right? Even if my Annie is being reckless, Yuan Ling wouldn't agree. Although I haven't had much contact with Yuan Ling, she feels like she's just looks sexy, but is quite conservative at heart. While he was pondering, footsteps approached. Xia Ru Feng turned his head. Cough, cough. He choked. Chapter 154, Soaking in the Hot Springs. The three of them came together. They weren't wearing bathrobes, but were using towels to cover their fronts. But this half-covered appearance only made the men's blood boil. What are these three women trying to do? Are they trying to harm the millions of tiny soldiers in my body? Xia Ru Feng quickly turned away, not daring to look at them anymore. Oh my dear nephew is shy, Du Gu Shuexian said. It seems so. Yuan Ling chuckled lightly. Empress Dowager Yuan Ling, please don't join my aunt in her shenanigans. She's a pervert, beyond help. Please don't be a pervert too, Xia Ru Feng said. If you say that, then Bing Mei is also a pervert, Du Gu Shuexian said. Xia Ru Feng instantly choked. Bing Mei is different from you, Xia Ru Feng said with a forced bravado. T6, you're biased, Du Gu Shuexian said with a hint of resentment. Bai Bing said nothing. She sat down beside Xia Ru Feng, but didn't speak. Instead, she lifted her head and gazed at the starry sky. Tonight, the moon was bright, and the stars twinkled. I've heard that Earth and we are actually under the same starry sky, but are separated by a spatial barrier, Bai Bing said suddenly. I've heard that too. It's said that Earth and our blue star are like twins. Du Gu Shuexian paused and then said, I really hope to go to Earth to see one day. Xia Ru Feng didn't say anything. Among the four people in the hot spring, he should know the most about Earth. After all, his first life was born on Earth, and in his second life, he returned to Earth as a demon. At this point, Yuan Ling said coldly, I am determined to go to Earth. Why are you so obsessed with going to Earth? Du Gu Shuexian asked curiously. My husband ran away with a mistress from Earth. Huh? Du Gu Shuexian was surprised. Isn't your husband dead? He's not dead. Then, Yuan Ling told them about her husband. She also told them about her cooperation with Xia Ru Feng. So, you don't need to be wary of me. My relationship with His Majesty Ru Feng is purely a cooperative one, Yuan Ling said with a light smile. Oh! Du Gu Shuexian's eyes lit up. She directly stretched out her hands and grabbed Yuan Ling's hands, saying, Since we're not love rivals, then we're friends. Yuan Ling started sweating and quickly said, Miss Du Gu, the towel on your body fell off. Du Gu Shuexian looked down. And it was true. Originally, she had been using her hand to press the towel over her chest. But just now, she had been too focused on shaking hands with Yuan Ling and had forgotten about the towel. Without the towel covering her, Du Gu Shuexian was basically naked. Oh well, the only man here is one of us anyway. Might as well look, she said. Du Gu Shuexian then deliberately moved closer to Xia Ru Feng. Xia Ru Feng's head was hurting. This aunt of his, who was unrelated by blood, had become more daring recently. But he could make mistakes with other women, like Jiang Lu. But he really couldn't make mistakes with Du Gu Shuexian. If he did, the family's ethical relationship would collapse. Bing Mei help, Xia Ru Feng said. Bai Bing turned to look at Xiao Ru Feng and sighed. Du Gu Shui Xian giggled. Bing Mei won't care. After speaking, Du Gu Shui Xian lunged straight at Xiao Ru Feng. But Bai Bing kicked her out of the hot spring. Everyone. Xiao Ru Feng also wiped off the cold sweat. This little expressionless face, Bing Mei, is really ruthless and doesn't say much. At this point, Du Gu Shui Xian climbed up from the ground, also with a black line on her face. Hey, Bai Bing, don't go too far. Bai Bing directly stood up in the hot spring pool and said calmly, "Want to fight?" Du Gu Shui Xian instantly gave in. Just kidding. This woman had recently taken on 4 peak Qi condensation realm cultivators all by herself and had killed 3 of them. And she was also in the peak Qi condensation realm. Although her combat power might be a little stronger, she would still definitely be killed instantly if she fought Bai Bing. After all, Yun Yin said that when she had gone into berserk mode, her combat power had reached the late Foundation establishment realm, and yet she had still only been able to get beaten up by Bai Bing. Bai Bing's physical fitness is comparable to the peak Foundation establishment realm. Although she can't use techniques, she can nullify them. It's as if she's dragging her opponents to the same realm as her, and then using her powerful physique and amazing combat skills to defeat them. This is too unfair. Du Gu Shui Xian was annoyed, but she was also helpless. After a while, Du Gu Shui Xian raised her hands. All right, you win. Then, Du Gu Shui Xian returned to the hot spring pool and honestly sat far away from Xiao Ru Feng. She looked depressed. I feel like this girl, Bai Bing, has been acting a little strange recently. Although she had always been inseparable from Xiao Ru Feng before, she basically didn't interfere in Xiao Ru Feng's private life. She had no reaction to Xiao Ru Feng flirting with other women. Speaking of which, the female hormones wafting from the next room last night. Du Gu Shui Xian's eyes flickered. Then she suddenly said, Bai Bing, have you fallen in love with Xiao Ru Feng? Xiao Ru Feng blinked and turned to look at Bai Bing beside him. Are your brains rotting? Xiao Ru Feng and I are revolutionary comrades. There are no personal feelings, Bai Bing said calmly. She paused and added, however, he is indeed the closest man to me. How close? Close enough to get into bed, Bai Bing said with an expressionless face. Hearing Bai Bing say that, Du Gu Shui Xian didn't know what to say. After a while, she couldn't resist complaining. You can get into bed with him, and you're not in love? Bai Bing said nothing. In her past life, her sister had been willing to get into bed with Li Sheng in order to find out Li Sheng's weaknesses. At that time, she had been outside the room, listening to the lovemaking inside, her heart aching. But although they had slept together, did her sister love Li Sheng? No, she didn't. She was only trying to find Li Sheng's weakness so that she could kill him. Not every intimate encounter on a bed means love. After a moment, Bai Bing said calmly, that's just nonsense. At this point, Xiao Ru Feng smiled. Okay, Annie, stop pairing us up randomly. He turned to look at Bai Bing and said, Bai Bing has someone she likes. Who knew that, upon hearing this, Du Gu Shui Xian became even more agitated. Are you using Xiao Ru Feng as a sex toy? Bai Bing had no response. She couldn't deny it, because she was indeed trying to use Xiao Ru Feng to get rid of the influence that Li Sheng from her past life had over her. I misjudged you. After speaking, Du Gu Shui Xian directly stood up from the hot spring pool. She didn't use a towel to cover herself. She just climbed out of the hot spring pool, went to the shore, and then said, I have something to do. I'm not going to Eagle Country. You guys be careful. After speaking, Du Gu Shui Xian left. Yuan Ling blinked. Then she also left the hot spring pool, chasing after Du Gu Shui Xian. Now, there were only Xiao Ru Feng and Bai Bing left in the hot spring pool. I'm sorry, Bai Bing suddenly said. You don't need to apologize. In this world, who isn't someone else's tool? Leaving aside anything else, isn't Yuan Ling also my tool? Even, you're my tool. These past few years, if it weren't for you taking care of me, I don't know what I would have become, Xiao Ru Feng chuckled. Bai Bing didn't say anything, but a hint of fatigue appeared between her brows. Can I borrow your shoulder? Bai Bing asked. Of course, Xiao Ru Feng said. Bai Bing said nothing more. She leaned her head on Xiao Ru Feng's shoulder and closed her eyes. Before long, she actually fell asleep. When Bai Bing woke up again, they were still in the hot spring pool. Her head was still on Xiao Ru Feng's shoulder, and Xiao Ru Feng was also asleep. Ah, Bing Mei, you're awake. Yuan Ling's voice rang out. Bai Bing turned her head. Yuan Ling was sitting on a chair behind them. She climbed out of the hot spring pool, and then said, What time is it? It's a little past 3 in the morning. You can sleep a little longer. It's very comfortable sleeping in a hot spring, Yuan Ling said. No, I need to go to Eagle Country. Huh? Aren't you going with His Majesty Ru Feng? I'll go explore the situation first. It's not that I don't trust your information. It's just that Xiao Ru Feng has great responsibilities now, and he can't have any accidents, Bai Bing said. Okay. Bai Bing changed her clothes and then said, he's in your care now. After speaking, Bai Bing left. Yuan Ling's expression was subtle. The relationships around Xiao Ru Feng are very delicate. She didn't quite understand it. Then, Yuan Ling's gaze fell on Xiao Ru Feng, who was sleeping soundly in the hot spring. Although this guy has a bad reputation because of his philandering, the women around him don't seem to mind too much. It's probably because he values the people around him, she thought. At that moment, a cold wind blew, and Yuan Ling shivered. It's a little cold. I'd better go into the hot spring to warm up. Then, Yuan Ling took off her bathrobe again and went into the hot spring. She closed her eyes, letting herself be completely immersed in the hot spring. The buoyancy of the water held up her body, making her feel light and free. The steam rose up, enveloping her in a hazy mist. Her skin was gently flushed red, like a young girl in spring. Yuan Ling closed her eyes and enjoyed it thoroughly. She was enjoying it so much that she couldn't help but let out a delicate, panting sound. Soaking in hot springs really does have to be done naked. After a while, Yuan Ling opened her eyes, admiring the beautiful scenery. Around the hot spring were towering mountains, with a light mist swirling around them, as if they were a beautiful painting. Then, Yuan Ling's gaze landed on Xiao Ru Feng. At first, she was far away from Xiao Ru Feng. The hot spring water was foggy, so it was hard to see clearly. But after moving a few times, Yuan Ling had come to Xiao Ru Feng's side. She gazed at the sleeping Xiao Ru Feng, her expression subtle. This guy looks rather cute when he's asleep. After a while, she reached out and gently poked Xiao Ru Feng's cheek. Xiao Ru Feng didn't respond. Is he sleeping that soundly? What Yuan Ling didn't know was that Xiao Ru Feng had entered the same dream he'd experienced before. During these times, he would be trapped in a dream. Unless he sensed a life-or-death crisis, it would be hard for him to wake up. His previous dreams had all been related to cultivation. But today's dream seemed a bit strange. Xiao Ru Feng didn't know what kind of dream he was having, but he was smiling lewdly. What kind of sweet dream is this guy having? While Yuan Ling was pondering, Xiao Ru Feng suddenly pulled her to him. Yuan Ling was stunned. Xiao Ru Feng was sitting while soaking in the hot spring, and she was sitting in front of him, as if she was sitting on a chair. But this chair wasn't flat, and it could deform. While she was stunned, something suddenly entered her body. Chapter 155. Do you want to see it? Yuan Ling's body trembled, even more stunned. She instinctively tried to stand up, but Xiao Ru Feng pulled her back down. That thing went into her body again. What made Yuan Ling even more confused was that Xiao Ru Feng seemed to still be dreaming. All of his actions seemed to be unconscious. Was I violated? Yuan Ling was very conflicted at first. After all, she still had some hope for her husband. Otherwise, she wouldn't have let Xiao Ru Feng help her find her husband and that mistress. If she had no feelings, she wouldn't care who her husband had run away with. It was precisely because she still had feelings that she was angry about her husband's affair. But now she was... After a moment, Yuan Ling gradually calmed down. Why is he allowed to have an affair, but I'm not? She took a deep breath and started to cooperate with Xiao Ru Feng, even actively engaging him. When Xiao Ru Feng woke up, it was already the next day. He was still in the hot spring pool. He was all alone. It feels like I had a wet dream. Xiao Ru Feng looked around and let out a sigh of relief. It's good that no one's here. Otherwise, it'd be too embarrassing. At this point, footsteps approached. Xiao Ru Feng quickly put on his clothes. As soon as he was done changing, Yuan Ling came. Your Majesty Ru Feng, you're awake, Yuan Ling said, walking over with a smile. Xiao Ru Feng looked at Yuan Ling. He felt like Yuan Ling had changed slightly, but he couldn't quite pinpoint where. He composed himself and then smiled. Sorry about that. I actually fell asleep. It's okay. Yuan Ling paused, then added, but you were really out of it when you were sleeping. Heh, sometimes I can be like that. Xiao Ru Feng paused and then said weakly, I didn't say anything in my sleep, did I? He had a wet dream. If he talked in his sleep at this time, it would be too embarrassing. Yuan Ling paused and then smiled. No, I don't think so. I didn't hear anything. You were here with me the whole time? Xiao Ru Feng asked again. No, I got tired and went to sleep, Yuan Ling said. Phew. Xiao Ru Feng let out a sigh of relief. It's good that I didn't say anything strange. Yuan Ling smiled, saying nothing. He had indeed not spoken in his sleep, but he had sleepwalked and done things to her. However, unless Yuan Ling told him, Xiao Ru Feng wouldn't know at all. He thought it was all a dream. At that point, Yuan Ling said again, "Oh right, because you were sleeping so soundly, Bai Bing went to Eagle Country first by herself. I have to go there now too." After speaking, Xiao Ru Feng directly used his wind element magic and left. Yuan Ling watched Xiao Ru Feng's figure disappear completely from her vision before turning her gaze back. She left the hot springs. The nanny came with her son, Lu Ming. "Mom, when are you going to marry Uncle Ru Feng? I want to be a family with the E," Lu Ming said. Yuan Ling sighed. "This kid is as silly as I am. That Jiang Yi doesn't want to play with you at all, and yet you still go and try to please her. He is starting to act like a simp at such a young age. His future is bleak." Yuan Ling turned her head and looked at the hot spring pool again. Her expression was a little complicated. Although there were many rumors about her, saying she was the Scarlet Empress of Sparrow Country, with many lovers in the palace. But in reality, Yuan Ling had only been intimate with two men. One was her husband, and the other was Xiao Ru Feng. "But my husband ran away with a mistress. Xiao Ru Feng won't marry me either. He doesn't even seem to know that we did it." Sigh. Another sigh. "Mom, what's wrong?" Lu Ming asked again. "Nothing." Yuan Ling then took Lu Ming's hand and said, "Let's go back to the capital. There are still very important things to do." After returning to Jinghua City, the capital of Sparrow Country, Yuan Ling immediately held a press conference, announcing the merger plan between Sparrow Country and Dragon Country. She also stated that she would be personally traveling to Dragon Country to discuss it with Xiao Ru Feng. This was mainly to cover up Xiao Ru Feng's whereabouts, to make everyone mistakenly believe that Xiao Ru Feng was still in Dragon Country. But in reality, Xiao Ru Feng had already arrived at the border area between Sparrow Country and Eagle Country. Eagle Country, one of the 7 hegemonic powers of Blue Star, it was originally just an island nation. Later, through wars of conquest, it acquired land on the Eurasian continent that was more than 5 times the area of the island. At its peak, Eagle Country controlled 70% of the world's area, almost recreating the great achievements of the first emperor. Even though the empire later weakened and was forced to relinquish many occupied lands, it was still one of the most powerful countries among the 7 hegemonic powers of Blue Star. However, facing the aggressive Dragon Country, Eagle Country was also under a lot of pressure. After Wolf Country and Elephant Country were successively annexed by Dragon Country, Eagle Country began to set up a land defense line called the Achino Line. In a short period of time, with the aid of Lion Country from across the ocean, Eagle Country had deployed over 2 million troops, tens of thousands of tanks, thousands of warplanes, and a large number of drones, self-propelled artillery, and other heavy armored units along a 2,000-kilometer-long border. In addition to the armed technology, Eagle Country had also deployed its domestic martial arts forces to the front line, including the most elite martial arts force, the Griffin Knights. Eagle Country was one of the first countries to form martial arts combat units in its military. So far, Eagle Country had formed a total of 30 martial arts units. The Griffin Knights unit was the last one to be formed, but its strength was the most terrifying. Especially their leader, Mai-He, wore a mask, and no one knew their appearance or even their gender. The only thing they could be sure of was that they were incredibly powerful. There were some rumors that this Mai-He was a cultivator from Earth, but no one knew whether that was true or not. The Griffin Knights Unit Barracks. That is all for today's meeting. Dismissed. A person wearing a griffin mask said calmly. The voice was androgynous, and you couldn't tell if it was male or female. It was Mai-He, the leader of the Griffin Knights Unit. After the high-ranking officers of the Griffin Knights Unit had left the meeting room, Mai-He went behind the desk and sat down. Then, they picked up a book and began flipping through it. There was one man who didn't leave the meeting room. "Sis, let's go to Dragon Country," the man said. Mai-He raised their head, a cold light flashing in their eyes. "Have you not learned your lesson?" Mai-He said calmly. "It's not like there's anyone else here." The man paused and then said with a chuckle, "Sis, let's go to Dragon Country, okay?" Mai-He turned a page of the book and said calmly, "What do you want to do in Dragon Country?" "If you ask me, we should just go to Dragon Country and kill that Xiao Ru Feng. In the art of war, offense is the best defense," the man said again. "Are you an idiot?" At this point, Mai-He said calmly, "Huh, Do you really think that Xia Ru Feng is still in Dragon Country? Mai he added. He should be, right? Isn't that Yuan Ling from Sparrow Country going to Dragon Country to discuss things with him? Sigh. Mai he sighed. That's why I say you're an idiot. They paused and said calmly. If I am correct, that Xia Ru Feng is already, or will soon sneak into Eagle Country. No way. What is an emperor doing in the enemy's base? What is he doing? Mai closed the book. That book was the Chronicles of Mountains and Rivers. Putting the book on the desk, Mai stood up, then said calmly, naturally, to get to the spatial passage connecting Earth. What? How did he know? The man was surprised. This man is much more powerful than you think, Mai said calmly. The man curled his lips dismissively. He's just a pervert. If nothing else works, we can send someone to seduce him, and we can take him down in a minute. Do you think any woman can take him down? Other women can't, but if my sister makes a move, she will definitely be able to take him down, the man said. Mai didn't say anything. They took off their mask, revealing a shockingly beautiful face. However, there seemed to be many stories hidden in her eyes. The man remembered something and then said, Sis, are you still thinking about that heartless man? He broke off your engagement for power and caused you to be stranded on Blue Star. I'm not thinking about him. Mai paused and then said calmly, Men are all the same. Whether it's him or the Xia Ru Feng of this world, they're all the same. For them, women are just pawns. The man looked at Mai, wanting to say something, but stopping himself. In the end, he said, Sis, actually, if you ask me, you might as well enter the palace for the Imperial selection. If the Heavenly Revelation Emperor notices you, you will instantly become the most powerful person. Then, you can beat that heartless man into a pulp. The Heavenly Revelation Emperor is the childhood sweetheart of the late Emperor Guing. They were in a close relationship. He would not have taken a liking to another woman, Mai said calmly. But, didn't Emperor Guing already pass away? Speaking of which, before that extraterrestrial demon self-destructed, he pushed Emperor Guing away. She should have been unharmed. How did she die? The man asked curiously. The death of Emperor Guing has always been a mystery. Now that the Heavenly Revelation Emperor has awakened, the truth might come out soon, but it may also remain a mystery forever, Mai said calmly. Mai paused and then said calmly, I'm going to take a bath. Don't do anything rash. Xia Ru Feng is not someone you can deal with. After speaking, Mai left. After Mai left, the man sat down in Mai's seat, casually picked up the book on the desk, crossed his legs, and started flipping through it. It's written well. Although there are many versions on Earth, this version is still written the best. Especially, the character Wu Guo was written so well. If the Wu Guo in history really was like what's written in the book, then she would be truly pitiful. Sigh, it's a shame I was born too late. If I had been born earlier, I would have definitely comforted that poor Wu Guo. After reading for a while, the man slammed the book onto the table. The more I read, the more I think that extraterrestrial demon, Li Sheng, was a bastard. How could he be indifferent to such a good woman? I agree, a voice said. Right? Huh. At this point, the man finally reacted. He turned his head. Without realizing, a man had appeared beside him. He was startled. When he took a closer look, he was even more shocked. See Zhu Feng? The person who had appeared beside him was none other than Xia Ru Feng. He had transformed into a shadow and had quietly snuck in. Xia Ru Feng swaggered over and sat in Mai's seat. He flipped through the book Chronicles of Mountains and Rivers and shook his head. That Li Sheng was such a scumbag. Wu Guo was such a good girl. For him, she betrayed her family, friends, and even all of humanity. But until the very end, he never loved Wu Guo. Ever since I read this book, I've sworn that I'll never be like that Li Sheng. I'll share my love with all the girls who love me, so that everyone can have a happy and fulfilling future. The man's eyes lit up. Oh, we have the same ideal. Wait, I almost got led astray by you. He took a deep breath and said, Xia Ru Feng, what are you doing here? I came to see the leader of the Griffin Knights unit. It shouldn't be you, right? Xia Ru Feng said. The leader of the Griffin Knights unit is my sister. Where is she? She went to take a bath. The man paused, then his eyes darted around, and he said with a seductive tone, Do you want to see it? Chapter 156. The Strongest Love Rival Awakened. Hey kid, you're going too far. Does your sister have a grudge against you? Xia Ru Feng said. The man shrugged. Your Majesty Ru Feng, you don't understand. My sister is trapped by love and can't get out. She needs a strong dose of medicine. Am I that strong dose of medicine? Yup. The man paused and then said, As far as I know, you're surrounded by married women. The first one you married, the recently appointed empress, they all seem to be married women, right? Xiao Rufeng's lips twitched slightly, but he didn't say anything. That was all true. I think you're good at dealing with married women. Although my sister isn't officially married, she was engaged. It's almost the same and can be seen as a married woman too. So, I think you have a way to help my sister, the man said. He paused, looked at Xiao Rufeng, and then said, You sneaked in here in the middle of the night. Weren't you trying to communicate with my sister directly? Xiao Rufeng looked at the man and then said, What's your name? My name is Mai Miao. The man paused, then added, My sister's name is Mai He. Mai Miao, huh? He really wanted to complain that the name sounded like a girl's name, but it was a bit impolite, so he didn't say it. Xiao Rufeng walked over, placed his hand on Mai Miao's shoulder, and then said, Mai Miao, I admire you. Do you want to come and conquer the world with me? It's no use talking to me. My sister has the final say. But my sister is stubborn. She promised the Queen of Eagle Country that she would protect Eagle Country, Mai Miao said. He paused and grinned. If you can capture my sister, you can basically take over Eagle Country. But trying to peek at her while she's taking a shower would only anger her, right? Xiao Rufeng said. Mai Miao shook her head. You don't understand my sister. I said earlier that my sister is a one-track mind. If you want to capture her, you can't follow the usual path. Although she was engaged, she never had any intimate relationship with the guy. If you could be the first person to get physically intimate with her, you would destroy her values. Only by destroying her values can you rebuild them. Xiao Rufeng's lips twitched slightly. You're a bit wicked, kid. No. Mai Miao paused, smiled slightly, and then said, I am a bit wicked, but I'm not a kid. Huh, I'm a girl, Mai Miao said. See it, Rufeng? He subconsciously glanced at Mai Miao's flat chest. Don't look, I know my chest is pathetic. It's no different from a man's. But you don't determine someone's gender by their chest, right? After speaking, Mai Miao smiled slightly, and then added, Do you want me to take off my pants? Cough, cough. Xiao Rufeng coughed twice and released Mai Miao. No need. He believed what Mai Miao said, because he had smelled a woman's scent on Mai Miao earlier. He was embarrassed. At this moment, Mai Miao said, However, I don't mind my flat chest, I actually like it, because I identify as a man and I like girls. Girls are soft and fragrant, too delicious. As she spoke, Mai Miao's mouth started to water. See it, Rufeng? In this vast world, since there are people who have the body of a man but the heart of a woman, it's normal that there are also people with the body of a woman but the heart of a man. At this moment, Mai Miao actively moved closer to Xiao Rufeng, and then used a seductive tone to say, Your Majesty Rufeng, do you really not want to watch my sister take a bath? No, I'm not going to peek at her while she's taking a bath. I'm going to talk to her about some things, Xiao Rufeng said righteously. MHM. Then, Mai Miao told Xiao Rufeng the location of Mai He's bathroom. About 5 kilometers away from the conference room, there was a bathroom built by a mountain spring. This was Mai He's exclusive bathroom. At this time, Mai He had already taken off her clothes and was standing under the shower head, starting to shower. She wiped her body with a soft sponge, carefully cleaning every part of her. After cleaning her body, she rinsed herself with clean water, making sure her body was clean and refreshed. Then, she picked up a bottle of body wash, squeezed out a few drops on the sponge, and gently applied it to her body. The fragrance of the body wash wafted over, making her feel as if she was in a sea of flowers. After rinsing off the body wash, Mai He came to the bathtub in the bathroom. Hot water had already been prepared in the bathtub. She lay in the bathtub, her ear-length hair, her fair neck, her cheeks slightly flushed, her lips exuding an alluring fragrance. She had a tall and slender figure with beautiful curves. Her slim waist highlighted her attractive curves. The alluring curves of her waistline were extremely enchanting and irresistible. The only pity was that her chest was somewhat average. However, it was at least better than Mai Miao's and close to the level of Xiao Ruyin, barely an A cup. The hot water submerged her body. She relaxed her muscles and slowly sank into the water, as if she was enjoying some kind of liberation. But just at that moment, Mai He's pupils suddenly narrowed, and the water in the bathtub gradually transformed into a water shield to protect her body. Who's there? Mai He looked at the door coldly. Dragon Country Emperor Xiao Rufeng. Xiao Rufeng's voice rang out from outside the door. Mai He's pupils narrowed. She had guessed that Xiao Rufeng might have entered Eagle Country, but she hadn't expected that this guy would come directly to her. Your Excellency is very bold, Mahi said. Since I dared to come here, naturally I have made all the preparations, Xiao Rufeng added. That was just pure bluffing. He had come alone, completely unprepared. But to others, the Emperor of Dragon Country, how could he come to the heart of the enemy without thorough plans? Mahi also didn't expect that Xiao Rufeng would come alone. At this point, Xiao Rufeng added, your younger brother, no, your younger sister, enticed me to peek at you while you were bathing, saying that it was to destroy your values and then rebuild them. But I still think it's not right, so I won't peek. Inside the bathroom, Mahi had a black line on her face. That brat. After a while, she composed herself, put on her clothes, and left the bathroom. Xiao Rufeng was standing at the door. Do you think that brat had good intentions? Mahi said calmly. If you had really peeked at me, I would have killed you for sure. That was her purpose. I guess that, so I didn't peek. Xiao Rufeng paused and looked at Mahi, then chuckled lightly. Although I guess that you were a beauty, seeing you in person still makes me feel amazing. Don't bother with the flattery. My looks are not much better than the women around you. In fact, my chest is not even close to those of your women, Mahi said calmly. Hearing her say this made Xiao Rufeng unsure of what to say. Don't worry, I don't have any self-esteem issues because I have small breasts, Mahi added. Xiao Rufeng gave her a thumbs up. That's how women should be. Self-confident women shine. Speaking of which, I have a foster sister. She's quite pretty, but she often gets caught up in self-doubt because her chest is flat, but there's no need for that. Think of it positively. A small chest means less wind resistance. It can improve your fighting ability. Mahi had a black line on her face. Why do I feel like I want to hit you? No, I was complimenting you, Xiao Rufeng said with a forced smile. Okay, fine. Mahi paused and then said, come in and let's talk. Then, Mahi snapped her fingers, and the air around the bathroom rippled. A barrier? Do you think I would take off my clothes to shower without setting up a barrier? Mahi retorted. Ah. After a while, Xiao Rufeng said nothing more. After Mahi lifted the barrier, he entered the bathroom. And after Mahi set up the barrier again, she also entered the bathroom. All right, now you can't escape, Mahi suddenly said, her voice turning cold. She didn't know where she pulled out a black-bladed longsword. The sword energy surged out. Xiao Rufeng dared not be careless and also pulled out the spiritual sword he had used before. Mahi's pupils narrowed. A spiritual weapon that can be kept in your body must at least be a third-grade spiritual weapon. Where did you get it? Mahi said. Xiao Rufeng smiled. Want to know? Become my concubine, and I'll tell you. Mahi's sudden change of face made Xiao Rufeng a little annoyed. That was his personality. If you respect me, I will respect you. And vice versa. Mahi was furious at Xiao Rufeng's teasing. I don't need to know. If I kill you, I'll be able to get that spiritual sword. Then, Mahi held the sword and instantly attacked Xiao Rufeng. The sword energy was dazzling and unstoppable. Xiao Rufeng didn't dodge. He also met her with his sword. In an instant, the two of their auras intertwined in the air, forming an imposing force. Their sword moves collided with each other, like lightning intertwining between two mountains. The battle grew fiercer, shaking the heavens and earth. Their figures moved like meteors inside the bathroom, emitting a continuous sound of swords clashing. Both seemed to intentionally avoid destroying the bathroom, narrowing the scope of their battle to an area of only a few dozen square meters. This kind of battle was more about the control of power. At this moment, Mahi's black-bladed longsword suddenly landed on the ground, horizontal. Sword energy surged, and the longsword emitted a powerful glow. The sword energy was like a dragon, sweeping towards Xiao Rufeng. But Xiao Rufeng easily dodged the sword energy and then quickly launched an attack. His sword energy was like a rainbow, and the fierce sword moves made Mahi retreat step by step. Mahi was extremely shocked. She didn't expect that in a place like Blue Star, someone could fight her to a draw with a sword. No, it seemed like she was still being suppressed by him. Although the opponent's spiritual weapon was of a higher grade than hers, her realm was also suppressing him. Logically, she should be able to gain an absolute advantage. But the reality was the exact opposite. After another collision of swords, Mahi took several steps back and stopped. Where did you learn your sword techniques? The Earthlings who came to Blue Star 1,000 years ago were just ordinary disciples. They shouldn't have had such powerful sword techniques, Mahi said calmly. My master is from Earth, Xiao Rufeng said casually. This was not a complete lie. although his sword techniques were not taught by his master. But he did have a master. Moreover, his master was very powerful and mysterious. Speaking of which, where did that old man disappear to these past few years? His master had suddenly disappeared when he was 16, and there had been no trace of him ever since. Even though he had become the emperor of Dragon Country, he still had no news of his master. Could it be that the old guy is really from Earth and has already returned to Earth? While he was pondering, Mahi said, "If you don't want to elaborate, I won't ask any more questions." She looked at Xiao Ru Feng and said calmly, "What is your purpose for coming here? If it's to have me betray the Queen of Eagle Country, then forget it. I hate disloyal people the most. Speaking of which, I heard your sister say you were abandoned by your fiancé." Xiao Ru Feng said. Mahi had a black line on her face. "I wasn't abandoned. My fiancé was taken by a wealthy and influential young miss. That woman forced my fiancé to break up with me." "You can lie to other people, but don't lie to yourself," Xiao Ru Feng added. Mahi was about to lose it. "Are you here to cause trouble? Do you really think I can't do anything to you?" After speaking, Mahi began to emit a terrifying aura. Xiao Ru Feng was also secretly surprised. The Golden Core Realm? He wiped off his cold sweat. Damn, he felt a little scared. If Mahi went all out, he really wouldn't be her match. His Dantian black hole could only defend against the full force of an attack by a Peak Foundation establishment cultivator. If it was a full-force attack from the Golden Core Realm, just thinking about it made his cold sweat drip. And Mahi was also extremely shocked inside, because she discovered that her Golden Core Realm aura was actually ineffective against Xiao Ru Feng. How is that possible? He clearly only has the aura of the peak of the 9th level of the Qi Condensation Realm. How could he be immune to the pressure of a Golden Core Realm aura? After a while, Mahi thought of something, and her pupils narrowed. A mental defense magic item? This kind of magic item is extremely rare. Just what kind of person is this guy? At this time, Xiao Ru Feng said nonchalantly, "Miss Mahi, you're also from Earth, right? So what if I am? Why did you come to Blue Star?" Xiao Ru Feng asked again. Mahi suddenly fell silent. "Is it because of your fiancé?" Xiao Ru Feng said again. Mahi nodded, then shook her head. Xiao Ru Feng started sweating. "Which one is it?" Mahi didn't say anything. After a while, she looked at Xiao Ru Feng and said calmly, "Xiao Ru Feng, I advise you, don't have any ideas about me because I already belong to someone. And that person, you can't afford to offend." "Who is it?" "The Emperor of the Heavenly Revelation Empire from Earth, Xia Tianqi," Mahi said calmly. Xia Dufeng. Of course he was familiar with this person. In his second life, he was the childhood sweetheart and fiancé of the Empress. Originally, he had no talent for cultivation, but he didn't know what had happened. He suddenly possessed a combat power comparable to the Great Ascension Realm. After he had self-destructed, the Empress had disappeared, and Xia Tianqi had led the Earth Allied Army to defeat the monster army led by Wuguo. He also beheaded Wuguo and then established the Heavenly Revelation Empire. After ascending the throne, Xia Tianqi had fallen into a coma because of serious injuries. As of 1,000 years ago, Xia Tianqi seemed to still be asleep. I heard that Xia Tianqi was asleep, right?" Xiao Ru Feng asked weakly. "He already woke up 50 years ago," Mahi said calmly. Xiao Ru Feng's heart skipped a beat. There was no doubt that the biggest boss among his current enemies was Xia Tianqi. 10,000 years ago, he already possessed the combat power of the Great Ascension Realm. Now, 10,000 years had passed, his strength was probably even more unfathomable. "Oh, right." At this point, Xiao Ru Feng remembered something and added, "What's your relationship with Xia Tianqi?" "I'm his concubine." "Huh? Concubine? Like a concubine that the emperor chooses?" "Yes." Mai paused and then said calmly, "The concubines from all over the world will be registered. Even if you are not selected by the Heavenly Revelation Emperor and are unable to become an imperial consort, you still will not be free. You're still the emperor's woman and cannot have free love. You cannot marry anyone else." "So, you ran away, is that right?" Xiao Ru Feng said. "Yes." "Do you still have feelings for your fiancé?" Xiao Ru Feng asked again. Mai fell silent. "All right, you don't have to say anything. I can pretty much see it. You're still waiting for him." Xiao Ru Feng paused and then said, "I hope you have a good outcome." After speaking, Xiao Ru Feng prepared to leave. Mai was somewhat surprised. "You're not going to talk about cooperation anymore? It doesn't look like we can come to an agreement." Let's meet each other on the battlefield then. Xiao Rufeng paused, and then said calmly, his gaze firm. I have to achieve the unification of the Blue Star world and end this 2,000-year-long war. In the spatial passage connecting Earth, I must find a way to deal with it. If more and more Earthlings come to Blue Star, it will bring a cataclysmic disaster to Blue Star. Since we have different paths, then we shouldn't work together. Goodbye. Are you sure that you can leave through my barrier? Mai said. Xiao Rufeng smiled slightly. He stood before the barrier and suddenly bit his finger, breaking the skin. Then he stretched his injured finger towards the barrier. In an instant, the energy of the barrier was absorbed by his Dantian black hole. Although he couldn't eliminate various techniques as easily as by Bing, he could eliminate magic in some aspects through the special characteristics of his Dantian black hole. Watching Xiao Rufeng break her barrier and swagger out, Mai was stunned on the spot. By the time she came back to her senses, Xiao Rufeng's figure had already completely disappeared into the night. After a while, the sound of footsteps rang out, and my Meow poked their head out. Oh my, Xiao Rufeng actually ran away? Mai directly used her gravitational pull and dragged my Meow over, then gave my Meow a big flick on the forehead. You seem like you were having a lot of fun, aren't you? Mai said with a forced smile. I didn't. It is said that to capture bandits, capture the leader first. If we had captured Xiao Rufeng, wouldn't that have been a great achievement? Mai paused and then said, But sis, how did you let Xiao Rufeng get away? I didn't let him get away. He ran away himself. Mai said calmly. No way. My Meow sniffed the air around and then said, There's the scent of a barrier. How could a peak chi condensation realm guy escape a barrier set up by a golden core realm expert? Mai's eyes were calm. That's also what I want to know. That guy has many secrets. She paused, then added, My Meow, I know you're very interested in Xiao Rufeng, but I advise you not to do anything rash. Sis, you're warning me too late, my Meow said. Mai was startled. What do you mean? Chapter 157, A Few Pictures Taken. I watched the Dragon Kingdom's Arcane Cup matches and became very interested in a girl named Bai Bing. So, I sent one of my disciples with 3 peak chi condensation cultivators to capture her. However, I never expected that they would fail. Of the 4, only my disciple managed to escape. Bai Bing. Mai's pupils contracted slightly. Is that the adjutant who's always with Xiao Rufeng? Yes. My Meow. Mai's voice rose in anger. Why do you always act on your own authority? I'm sorry, I didn't expect that Bai Bing would be so strong. It's not about that. You shouldn't have provoked Xiao Rufeng in the first place. Mai took a deep breath and then continued. What about that disciple of yours who escaped? I've locked her up. Why? Because she lied to me. She's been recruited by Xiao Rufeng. My Meow said. Take me to see her, Mai demanded. All right. Half an hour later, when Mai and my Meow arrived at a secluded mountain forest, they found it engulfed in flames. A woman covered in blood ran towards them. Master, someone tried to save Yun Yin. I know that without you telling me. My Meow brushed past the woman, her gaze fixed on what was behind her. Emerging from the fire, Xiao Rufeng was carrying a battered and nearly lifeless Yun Yin. His face was expressionless, but his aura was filled with murderous intent. Xiao Rufeng, where do you think you're taking my disciple? My Meow demanded. Xiao Rufeng looked at my Meow, his expression cold. Why were you torturing Yun Yin? Shouldn't traitors be interrogated? My Meow paused, then turned to Xiao Rufeng. If someone betrayed you, would you be merciful? Xiao Rufeng said nothing. He held Yun Yin close and turned to leave. But my Meow blocked his path. Emperor Xiao Rufeng, you can't take Yun Yin away, unless you agree to one condition. My Meow said. Speak. Duel me. My Meow stated. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. It would be great to kill the Dragon Kingdom's emperor with my own hands. Fine, Xiao Rufeng replied calmly. He then gently set Yun Yin down. He knew very well. If he were alone, he could escape, even if it was against both my Meow and my he. But if he tried to escape while carrying a critically injured Yun Yin, it would be incredibly difficult. Upon hearing that Xiao Rufeng would duel my Meow, Yun Yin became incredibly anxious. She tugged at Xiao Rufeng's clothes and struggled to speak. Rufeng, master is at the peak of Foundation establishment. Her combat strength is even comparable to a golden core cultivator. You're no match for her. Don't worry about me, just go. Xiao Rufeng smiled faintly. I was the one who dragged you into this. I can't abandon you. Afterwards, Xiao Rufeng looked at Mai He. Miss Mai He, I'll have to ask you to look after Yun Yin for now. You trust me? Mai asked. If I had to choose between you sisters, I would definitely choose to trust you, Xiao Rufeng said with a smile. Hey, Xiao Rufeng, I don't like that statement. My Meow paused. I've decided. I'm going to beat you until you take it back. She then stretched out her hands. Instantly, the wind picked up and dark clouds gathered, countless streaks of lightning weaving together to create a breathtaking spectacle. Lightning element? Her aura is incredibly powerful. Xiao Rufeng's pupils contracted slightly. As he thought that, my Meow pointed her finger and a beam of lightning shot out like an arrow. Xiao Rufeng summoned his spiritual sword and slashed with all his might, the surge of sword chi coalescing into a brilliant rainbow of energy. Boom! The two energies collided, the resulting shockwave shattering the trees around them. Thankfully, Mai had shielded Yun Yan. Otherwise, in Yun Yan's current state, the residual energy alone would have been enough to kill her. On the surface, it seemed like a stalemate. But Xiao Rufeng knew. He had actually lost that exchange, because that sword strike was almost the strongest he could muster. But looking at my Meow's composed demeanor, it was clear that she hadn't used her full strength. As expected, my current cultivation level is still a bit lacking when facing an opponent with the combat power of a golden core cultivator, he thought. As he pondered, my Meow's second attack came. It was still a lightning strike. Xiao Rufeng wasn't able to conjure a second sword attack so quickly, so he summoned a wall of flames instead. Their attacks clashed again, the flames and lightning interweaving with deafening roars until only wisps of smoke remained. The two figures moved rapidly through the trees, their movements growing faster and faster, their flames and lightning swirling into a chaotic mass. The sounds of explosions echoed throughout the battlefield, and those watching could only witness flashes of dazzling light, vibrant sparks, and deafening crashes. Suddenly, a massive fireball shot from Xiao Rufeng's palm, like an arrow aimed directly at my Meow's chest. But my Meow didn't dodge. She smiled and raised her hand, unleashing a blinding bolt of electricity that struck the fireball, shattering it. The shocking release of energy caused the surrounding air to shimmer and distort. Xiao Rufeng was panting heavily. Without a doubt, this was the strongest opponent he had faced in this life. During his earlier fight with Mai He, she hadn't used her full power, so he could still handle it. But now, facing a Mai Meow at full strength, he was finding it extremely difficult to cope. Oh dear, is that all you've got? I haven't even started trying yet. Mai Meow smiled, and then raised her hand once more. A bolt of lightning struck from the sky, hitting Xiao Rufeng directly. Xiao Rufeng fell to the ground with a thud, unmoving. No! Yun Yan's face paled. Mai Meow dusted off her hands and walked towards Xiao Rufeng. Wow, you still have a pulse, you're like a cockroach, you're not dead, Mai Meow said in surprise. Xiao Rufeng, lying on the ground, although his flesh was torn and bruised, grinned and said, "A pervert can't kill me." Mai Meow immediately lost it when she heard this. Pervert? Who are you calling a pervert? I'm talking about you. Heaven gave you female organs so you could find a man, but you're interested in women. You're a pervert, Xiao Rufeng exclaimed. Mai Meow was livid. Mai He at the side also twitched her lips. This Xiao Rufeng really knows how to push the buttons. My sister really hates it when people say she is a pervert. Mai Meow was truly angry. Although it was a duel, she wasn't necessarily trying to kill Xiao Rufeng. After all, killing him would cause a lot of trouble. But now, Mai Meow really wanted to kill Xiao Rufeng. Xiao Rufeng, if I don't kill you today, I'll change my last name to yours. Mai Meow took a deep breath and began to chant something under her breath. Then, the clouds in the sky began to churn, and snakes of electricity began to emerge. Soon, countless bolts of lightning began to intertwine, forming several-meter-thick thunderbolts. Seeing the thunderbolts start to materialize, Yun Yan and even Mai He felt their scalps prickle. This girl is crazy. That kind of lightning can destroy a small mountain. If that hit Xiao Rufeng, he'd probably turn to ash. She quickly took Yun Yan away from the area. Even she would likely be injured if caught in the blast radius. But Xiao Rufeng didn't seem fazed. He even raised his middle finger to the sky. Hey, Heavens, are you an idiot? Why did you create a gender-bending pervert like her? Heavens, are you also a pervert? Everyone present broke out in cold sweat. Is this guy crazy? As a cultivator, you're actually cursing the heavens? And Mai Meow was even angrier, because Xiao Rufeng called her a pervert again. With Mai Meow's finger pointed downwards and Yun Yan staring in terror, The several-meter-thick lightning directly descended from the sky, its dazzling light illuminating the surrounding area for tens of kilometers. Boom! The lightning struck. The terrifying shockwave destroyed the entire forest. The surrounding high ground was shaved down by several meters. Before the shockwave subsided, Mahi quickly flew over. Then, she stared in disbelief. My Meow lay on the ground, heavily wounded, her life hanging in the balance, her body covered in burn marks from the lightning. But Xiao Ruffeng was unscathed. Though he was covered in bruises, these were mostly from my Meow's earlier attacks. The lightning strike seemed to have missed him completely. How is that possible? Mahi was shocked. Xiao Ruffeng was clearly at the core of the lightning strike. But why wasn't he hit? Why was my Meow instead? Mahi couldn't understand. Cultivator spells never hurt the user since they were cast using the user's own spiritual energy. The user's own body was immune to their power. But Mahi looked at my Meow, who was struck by the lightning, her clothes entirely destroyed, leaving her almost completely naked. She couldn't quite comprehend what had just happened. At that moment, Xiao Ruffeng climbed to his feet and walked over to my Meow. Mahi snapped out of her shock and immediately stood in front of Xiao Ruffeng. Xiao Ruffeng, you've won. It was a duel. It's either her or me. Don't interfere, Xiao Ruffeng said calmly. At that moment, Yun Yin also arrived. Mahi had given her some healing pills, and her condition had improved slightly. Ruffeng, please spare master, Yun Yin pleaded as she knelt down. For her, even though her master was very strict, she still gave her the opportunity to become an adult. Xiao Ruffeng sighed. All right, but this girl needs to be punished. Then, Xiao Ruffeng took out his previously hidden cell phone and started snapping photos of the unconscious My Meow. Mai wanted to stop him. After all, her sister was naked. But compared to her sister's life, what did a few nude photos matter? Besides, this girl does need to learn a lesson. So, Mai did not stop Xiao Ruffeng from taking photos. After taking photos of My Meow's bare body, Xiao Ruffeng turned to Yun Yin and said, let's go. As the two prepared to leave, Mahi asked, Xiao Ruffeng, how did you avoid the lightning earlier? Xiao Ruffeng smiled mysteriously, but did not answer. He certainly couldn't tell Mahi that he changed the properties of the lightning by cursing heaven. If the lightning was cast by My Meow, then a badly injured Xiao Ruffeng could not have avoided it, and would have certainly died. But by cursing heaven, he changed the lightning's properties, turning it into heavenly tribulation lightning. Heavenly tribulation lightning belonged to the heavenly laws. As the son of the creator god, Xiao Ruffeng was inherently immune to heavenly punishment. So, the punishing lightning would not fall upon Xiao Ruffeng. He had already proven this through earlier experiments. After Xiao Ruffeng left with Yun Yin, My Meow slowly regained consciousness. Sis, what happened to me? My Meow asked. I should be asking you that. What exactly happened? Why did your lightning attack hurt you instead? Mai asked. My Meow looked confused. I don't know. Hey, where are my clothes? They were destroyed by the lightning, Mahi said. Oh, I see. My Meow paused, and then suddenly seemed to remember something. All right, what about Xiao Ruffeng? Did he turn into ash from the lightning? No, the lightning seemed to have missed him. What? My Meow stood up abruptly. Mahi was sweating. Maybe you should find some clothes first. Sis, what about Xiao Ruffeng? My Meow persisted. He's gone. And before he left, Mahi hesitated. Before he left what? He took a few nude photos of you. Chapter 158. He might as well have just killed me. That pervert actually. After listening to her sister's words, My Meow was stunned for a long time before she came to her senses. Then, she became furious, flying into a violent rage. Where did that bastard go? I'm going to kill him. Mai grabbed My Meow, speechless. You should probably get some clothes on first. And she paused, then added calmly. According to the duel rules, he could have killed you. But he didn't. He might as well have just killed me. That pervert. My Meow was beside herself with frustration. You know he's a pervert, yet you're still going to provoke him? Don't forget, he has nude photos of you, Mai pointed out. My Meow instantly calmed down. Just then, they heard someone approaching in the distance. All right, let's go. Someone's coming, Mahi said. Meanwhile, Xiao Ruffeng led Yun Yin to a secluded mountain cave. Let's rest here for a bit, Xiao Ruffeng said. How are you? Are your injuries serious? Yun Yin asked. It's fine, I recover quickly. By dawn, I should be almost healed, Xiao Ruffeng said with a light smile. Yun Yin didn't speak further. After a little while, She looked up at Xiao Ruffing and said, "Why would you go to such lengths for someone like me? I was the one who wronged Bing Mei first. Since Bing Mei has already chosen to forgive you, why should I hold on to it? But you didn't have to risk your life for me." Xiao Ruffing leaned against the cave wall, his hands behind his head. He chuckled and said, "Although you attacked Bing Mei, which made me very angry, you've helped me a lot before. Besides, you're Jiang Li's mentor. Is it for Jiang Li's sake?" "More or less," Xiao Ruffing replied. Yun Yin sat down next to Xiao Ruffing and smiled. "I thought you were after my G-cups. Guess I was just being narcissistic." Xiao Ruffing felt a slight sweat. He hadn't even noticed Yun Yan's adult form's G-cup size before. Hearing her say that, his eyes subconsciously glanced in that direction. "Wow, seeing them up close, they are indeed quite spectacular," he mused, his mind starting to wander. Just then, Yun Yan's head suddenly fell onto Xiao Ruffing's shoulder. Her eyes were closed, her breathing even. She had fallen asleep. She is definitely exhausted after going through all of this, Xiao Ruffing thought. He didn't take advantage of Yun Yan's vulnerability. Soon after, Xiao Ruffing also drifted off to sleep. The next day, when he woke up, the cave entrance was already bright. He stretched and prepared to get up. Then he noticed a little girl, around 10 years old, sleeping on his leg. She was wearing oversized clothes. At that moment, the little girl woke up. She tried to rub her eyes, but her hands were hidden inside the long sleeves. The little girl exclaimed, "I've turned back." "It seems so," Xiao Ruffing replied. "How can this be? I haven't even had my first time yet." Yun Yin paused. Then her eyes burned as she looked at Xiao Ruffing. "Xiao Ruffing, since I've already reached adulthood, why don't we?" "This?" Xiao Ruffing looked at the childlike Yun Yin and scratched his head. With a forced tone, he said, "Sorry, I really can't bring myself to do it this way. The feeling of committing a crime is too strong." Yun Yin felt a bit dejected. Then, as something occurred to her, she said, "Oh, right. Didn't Bing Mei say you're good at treating difficult diseases? Can you cure me?" Xiao Ruffing thought about it and replied, "I'll try." He had tried it once before and felt that his light spiritual power was working in Yun Yan's body, but he wasn't sure if it was treating her childlike syndrome. Calming his thoughts, Xiao Ruffing took Yun Yan's hand and once again channeled light spiritual power into Yun Yan's body. As Xiao Ruffing's light spiritual power surged into her, Yun Yan's injuries healed at a visible speed. But her figure did not return to its adult form. "It seems it's not working," Xiao Ruffing said. His light spiritual power wasn't omnipotent. It could heal injuries and neutralize poisons, but it didn't seem to have any effect on mental illness or developmental issues. "Is it only my master's medicine that will work for me?" Yun Yin asked, somewhat discouraged. "Then, do you want to go back?" Xiao Ruffing asked. Yun Yin fell silent. After a short while, she suddenly looked up at Xiao Ruffing. "I'm sorry. I still want to go back to my master." Xiao Ruffing smiled. "Okay. Aren't you going to scold me? You almost died saving me, and I want to go back. It's like you almost sacrificed your life for something meaningless," Yun Yin said. Xiao Ruffing stood up and chuckled lightly. "Everything has meaning." He held up his phone and said, "Besides, I still have your master's nude photos." Yun Yin didn't know what to say. "I'll escort you back," Xiao Ruffing offered. "No, it's too dangerous," Yun Yin said. "I actually wanted to see your master again," Xiao Ruffing replied. "Oh." Yun Yin didn't say anything more. When Xiao Ruffing brought Yun Yin back to my he and my meow, they were both a little bewildered. They never expected Yun Yin to dare to return. Even less did they expect Xiao Ruffing to dare to return. "Sis, we're really being underestimated," my meow said through gritted teeth, glaring at Xiao Ruffing. At that moment, Mahi also came back to her senses. Compared to my meow, Mahi was much calmer. "Your Majesty Xiao Ruffing, your efforts are in vain. I will not be recruited by you. Loyalty is my bottom line," Mahi said calmly. "Oh, I'm not here to find you." Xiao Ruffing paused, then looked at my meow. "I'm here to find you." My meow's heart skipped a beat, and she looked at him warily. "What do you want?" "I'm warning you now. Don't try to threaten me with nude photos." "I won't give in." Xiao Ruffing grinned. "My army needs a strategist. I see potential in you." "Impossible." My meow refused categorically. Xiao Ruffing sighed. "In that case, I'll have to post your nude photos online." "Hey," my meow said, panicking. Her sister was always wearing a mask, but she wasn't. If her photos were exposed online. "All right, I understand," my meow conceded. Her instantaneous surrender left Yun Yen speechless. Xiao Rufeng looked at Mai He and smiled. Then, I'll be taking your sister with me. Mai He opened her mouth, but in the end, she said nothing. She didn't try to stop him either. About 2 hours later, Xiao Rufeng took Mai Miao back into the territory of the K Kingdom. Hey, Xiao Rufeng, do you think that just because you brought me to the K Kingdom, I won't dare kill you? Mai Miao asked. She was extremely displeased. Dare you? Xiao Rufeng smiled slightly and said, Do you know why the lightning you summoned last night didn't hit me? Mai Miao was speechless. She really didn't dare. Leaving aside the nude photo incident, just the bizarre events of last night alone made her afraid to rashly attack Xiao Rufeng again. If something similar to last night were to happen again, she probably wouldn't just have nude photos taken of her. She might even get sexually assaulted by Xiao Rufeng. If that were the case, it would be 10 times more painful than being killed directly. After all, as a man at heart, she could not accept having a sexual relationship with a man. What exactly do you want? Mai Miao asked suspiciously, then added, I don't believe you dare to hand your army over to me. I didn't say I would give the army to you. I said I want you to be a military strategist, an advisor, and a consultant. Xiao Rufeng paused and added, By the way, I've already announced it on the official website. Are you crazy? Why would you announce your consultants? Shouldn't their identities be hidden so they can better perform their duties? You're lying to me. You can see for yourself, Xiao Rufeng said with a smile. Mai Miao didn't say anything more and then opened the official website. It was true, and for some unknown reason, Xiao Rufeng had also taken a photo of himself with her and posted it online. At this moment, Mai Miao suddenly understood. Xiao Rufeng, you're not trying to use me to destroy the Eagle Kingdom's queen's trust in my sister, are you? Oh, you truly are a scheming little tyrant. You're so quick to react, Xiao Rufeng said with a light smile. Mai Miao was furious. She had indeed underestimated Xiao Rufeng. This guy's series of feints had confused her. From the start, he planned to use me to drive a wedge between the Eagle Kingdom's queen and my sister. How vile and despicable. Humph. She took a deep breath and then said, Humph, all your efforts are wasted. The Eagle Kingdom's queen and my sister have a deep bond, and they will not be shaken by a single photo. Xiao Rufeng grinned. That's not for certain. People's hearts are the easiest thing to sway. However, he changed the subject and chuckled. I don't expect the queen to suspect your sister instantly. But if your sister suffers a series of defeats, then the queen will probably become suspicious. Mai Miao sneered. Make my sister suffer defeat? Do you have that kind of ability? Xiao Rufeng grinned again. If you were by her side, it might be a little difficult to make her suffer defeat. But you're not by her side now. Mai Miao's face drastically changed. Oh no! Only now did Mai Miao finally understand Xiao Rufeng's true motive for taking her away. She turned to rush back to the Eagle Kingdom, but she hadn't gone far before a large group of demonic beasts suddenly surrounded her. Mai Miao, I advise you to be honest. Xiao Rufeng paused and then said with a chuckle, You have a chance to save your sister if you live. If you die now, you won't be able to do anything. Mai Miao was itching to tear Xiao Rufeng to pieces. But since the situation was against her, she had no choice but to lower her head. At the Griffin Night Camp, Mai looked at the news online, and her head was buzzing. Although her intuition was astounding, like how she guessed that Xiao Rufeng had already entered the Eagle Kingdom just by the news of the Unification Declaration, she wasn't good at strategy. She was good at fighting, but she didn't enjoy intrigue. And this, in war, was a flaw that her enemies could exploit. However, she used to have Mai Miao by her side. That girl was either described as clever and witty, or cunning and evil. The sisters' personalities complemented each other, so there were never any problems. But now that Mai Miao wasn't around, Mai was at a loss for what to do when facing Xiao Rufeng's political schemes. She was also very worried that the Queen of the Eagle Kingdom would begin to doubt her loyalty. This woman was great in every aspect except for one. She was a bit rigid and did things too seriously, and she didn't know how to be tactful. In order to eliminate any suspicion that the Queen might have about her, Mai actually ordered her troops to launch an attack on the K Kingdom's front line. But they were crushed by the troops that Xiao Rufeng had already ambushed. This was the first time that Mai had suffered a defeat since she arrived on the Blue Planet. Although Mai herself managed to escape the encirclement and retreat to the Eagle Kingdom's Arkino line, the defeat in the battle put tremendous pressure on her. The next day, a rumor began to spread throughout the Griffin Night Camp and even the entire Eagle Kingdom's army. They said that Mai was Xiao Rufeng's mistress and that she had volunteered to go to the front line to act as an inside agent. The battle yesterday was actually an ambush, and that the huge losses suffered were actually meant to weaken the strength of the Griffin Knight Corps. There was even a photo of Xiao Rufeng and Mai He together in a bathroom. Mai He was furious when she heard this rumor. But when she saw the photo of herself with Xiao Rufeng, she instantly fell silent. The photo was real. It was from the first time Xiao Rufeng came to see her, when they had gone together to her bathroom. She never expected that Xiao Rufeng would take a photo during that time. Although there weren't any explicit scenes in the photo, the location was Mai He's private bathroom, which implied a very strong hint of intimacy. It practically confirmed that Mai He was Xiao Rufeng's mistress and that the two were colluding. So that's how it is. From day one, that guy was scheming against me. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of Mai He's lips. To be deceived by two men in a row. I really don't seem to learn my lesson. The rumors and photos soon reached the Golden Palace of the Eagle Kingdom. The Golden Palace was the palace of the Eagle Kingdom's royal family. Although the Eagle Kingdom was a constitutional monarchy with the main power in the hands of the government, because the Eagle Kingdom's queen had been serving as queen for over 60 years, her influence in all aspects of the Eagle Kingdom was profound. So, the royal family, under the queen, still held a lot of influence and greatly impacted the government's policies. Before long, the Eagle Kingdom's government withdrew the Griffin Knight Corps, led by Mai He, from the front line and sent them back to the main island. When she learned of this news, Mai Miao, who was imprisoned by Xiao Rufeng in Jinghua City in the old capital of the K Kingdom, sighed. The Eagle Kingdom is doomed. The day after the Griffin Knight Corps was withdrawn from the front line, nearly 1 million soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom, along with auxiliary troops from the former Elephant, Wolf, and K Kingdoms, launched an attack on the Eagle Kingdom. Xiao Rufeng also personally commanded a tens of thousands strong demonic beast army to participate in the general attack. The main target of their attack was the area originally defended by the Griffin Knight Corps. After the Griffin Knight Corps was withdrawn, it was replaced by another Martial Knight Corps. However, they could not withstand the fierce attacks of the demonic beast army and were defeated. The demonic beast army that had entered the Eagle Kingdom's territory, under the command of 5 great demonic kings, circled behind the Arcano line to attack the Eagle Kingdom's frontline troops. Their rear was cut off, and the 2 million soldiers on the front line of the Eagle Kingdom were plunged into a panic. 3 days later, the impregnable Arcano line was completely breached by the Dragon Kingdom's army, and large numbers of Eagle Kingdom soldiers and military equipment were captured. 7 days later, the Eagle Kingdom's territory on the continent of Aou was completely lost and occupied by the Dragon Kingdom. The only territory left for the Eagle Kingdom was the Eagle Gilly Island, inside the Golden Palace of the Eagle Kingdom. Today was the Queen's 100th birthday, but the terrible defeat in the war made all the guests absent-minded. Many of the nobles were already preparing to run away ahead of time. In fact, many private planes had recently flown to the Lion Kingdom across the ocean. The atmosphere of the entire banquet was extremely oppressive. Mai He was invited by the Queen to attend this banquet. However, when Mai He appeared at the banquet, it instantly ignited people's anger. Why is that woman still here? Shouldn't she be responsible for the defeat in the war? Someone shouted angrily. That's right. It was because this woman colluded with Xiao Rufeng that we suffered such a terrible defeat. She is a witch who will destroy our Eagle Kingdom. She must be burned at the stake. Burn her at the stake. Burn her at the stake. Under the heated protest of the crowd, the Centenarian Queen was caught in a dilemma. Your Majesty, I know you are reluctant, but someone has to take responsibility for the defeat in the war. If we don't push Mai He out to take responsibility, then the people's anger will be directed towards you, someone said. The Queen looked at Mai He and sighed before her expression turned cold. Guards, arrest Mai He. Tomorrow at noon. The Queen paused and then said, she will be burned at the stake. Chapter 159, Capturing the Queen. News of Mai He's impending execution by fire spread quickly. The Eagle Kingdom's royal family made no attempt to conceal it, even intensifying the publicity. After all, a scapegoat was needed for the defeat in the war. It had always been this way, and the scapegoat they had chosen was Mai He. When news of Mai He's impending execution reached Mai Miao's ears, she couldn't sit still any longer. She directly went to Xiao Rufeng. Xiao Rufeng, let me go. I need to go to the Eagle Kingdom and save my sister. Mai Miao paused, her expression cold, and continued. If you don't let me, even if I die in battle, I'll fight you to the death. As soon as she said that, the Fire Kirin and Thunder Beast beside Xiao Rufeng took a step forward, their powerful auras pressing down on my Meow like an overwhelming tide. My Meow's face paled. Although she was already at the peak of the Foundation Establishment stage, and her combat power could even reach the Golden Core stage, these Demon Kings were also at the peak of the Foundation Establishment stage, and their combat power could also reach the Golden Core stage. If she faced one of them, she might have a slight chance of winning. But facing two demon beasts at the peak of the Foundation Establishment stage, she had no chance of winning. Not to mention, there was also Xiao Rufeng, who was watching them with an unpredictable and mysterious strength. At that moment, Xiao Rufeng waved his hand. "Stand down." The Fire Kirin and Thunder Beast immediately retreated behind Xiao Rufeng. Xiao Rufeng then walked over to my Meow and said, "Don't worry, I'll go with you." "What?" My Meow was stunned. "Why are you going?" Then, as she recalled something, she angrily said, "Do you want to watch my sister be burned to death?" "No, your sister is still useful to me. I'm not willing to let her die yet," Xiao Rufeng said. Hearing this, my Meow's head buzzed with anger. "Xiao Rufeng, why are you so psychologically twisted? Hasn't my sister suffered enough because of you? Even now, you still want to use her? Do you even have a shred of humanity?" So, Xiao Rufeng looked at my Meow calmly. "Do you want to watch your sister burn to death rather than have her used by me?" My Meow was immediately rendered speechless. After a short pause, my Meow took a deep breath and bowed. "I beg you, save my sister. Prepare yourself, we'll leave tonight," Xiao Rufeng said. "Understood." Late that night, Xiao Rufeng, along with my Meow and Tianqin, a duo and a bird, crossed the ocean and secretly infiltrated the Eagle Kingdom's last territory, Eagle Gilly Island. They brought Tianqin because she was a bird, which made her easy to conceal. Moreover, Tianqin had an ability. Her singing had a hypnotic effect. In the wars against the target country and the Eagle Kingdom, Tianqin's ability had played a very important role. When they landed on Eagle Gilly Island, it was already dawn. However, before they could be discovered by the patrol, Bai Bing had sent people to pick up Xiao Rufeng and my Meow. Bai Bing, who had landed on Eagle Gilly Island earlier, had already taken complete control of the K Kingdom's intelligence network in the Eagle Kingdom. During this time, she had conducted a thorough screening and removed some double agents in the organization, completely mastering the intelligence network. As capable as ever. During their journey to the Eagle Kingdom's capital, Vic City, my Meow kept observing Bai Bing. She found her to be even more unbelievable. She couldn't sense any spiritual energy from Bai Bing. In such a situation, either the other party's cultivation was higher than hers, or the other party had a magical treasure or technique to conceal her aura. Or, the other party wasn't a cultivator at all. In other words, she hadn't even entered the chi condensation stage. But, how could an ordinary person who isn't even at the chi condensation stage take down 3 cultivators at the peak of the chi condensation stage? This almost overturned my Meow's common sense. Another thing that my Meow noticed was that the incredible demon Xia Rufeng was very gentle in front of Bai Bing. Even more frustrating for my Meow was that the demonic beast named Tianqin, who had been showing off in front of her, was now fawning and currying favor with Bai Bing. As the most intelligent demon beast in the Blue Planet, Tianqin understood one principle. Fawning over Xiao Rufeng didn't guarantee she would be valued. But if she successfully curried favor with Bai Bing, then she would certainly be greatly valued. Therefore, Tianqin was fawning over Bai Bing, completely abandoning the dignity of the Demon Beast King. With my Meow's frustration, everyone managed to sneak into Vic City without any problems. In fact, security in Vic City was extremely tight today. After all, there were still many members of the Griffin Knight Corps who were loyal to Mai He. Mai had not resisted her arrest in any way and seemed prepared to take responsibility with her death. But her subordinates might not watch her burn to death without doing anything. Although the security was tight, with the help of K Kingdom's intelligence personnel, everyone managed to enter Vic City safely. According to the Eagle Kingdom's royal announcement, Mai He was to be burned at the stake at the Holy Cross in front of the Soya Cathedral at noon today. Xiao Rufeng, what should we do? My Meow asked at that moment. She was now subconsciously relying on Xiao Rufeng. After all, she had just suffered a crushing defeat at Xiao Rufeng's hands. Although she was very upset with Xiao Rufeng, and even had a grudge against him, she also had to admit that Xiao Rufeng's methods were above hers. Xiao Rufeng grinned. It's simple. They're arresting your sister, so we'll arrest the queen, Xiao Rufeng said. My Meow. She didn't know what to say. What an audacious idea. If anyone else had said this, my Meow would definitely have called them a moron. As the queen of the Eagle Kingdom, she would definitely be surrounded by experts. Even someone as strong as her sister wouldn't be able to capture the queen of the Eagle Kingdom single-handedly. But when Xiao Rufeng said those words, my Meow had a moment of enlightenment. Because Xiao Rufeng was someone who was good at creating miracles. After a short while, she took a deep breath and asked, specifically, "How are we going to do that?" "Leave that to me. You go to the execution ground. If the officials in charge of the execution go off script and set the fire early, you must step forward to stop them and prioritize killing the high priest." Xiao Rufeng paused and added, "I'll have Tianqin assist you." Understood. After that, the two sides separated. After separating from my Meow, Xiao Rufeng used the shadow arts and transformed into a shadow, hiding inside a mirror frame. Bai Bing then took the mirror frame to the Golden Palace where the queen resided. The guards at the door immediately stopped her. "Who are you?" Bai Bing said calmly. "Please announce that Bai Bing, the personal maid of the Dragon Kingdom's Emperor Xiao Rufeng, requests an audience." Although the guards didn't recognize Bai Bing, her identity was not to be underestimated. A guard immediately went inside to make the announcement. At that time, the queen was preparing to go to the Holy Cross Square in front of the cathedral, where she would preside over the public burning of Mai He in person. When she heard that Xiao Rufeng's maid was requesting an audience, the queen refused reflexively. "Does a maid have the right to represent Xiao Rufeng to see me?" However, a strategist beside her immediately said, "Your Majesty, you may not know this. If the person at the door is really Bai Bing, then she is indeed qualified to represent Xiao Rufeng." "What do you mean?" Back then, when Xiao Rufeng raised his army in the northern border of the Dragon Kingdom, his adjutant was Bai Bing. The two had a very close relationship, the strategist explained. The queen pondered slightly, then said calmly, "All right, let her in." "Oh yes, be sure to strictly check her. Don't let her bring any dangerous items in here." She was being very cautious. After a short while, Bai Bing was brought over. "Greetings, Your Majesty," Bai Bing said, bowing. "How did you get here?" the queen asked. "Smuggling," Bai Bing said calmly. "What is the purpose of your visit?" the queen continued. Bai Bing took out an eyeglasses case from her pocket and said, "This is a gift that Our Majesty asked me to bring to you." The queen looked at her suspiciously. "The eyeglasses case has already been scanned electronically," Bai Bing added. A follower on the side nodded. Only then did the queen smile slightly. "His Majesty Rufeng is very thoughtful. Bring it here, let me have a look." Afterwards, the follower took the eyeglasses case from Bai Bing's hands. But when the queen was about to take the eyeglasses case, a large man next to her suddenly said, "Your Majesty, let me check it again." After saying that, he took the eyeglasses case from the follower's hands. He opened it. The moment the eyeglasses case opened, a dazzling light flashed. Puffed! A splatter of red fell on the ground. While everyone was stunned, Xiao Rufeng suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He was holding a long sword, which was dripping with blood. On the ground was a corpse. It was the large man's body from earlier. Xiao Rufeng had pierced the heart of the man, who was in the mid-foundation establishment stage, with one sword strike. The queen of the Eagle Kingdom was dumbfounded. However, before she could react, several cultivators with powerful auras had already surrounded her. These were the experts that the Eagle Kingdom's royal family had raised. Each of them had the strength of the foundation establishment stage. The strongest of them had even reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage. "Xiao Rufeng, what do you want to do?" the queen asked in fear. She never expected that Xiao Rufeng, as an emperor, would brazenly run into her golden palace and cause trouble. "It's nothing. I just think that Your Majesty is old and should step down." Xiao Rufeng paused and continued, 70% of the land on the Aou continent is under my control. The Eagle Kingdom is just one island. It's useless to struggle any longer. It will only lead to more casualties. Your Majesty, for the sake of your people, please abdicate. How laughable. The queen finally came back to her senses. She looked at the situation at hand, and her back suddenly straightened up with a hint of disdain and mockery on her face. "Xiao Rufeng, if our armies were facing each other on the battlefield, with your current momentum, I would not be your opponent. But you came to my territory to seek death. So I have no choice but to accept your gift." The queen paused and added proudly, "Here, I have 10 foundation establishment stage cultivators. How do you plan to escape? Why would I need to run away?" Xiao Rufeng countered. He paused and continued, "Today, if you don't abdicate, then you will have to go see God. Arrogant, the queen was furious. Kill him. 3 cultivators at the early foundation establishment stage immediately attacked. Xiao Ruffing shook his head and waved his finger. The spiritual sword waved casually. A terrifying sword chi, like a charging giant dragon, swept towards the 3. Along with blood spattering, Xiao Ruffing killed the 3 cultivators at the early foundation establishment stage with a single sword in front of everyone's stunned gaze. Although Xiao Ruffing was only at the peak of the chi condensation stage, his combat power had already reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage. It was too easy to kill ordinary cultivators in the early foundation establishment stage. After killing the 3 with 1 sword, the hall fell into a deathly silence. At that moment, a strange whirlwind suddenly attacked Xiao Ruffing. Boom! A hand suddenly stretched out from the whirlwind and heavily struck Xiao Ruffing's back. It directly sent Xiao Ruffing flying away. The Eagle Kingdom's queen was overjoyed, but the smile on her face quickly disappeared. Because Xiao Ruffing had stood up again. Hey friend, do you have no shame to ambush a junior? Xiao Ruffing roared. He was furious. Although the palm strike from earlier hadn't injured him, it had drained the defense of his black hole in the Dantian. If he were hit by another palm, he would definitely be injured. The other party was also extremely shocked. He was a cultivator at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Yet his full-force attack hadn't injured a cultivator in the chi condensation stage. If he hadn't experienced it himself, he wouldn't have believed it. At this moment, Bai Bing walked over. I'll deal with him, Bai Bing said calmly. No, I'll do it, Xiao Ruffing said calmly. He wasn't trying to show off. Although he couldn't beat cultivators in the Golden Core stage right now, his previous win against my Meow was, to be honest, a little bit unfair. Xiao Ruffing now wanted to compete with a cultivator at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Only in actual combat could he have a clearer understanding of his own strength. Bai Bing nodded. Then be careful. I'll take care of the others. Okay. Xiao Ruffing then looked at the man and grinned. That's right. It's better to have me as your opponent. Although I don't know how you blocked my attack just now, you won't be so lucky next time, the man said calmly. Men who talk too much are impotent, Xiao Ruffing quipped. The other party was instantly embarrassed and enraged. He took out a black hook blade from somewhere. Xiao Ruffing picked up his spiritual sword. When he saw Xiao Ruffing's spiritual sword, the man's eyes lit up. The spiritual energy on that spiritual sword is so pure. It's at least a 3rd-grade item. It was something he would never be able to obtain in his lifetime. I'm going to make a fortune. He was very excited. Then, the man roared and charged at Xiao Ruffing with his hook blade. Xiao Ruffing's expression didn't change. His body flickered, the hook blade struck empty, and his long sword rose to meet it. The sword and blade collided, creating a metallic clang. In the first exchange, the man was shocked to discover that he hadn't gained any advantage. He didn't sense any higher spiritual energy fluctuations on Xiao Ruffing. It was just the spiritual energy of the chi condensation stage. But what's going on with this terrifying speed and power? It's reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage. While he was thinking, the long sword in Xiao Ruffing's hand became more and more fierce. The sword light was like lightning, fiercely attacking the man. The man leapt into the air. His whole body was like a black whirlwind, leaving behind afterimages in the air as he dodged Xiao Ruffing's attack. The two faced off for a moment. Suddenly, the man sighed, and his figure changed drastically. The hook blade in his hand turned into countless small blades that slashed wildly at Bai Bing. Xiao Ruffing swept his sword directly at him. All the illusions the man had created disappeared, leaving only the main body of the hook blade. Then, Xiao Ruffing leaped up, like an eagle soaring through the sky. His long sword directly struck the hook blade. Crack! The man's hook blade broke directly under his shocked gaze. Then, Xiao Ruffing did not give the other party a chance to react. He once again went up against him, his long sword transforming into a streak of light in the sky, and then directly piercing the man's heart. The man died on the spot. The queen of the Eagle Kingdom sat on the ground with a thud. How is that possible? He was my strongest bodyguard. How could he? The other guards were all very shocked at the sight. At this time, Bai Bing finally made a move. The other guards also finally reacted, and they intended to use magic to attack or defend against Bai Bing. But it was useless against Bai Bing. She could invalidate all magic in this world. What's going on? Before the crowd could recover, Bai Bing had already started harvesting lives. Soon, All the guards in the hall had been killed by Bai Bing and Xiao Rufeng, and blood flowed like rivers. Your Majesty, you're the only one left, Xiao Rufeng said, walking towards the queen with blood all over his body. I abdicate. Don't kill me. I abdicate. The queen had none of her previous arrogance. At this moment, she was extremely disheveled, and her eyes were filled with fear. On the other side, when the clock hand pointed to 11:30, seeing that the queen had not arrived, the high priest in charge of the interrogation directly announced that they would execute Mai-He early. However, at that moment, an explosion suddenly rang out, and the surroundings fell into chaos. The high priest reacted quickly enough, and upon seeing the situation, he immediately tried to escape. But a song suddenly came from somewhere, causing her to feel drowsy. When she finally shook off the sleepiness, Mai Miao had already rushed to her side. Ah! With a scream, the high priest was directly killed by Mai Miao, who had cut her throat. Without the high priest, no one else had the authority to order the fire to be set to burn Mai-He. Tianqin's singing had also caused widespread hypnosis, delaying the executioner's reaction. After a moment of continuous chaos, the armed forces arrived. Various drones quickly locked onto Bai Bing and the others, and cruise missiles were already prepared. At that moment, the queen abdicated publicly on television, and she appointed Xiao Rufeng as the new king of the Eagle Kingdom, and ordered all of the Eagle Kingdom's troops to follow the new king Xiao Rufeng's orders. And the first order of the new king of the Eagle Kingdom, Xiao Rufeng, was to stop the execution of Mai-He by fire and to declare her not guilty. Everyone in front of the cathedral plaza was dumbfounded. Even Mai Miao was dumbfounded. Is that even possible? Chapter 160. You can call me Daddy too. The news was so outrageous that even Mai Miao thought it was fake news spread by Xiao Rufeng. This guy was very good at using fake news to create chaos. For example, her sister had been a victim of his fake news. Not only had her reputation been ruined, but it had also caused the Eagle Kingdom's queen to become distrustful and suspicious of her. The others were also skeptical, suspecting that the TV station had been hacked. However, not long after, when the queen and Xiao Rufeng arrived at the cathedral plaza together, and the queen performed the rite of a subject in front of everyone, any remaining doubts were dispelled. The Eagle Kingdom had once been a powerful force, and many countries had knelt before the queen. But now, faced with the even stronger Dragon Kingdom, the Eagle Kingdom's queen could only kneel before Xiao Rufeng like those who had submitted before her. Seeing this scene, the people in the plaza finally believed that the queen had surrendered. They all fell to their knees on the ground. There was nothing else to do. So-called civilization was still the law of the jungle, with the strong ruling over the weak. After the Eagle Kingdom was defeated in the decisive battle on the Aoyu continent with the Dragon Kingdom, the Eagle Kingdom's fate was already sealed. If the queen could take the initiative to surrender, it might be better for the people of Eagle Gilly Island. After all, their property wouldn't have to be destroyed. It should be known that the destructive power of war was terrifying. Moreover, they weren't the only people from the Eagle Kingdom who had been conquered by the Dragon Kingdom. Before them, the Wolf Kingdom, the Elephant Kingdom, and even the K Kingdom had all been annexed by the Dragon Kingdom. The Bear Kingdom to the north also seemed unable to escape this fate. Since everyone had been conquered, then why couldn't we be conquered too? This kind of mentality greatly reduced the people's resistance on the main island of the Eagle Kingdom. At this moment, Xiao Rufeng came to Mai-He, who was bound to the cross. Mai-He looked at Xiao Rufeng calmly, without saying a word. Xiao Rufeng also felt guilty. He had indeed used Mai-He. He had come in person because he had originally planned to seek reconciliation with Mai-He. But looking at Mai-He's expression, Xiao Rufeng knew that reconciliation was hopeless. Xiao Rufeng didn't say anything and turned away. Then, Mai Miao ran over and untied Mai-He. The two then left the place, disappearing into the crowd. No one followed them. That afternoon, the Dragon Kingdom's army began to land on Eagle Gilly Island. The Eagle Kingdom's army on the island was either disarmed or incorporated. The Eagle Kingdom fell. At this point, only 3 countries were left on the entire Blue Planet. And on the Aoyu continent, there were only the Dragon Kingdom and the Bear Kingdom. Sensing the enormous pressure from the Dragon Kingdom, the Republican and Royalist factions in the Bear Kingdom, who had previously been fighting a civil war, announced a ceasefire to jointly defend against the Dragon Kingdom. However, after conquering the Eagle Kingdom, Xiao Rufeng did not take any further action. After all, compared to conquering the Bear Kingdom, controlling the space connection point that linked to Earth was more important. This space connection point was located deep in a forest on Eagle Gilly Island and was extremely hidden. Even the royal family of the Eagle Kingdom didn't know much about it. Otherwise, they would have sent troops to control it long ago. With my Meow's help, Xiao Rufeng successfully found the space connection point deep in the forest and deployed a large number of troops nearby. But unfortunately, he didn't find Bai Shui there. Has she already gone to Earth? Xiao Rufeng remained silent, his mood a little complicated. In this life, among all the women Xiao Rufeng had liked, Bai Shui was probably the woman who had the greatest impact on him. Whether it was Gongya or Jiang Li, Xiao Rufeng had relationships with them, but he hadn't even kissed Bai Shui's lips. Of course, Xiao Rufeng wasn't fixated on that. What bothered him were the emotional aspects. Whether it was Gongya or Jiang Li, Xiao Rufeng could feel that they had feelings for him. But Bai Shui's feelings were difficult to understand. Sometimes it felt like she liked him, but the next day the feeling was gone. In Mount Li, when Xiao Rufeng had carried Bai Shui barefoot in the middle of the night to the hospital, the emotions between the two had once rapidly grown. Xiao Rufeng felt that he was finally going to get the woman he had liked for several years. But not long after, Bai Shui's feelings for him became more and more distant. Before Bai Shui left, Xiao Rufeng had already clearly felt her sense of distance. It was a distance that he might never be able to cross. A completely failed relationship, just like my previous life. I fell in love with the Earth Empress back then, but she never loved me back. While he was musing, Bai Bing came over. Both factions of the Bear Kingdom have sent people to discuss the terms of their surrender, Bai Bing said. Oh, you guessed this would happen? Xiao Rufeng smiled. I suppose so. The Republicans and Royalists in the Bear Kingdom are completely irreconcilable. The grudges between the two sides these past years are too great. You want them to join forces to fight an external enemy? Sorry, they don't have that kind of culture. So, you held your troops back and were waiting for them to come and surrender on their own? I suppose so. If we can win without a fight, who wants to cause bloodshed? Xiao Rufeng paused and said, All right, let's go meet these two groups. On December 12th of the Blue Planet calendar, the Bear Kingdom announced its surrender. All of its territory and the armed forces of both factions were incorporated into the Dragon Kingdom. At this point, only 2 nations were left among the original 7 on Blue Planet. The Dragon Kingdom, which had unified the AOU continent, and the Lion Kingdom across the ocean on the other side of the world. The Lion Kingdom was a nation based on technology. It was originally the most powerful nation on the Blue Planet. Although it was far across the ocean, it frequently interfered in matters on the AOU continent. It was very good at stirring up trouble. At least half of the wars on the AOU continent were caused by the Lion Kingdom behind the scenes. In the past, the forces on the AOU continent were fragmented, and none of the countries could pose a challenge to the Lion Kingdom. But it was different now. The Dragon Kingdom, which had unified the AOU continent, was powerful and had a demon beast army to assist them. Its comprehensive strength had surpassed the Lion Kingdom's. It could even be said to have an overwhelming advantage. However, what stood before the Dragon Kingdom was the vast ocean. Crossing the ocean to wage war was very difficult for the attacking side. The closest place on the AOU continent to the Lion Kingdom on the Misai continent was the White Spirit Strait. The narrowest point was less than 40 kilometers. But don't underestimate those 40 kilometers of sea. Without naval supremacy, crossing it was still very difficult. Without naval supremacy, they could not transport large formations of soldiers over there. Without those large formations, it would be very difficult to conquer the Lion Kingdom. The Lion Kingdom was a federal parliamentary nation. Assassinating their leader was pointless because they could elect a new leader at any time. Moreover, the Lion Kingdom was quite stable, and it was difficult to find a breakthrough to sow discord and split their nation. Xiao Rufeng didn't seem to be in a hurry. After controlling the space connection point to Earth, Xiao Rufeng didn't need to worry about a large-scale invasion of Blue Planet from Earth. He had plenty of time to conquer the Lion Kingdom. After completing the integration of the Bear Kingdom, Xiao Rufeng and Bai Bing returned to Jiang City. It had already been 2 months since they had left last time. Jiang Lu's belly was visibly much larger. Xiao Rufeng touched Jiang Lu's belly and said with a surprised expression, "This little guy is kicking me." He's probably a little unhappy that his dad hasn't come to see him in so long, Jiang Lu said with a light smile. Xiao Rufeng. That sounded a bit inappropriate. Daddy. At that moment, Jiang Yi ran over with her tiny legs. Xiao Rufeng directly picked up Jiang Yi, his face full of affection. Did you miss Daddy? I missed you a lot. Jiang Yi paused, and then said with a smile, Mommy missed you too. I didn't. Zhang Li said as she walked over, mumbling, "Shameless, picking up girls all the time. Are you planning on having an 18 art harem?" Speaking of which, and Lei said as she walked over with Chi, "How come I haven't seen my he?" Xiao Rufeng felt a slight sweat. "I don't have anything with her. I just used her." "Hey, Xiao Rufeng, that's not ethical. It's okay to use Zhang Lu since she's shameless, but I heard my he is a good woman," Zhang Li said. "I also feel very ashamed. I'll apologize to her when I have a chance." Xiao Rufeng didn't want to talk about this topic anymore. He squatted down, looked at Chi, and smiled. "Chi, why aren't you talking? Aren't you happy that Daddy is back?" Chi quickly shook her head. "I'm happy, but—" She paused and then looked at Xiao Rufeng and said, "Daddy, did you miss Chi?" "Of course, I missed you. Even though I'm not your biological daughter. You still missed me?" Chi asked anxiously, tears welling up in her eyes. Xiao Rufeng immediately understood, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. First it was Zhang Yi, who was sensitive, and now it was Chi's turn. He reached out his hand and smiled. "Even though you're not my biological daughter, I love you the same." Only then did Chi smile through her tears. She directly threw herself into Xiao Rufeng's arms. "Daddy, welcome home." "TSK, clearly a Jianan, but so popular," Zhang Li said, smacking her lips. Xiao Rufeng smiled and then whispered, "Zhang Li, if you're jealous, you can call me Daddy too." "Get lost!" Zhang Li's face darkened. "Rufeng, you're back," a beautiful woman said as she walked over. It was Gongya, Xiao Rufeng's first love. Her body was now inhabited by a soul named Hanyu, who had been trying to kill Xiao Rufeng recently. Because the last time Gongya and Xiao Rufeng were in the middle of a session in the bathroom, Hanyu's soul had suddenly awakened. That time, Xiao Rufeng was almost castrated by Hanyu. Xiao Rufeng still felt lingering fear every time he thought about it. "Oh, I forgot to tell you. Gongya is living here now," Zhang Li said. Xiao Rufeng was a little surprised. "When did you become so magnanimous?" "Get lost. My opinion doesn't even count." Zhang Li paused and then said a little frustrated, "Grandma, let her stay here." During dinner, everyone sat around a large table. It was very lively. Then, Zhang Yi said out of the blue, "Daddy, which room are you sleeping in tonight? Are you sleeping in Mommy's room? Or in Aunt and Lei's room? Or in Aunt Zhang Lu's room? Or in Aunt Gongya's room?" Instantly, the table fell silent. Everyone was looking at Xiao Rufeng, waiting for his answer.